The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Super Marco, bumasa ng toy sa baba na si Open ay mamamatay ngayon si Yui, mapapaflicker din at si Yui mangangali, mapapasplits din siya. Manipulation mula kay Yui, Open mapapaflicker, plays into it by Super Marco pero nag-base lang na ang Blacklist International. Stay mula kay Umay V, pop-pop na kagad dito yung call out. Base lock na ang Blacklist International at 2-0 mula sa Agents. Wise ay kailangan tumakbo, Luminous Blast, hindi tama. Nako si Pew ay atras, Devil's Liver of HP, payalangan din si Kanye. Boom! Natunaw si Yue dito. At ngayon, kumpleto sila ng mga minions, si Lord ay buhay pa rin. Pwede mag-base lock dito ang BREN. 11K gold lead and double kill para kay Pew. At ang BREN Esports ay buhay pa rin. Delikado dito ang BREN. Naku, hindi yung bababa ang buhay dito kahit yamang si Ogre. Mapipilitan din mag-call over itong si Fiyu at hindi pa tapos. Kasi si mapapatay nila. Same with Ogre. Dalawa kagad na magsama para sa BREN Esports. Ngayon, delikado ata ang BREN Esports. Dito pwede na mag-base lock. Si Ol dito makakuha din isa. Ngayon, bumabagsak ang BREN Esports. At ang Cold Breakers ang mag-a-advance sa next round. Knock-up naman mula doon sa Lord. Ang Razor's not ko-connect. Kaso nasa gitna sila ng case calling. Kaya naman hindi makalabas yung mga Echo. Eman is out pero dalawa naman ang mapapatong manila mula sa side ng Echo. Mag-ibang sabayan pa rin yung RSG. Naghanap sila ng dugo. Naghanap sila ng gulo. May Lord pa naman sila. Kaya nga ba? Mag-base lang na dito yung mga Raiders. Hindi papapayag ang Echo. Kaso nga lang ipinilip ko ng mga Raiders. Meron pa namang parating. Lahat dito with a craft. Kaso nga lang sila ay mabibitin. Lenny Cutie nakalusot pa. Raiders will take game number 1. Echo now working as one. Aabot pa yung final blade. Pero another final slash mula doon sa kanila. May minions pa naman na natitira at may parating pa. Pero hindi ata papayag yung mga Raiders na basta-basta na lang silang ma-raid. Kasi yun ang gawain nila. Pero si Sanji magbe-base lock na. And Echo loud. Echo proud. They will tie the series. but he will go down as well.
Orca!
May immortality na kabang, may minions naman na nakaipon sa bandang itaas. Irad, makakatakas pa nga ba, pero napaflicker na nga si Sanford. Ang call ng Echo ay wag pauwiin. Wag pagbigyan. Pero si Irad, nagpapakilala pa. It's our time! RSG goes in for the baseline. May kagat pa sila. May minions na kasama. And a successful raid para sa mga Raiders.
Magandang araw, SMX Convention Center. Welcome to the home of champions. I'm Mara Aquino and we are now on the third day of MPL Philippines Season 11 playoffs. Sabi nga ng matandang kasabihan, ang mga nasa ibaba ay itataas at ang mga nasa itaas ay ibababa. So simulan na natin ang araw ngayon sa bakbakan ng mga nasa taas na bumaba. A whole lot of you thought that these two teams will grace the grand finals. But the bout between the Beasts and the Orcas is a lot earlier than expected. Ano nga ba ang nangyari dito sa dalawang koponan na nangingibabaw noong regular season at bakit nga ba sila naglalaglagan ngayon sa lower bracket? Now to talk about that and more, let's welcome our panelists. For our Echo versus BREN Esports pre-show, we have Chantal and Leo. Come on down. Hi, guys.
Good afternoon. What's up, SMX? Hi, Mara. Hi, Chantal.
Napakaganda nung ambience natin ngayon. Alam niyo yun, parang kahit ako ay kinakabahan para sa laban natin today.
Dahil yun nga, one of the two teams will go and have to say goodbye. And tulad nga sabi ko kanina, akala ng lahat, etong dalawa talaga ang pupunta ng Grand Finals. But anything can happen this playoffs. Now, guys, for the first time in history ng MPL Philippines, nalaglag ng third and fourth seed ang ating first two seeds ng regular season. It's never been done. First two seeds, biruin niyo pumunta, bumaba. Okay, so exactly what happened, Leo?
Okay, so I think Chantal and I were both on desk. In Filipino for Chantal, kami in English. We were expecting it to go 5, right? Given yung performance ng Blackhawks International in day 1 and how strong BREN was in the regular season. Pero I think even Coach Ducky, when we spoke to him and of course in the media room, meron din mga things na parang hindi nila in-expect kahit na prepared sila.
Oh, parang yung sinasabi natin dito, actually for BREN, knowing na sila yung team na talagang nasa taas, iba yung naging performance nila in a way pagdating doon sa draft. Everyone agreed actually pagdating doon sa even sa Eve na it was I think around the game 3 pa bago nila binan. Even yung Hellkurt hindi natin nakita. So it's not the usual BREN Esports na nakasanayan natin in terms of drafting.
At hindi nila na isipang sagutin si Agent Zero na nag-iinit buong laro. So by game 4 might have been too late and that was it. That's what knocked BREN down into the lower bracket.
And Blacklist International, talaga naman, when it comes down to it, they're very dangerous. Now, noong regular season and press conference, after their second sweep, the 2-0 win versus Blacklist International, sabi ni Coach Ducky, they claim that they already know how to play against Estes. But, of course, he refused to elaborate further. Now, yesterday, after losing to Blacklist with Oh My Venus, mounting a 100% win rate with Estes, eto naman ang sinabi ni Coach Ducky. Sabi niya, nahanap ng Blacklist ang groove nila from Season 7. There is a very high chance sila ang mag-Grand Finals
with the games na pinakita nila today.
Alam mo parang yung sa blacklist, binanggit natin at napag-usapan ng iba, parang yung performance nila ngayon is yung naging run ng Smart Omega before. Kakaibang blacklist yung nakita natin. I mean, they were really struggling sa regular season, pero nung pumasok sila day 1 ng playoffs, ginulat nila lahat, binalik nila yung ube strategy. Sabi nga ng iba, para siyang ube na na-ref. Kasi hindi siya nawala, ganun pa rin, pwede pang kainin after.
Very interesting yung choice ni Coach Ducky ng analogy. Parang season 7. And if I'm not mistaken, years ago, in this very position, hindi ko rin na-predict na blacklist ang mananalo. I started getting it right season 8, pero season 7, ako rin parang, I don't think so. And now they've proven me wrong once again. And here they are, close to the grand finals. One more BO5.
Now, if you break it down, okay, is it really Estes? Just as they gave BREN a really hard time yesterday?
Sa akin, oo. Parang pag sinabi mo kasi ng Estes, tapos blacklist, parang automatic na yun na iba ang, I mean, any team can play Estes. But if it's blacklist international, it's a different team. It's a different performance, of course, knowing that it's blacklist.
I'd say 70-80% of it, even if ma-solve nyo, even if you say you're prepared for it, it's still going to be a hard time. So yeah, Estes definitely, it worked for blacklist against BREN Sports.
Naalala ko nga, sabi ni Oh My Venus na ang mistake ng isang koponan na ginawa nila, hindi binan yung Estes. So, we gotta give that a little bit more respect. Punta naman tayo sa Echo. Now, during our Echo versus RSG pre-show last night, Carl TZ showed us his injured finger. Though he commended Irad's performance, the young GOAT admitted that the injury somehow affected his performance. Ito yung sinabi niya. Malakas po si Irad, tapos commended ko po siya doon sa Game 4. Siguro, di rin po ako 100% kanina. Meron po sigurong impact yung injury sa performance ko. Tingin ko, like ngayon po, masakit na tapos ngalay, and then pag in-game, kumukurot.
Alam mo, parang pag iniisip mo kasi, parang may psychological factor din siya. If you know that you're injured, na meron kang iniinda, regardless kung biglaan siyang magte-take effect or mararamdaman mo yung sakit, iba pa rin yung aware ka that there's something physically na parang problema. Pero with the performance of Carl TZ, parang kahapon, andun pa din regardless.
Given how veteran Carl TZ is, right? He's been playing Mobile Legends in the MPL for years. Kapag may sinabi si Carl na, oo, masakit, ngalay nga yan, you can't downplay it. It's really there. But he's right in saying that Irad, the young John Tuazon, the new jungler for RSG, is the real thing. Sa totoo lang, nagdadrive ako gabi, di ba, pauwi? Medyo maaga because I only casted one match. Kinailangan kong pumara. Tumabi ako, sabi ko, teka lang, Lord Fight, kailangan ko makita to. Ganon kalupit si Irad kagabi.
Malupit nga, pero si Carl TZ, ibang klase, kayo nga ba? Ano sa tingin nyo? Ano masasabi nyo sa performance ni Carl TZ kagabi? Comment down below, let us know. Pero sabi nga ni JP kahapon din na si Carl TZ, kaya niyang maglaro kahit isang kamay. Sabi ko, feeling ko nga kaya niyang maglaro kahit yung paa niya eh. Now, I know you guys predicted to have BREN and Echo come out of their respective matches, pero that's okay kasi hindi kayo nag-isa. Actually, lahat ng casters kahapon eh, mali yung prediction. Nahawa kayo kay Mirko. The Mirkers.
Mirko and Lafel.
Pero si Mirko palaging mali eh,
Hindi
no?
pumapalya, no?
Mas malaso-laso nun.
Pumapalya na pumalya.
So, dapat tingnan natin kung ano yung prediction niya, tapos yung opposite. Now, let's watch this. Tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang ina-expect ng other regions to them to see the world. Take a look at this.
Hello guys, I'm Woods. I want to face MPL-PH because they are the defending champion from M Series. Good luck.
PH mana yang kau nak jumpa dekat MSC nanti dan kenapa?
Bagi saya nak jumpa BREN sebab diorang mewakili ISF dan Sukan C.
Mon, team PH mana yang kau nak jumpa dekat MSC nanti dan kenapa?
Kalau boleh, aku nak jumpa sama. Boleh ke pilih dua tim?
Satu je.
Satu je kita pilih Eko lah. Sebab Eko saya tengok Sanji Sanji gameplay sangat baik. So kalau boleh saya nak buy one dengan dia.
Hi guys, I'm Diablo from IRG. I'd like to wish all the teams in MPL Philippines good luck, and I'd like to meet IRG-PH or Echo-PH because I would like to have my rematch against them in MSC. So hope to see you guys there.
Sukses yang akhirnya, nhóm đi đến một cái bản ikhlas. ពួកយើងចង់ជួបជាមួយនឹងក្រុម BREN Esport នៅការប្រកួត MSC ខាងមុខនេះជូនពរឲ្យសំណាងល្អនៅ MPL Philippines. See you guys at MSC.
Wow! Gustong i-meet BREN, Echo, RSG, at na-name drop pa si Sanji. Ooh, making an impression again.
Specifically na agad. And mapapansin natin, para lahat nga talaga ng kahit ibang regions, expected din nila na BREN Echo, same with our predictions nung isang araw.
Si Diablo yan ata yung medyo malapit, medyo accurate kasi 1 BO5 away na lang ang RSG Slate Philippines bago pa makarating. At bilang isang Munatics, bilang isang fan ni Todak Moon since forever, gusto ko makita yon, Sanji versus Moon. Pero mahaba pa yata ang gagapangin ng Echo.
Now let's answer the biggest question. Who will meet the expectation, BREN or Echo? Actually, I want to hear from the crowd. Make some noise if you think it's BREN. Now make some noise if you think it's Echo. Parang pretty even dito sa SMX Convention Center. So, comment down below. Sino nga ba sa tingin nyo ang mananalo ngayon? Sino sa tingin nyo malalaglag? My gosh. Okay, what about you guys? Ano yung prediction nyo?
I can't. Ayoko na. I can't.
Pwede bang... Hindi kasi, yung kay Leo yung prediction niya, wala talagang tumama at all.
Yung sa akin, Noit ni Kerp. Noit, basta baliktad. Alright, so I don't wanna say kasi mababaliktad lang eh.
Pero okay, how do you think this game will go?
3-2.
3-2.
As in, sagad talaga.
Dalawa lang sa akin.
Ano?
3-0 or 3-2.
Oh.
Okay, either a sweep or 3-2. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think, yes.
Okay, what else? What would you like to see again? Perhaps something that you saw the previous times they played during the playoffs or during the regular season that you want to come back, that you expect for them to bring out again?
Sa akin, Hellcurt talaga.
Hellcurt.
I mean, kahit mamatay na ilaw dito, para maramdaman na talaga natin yung Hellcurt play. Why not, di ba? Pero Hellcurt, big factor kasi talaga siya nung regular season, and I believe na yun yung nawalang identity for BREN Esports yesterday dun sa naging laban nila.
I'd like to see, that was from BREN. Sa akin, from Echo, siguro kung magiging kwela sila, magiging pilyo sila sa draft, like yesterday with the gold lane Minsitar, gusto ko makita yung glue in mid ni Sanji.
Pero alam mo, I was just thinking about it also. Knowing both teams, thinking back, now during the regular season, yung BREN, parang meron silang first day curse, di ba? Natatalo sila sa first day.
Echo.
And it could be, Echo, exactly, it could be because of the environment. Iba talaga eh, pag first time mo dun sa environment na yon. But now that it's the second time around, I'm really expecting a different type of BREN. Pagkatapos ng first loss nila, if you guys can all remember, they went on a win streak. Actually, ang dami nilang sweeps na ginawa. So, I'm really expecting BREN to be different this time around. However, on the other side, si Carl TZ, remember when it was M4, tapos hindi siya happy dun sa performance niya, he stayed up till about 4 in the morning. And he kept on going. So, if he's not happy with his performance yesterday, I'm pretty sure something else is gonna happen today.
Hopefully, it goes that way. Kasi yun lang yung way para mag 3-2 to. If yung BREN masanay sa atmosphere, and if Carl TZ gets over the whole situation and performs 100%, yan, 3-2.
Gusto namin malaman yung mga thoughts nyo. So keep telling us, comment down below. At para sa ating mga online viewers dyan, gusto nyo bang manalo ng diamonds? Just comment a photo of yourself watching the MPL Philippines-PH playoffs using the hashtag of the day post na matatagpuan nyo sa social media ng Facebook and Twitter accounts ng MPL Philippines and get a chance to win how many diamonds? 1,000 diamonds! So ang hashtag for today ay hashtag MPL-PH now or never. So sali na kayo because the teams, they must do everything now or they're never gonna be able to make it up this season. Now, simulan na natin ang ating laglagan sa pagitan ng World Champions, Hive Orcas. This is BREN Esports versus Echo. Let's pass it on to the voice of MPL to welcome our teams. Reptar, pasok!
MPL fans!
hands. This battle between the top two teams of the regular season is a best-of-5 elimination match. The winner will advance to the lower bracket finals, while the loser goes home. Let's welcome our teams. Their season has been full of surprises. A dominating run in the regular season, now on the brink of elimination. Can Ogwin, Few, Flap TZ, Super Marco, and Kyle TZ eliminate the world champions? It's BREN Esports! Heavy is the head that wears the crown, but pressure and expectation comes with being a champion. Will Yowie, Sanji, Sanford, Benny Cutie, and Carl TZ silence the buzz of the bees? Because they are the reigning champions of the world, Echo! And of course, welcome our coaches to the stage, Coach Ducky and Coach Tic Tac. Orcas, Hive, who will survive?
It's the fight between world champions. This is a match that almost everybody predicted, but not today. The match between Echo and BREN Esports. Mainit ang magiging bakbakan dito sa dalawang team na to. Laglagan ang unang laban ngayong araw. BREN Esports versus Echo. They were really on the spot of taking this to the grand finals. Pero ngayon, sinurpresa tayo ng lahat. Nilaglag ng kanilang mga kalaban ang top seed towards the lower bracket, fighting for another chance in the playoff stage is BREN Esports with Super Marco, Kyle TZ, Flap TZ, Few, and Ogwin. Nakita natin ang laro ng BREN Esports kahapon and marami nagsabi na parang hindi ito yung BREN Esports na nakilala natin. Parang yung familiarity sa identity ang nawala. Pero I would just say na nandyan pa rin yung kanilang individual mechanics, yung flexibility nila sa kanilang mga roles, and of course, yung mga comfort nila sa kanilang mga heroes, especially with Super Marco helming one of the best gold laners here in the regular season. Coming into this playoffs, mainit ang mata ng mga teams against this young gold laner. And of course, nandyan din yung experience na dala-dala ni Flap TZ and ni Few, yung kanilang flexibility sa kanilang mga hero pool with the joy that we saw yesterday. And fighting them is again none other than the world champions themselves, Echo with Benny Cutie, Carl TZ, Sanford, Sanji, and Yowie. Again, we didn't expect for Echo to be dropped to the lower bracket. Ang contrast naman nila sa BREN Esports is they were beaten yesterday at their own game. Although masabi natin may mga handicaps na kinakaharap ngayon ang Echo, still Carl TZ was able to show up yesterday and perform at his best. Benny Cutie as well on the gold lane. Nakikita natin nandun pa rin yung kanyang resilience, yung kanyang tapak sa gold lane, and of course yung patience with waiting for perfect timing sa mga team fights. Sanford on the XP lane is very crucial in this matchup. Yung labanan nila ni Flap TZ, very similar playstyle, world-class caliber XP laners. Mainit ang magiging laban doon sa lane na yon. Now, when it comes to head-to-head, pag tinignan natin yung draft, very similar heroes on the tank and jungle and support position. Nandyan sila Fredrin, nandyan sila Valentina, which I think will be highly contested for today's matchup. Considering na si Fredrin ay 100% win rate yesterday. Napaka-importante for these two teams na either makuha or matanggal nila yung Fredrin sa isa't isa. And of course, yung matchup ni Few at pati na rin ni Sanji. Labanan ito ng mga Valentina, ng mga Farsa, or if magpa-flex sila, nandyan yung mga Julian, nandyan yung mga Gusion, or baka makita natin ulit yung Joy Flex na nanggagaling mula sa BREN Esports. Looking at the stats, lamang ng konti ang BREN Esports dito considering na mas dominant sila sa performance sila nung regular season. But then again, it's a different story altogether. Kailangan natin tignan dito kung paano sila consistently nagtatranslate into objective takes when they play their game. And having Super Marco on the side of BREN Esports does really help a lot kasi si Super Marco ay isa sa mga gold laner na napakataas ng objective rate or yung tower damage for their lineup, meaning they are really focused on taking down those towers, pero that is also true as well with Benny, QT. Although hindi majority ng game nila, pero kilala naman natin ng Echo na meron silang split push potential, yung kanilang mga recta moves, yung mga hindi natin ina-expect na biglang magbe-base lock na yung marksman ng Echo. So definitely may laban pa rin naman doon sa gold lane matchup when it comes to farming and of course yung objective takes. Maraming gagawin ang ating mga teams upang makakuha pa ng isang life dito sa ating playoffs. Kaya naman, tignan natin ang ating Infinix keys to victory para sa ating mga koponan. For BREN Esports, channel your regular season success. Again, familiarity ang kinahanap natin dito for BREN Esports. Yung identity na nakasanayan natin mula kay Ogwen, yung mga setup heroes, yung mga Grok, Kufra, Atlas, or even the Cho. Kasi kahapon, marami nagduda bakit nga ba nila tinatry yung Florin. Maybe it's something na nakita nila during the scrims, pero as of this moment, kailangan nila ibalik to. Lalo't kalaban mo ay ang world-class roamer na si Yawi. Now for Ego naman, utilize Carl TZ's Assassin Hero Pool. Marami nagsabi na baka makakita tayo ng Assassin this playoffs for Echo, lalo pat sa kamay ni Carl TZ. Even though may injury nga, si Carl na sabi niya naman kahapon na naka-apekto sa performance niya ng konti, medyo kailangan niya mag-flex sa kanyang role dito dahil alam naman natin, huling beses natin nakita ang Ego at BREN, nagpakitaan sila ng Assassin Heroes on both Kyle TZ and Carl TZ. So baka yan ang kailangan ilabas ng Echo. Now for both sides, recognize when to go for meta or go for comfort. Again, BREN Esports brought a different game altogether this playoffs, and Echo, they were beaten yesterday. So adjustments are really key here for both sides. Pero dahil best of 5 series to, kailangan alam nila kung kailan sila mag-adjust, kung kailan nakukondisyon na yung draft nila, kung kailan maglalabas ng mga panibagong heroes, like for example, yung Hellcurt mula sa BREN Esports or yung Kadita Roam na nanggagaling sa Echo. Yan ang kailangan nilang tignan dito sa paparting na matchup. Drafting is really important sa pagkuha ng mga heroes and sa pag-setup ng mga potential winning conditions for both sides. Again, this is the match between the world champions of the Philippines. M2 versus M4 ang magiging labanan. Guys, game number 1, SMS magingay! Lahat ng yan ay matutungayan natin. Kaya casters, pasok!
They say that the toughest steel comes from the hottest flame. 2 world champs will be tested today, and only one can move forward in the lower bracket. It's now or never for BREN Esports and Echo this afternoon. Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, world. My name is OSX. I'm with Rockhart and Reptar for the match in the lower bracket. Time flies so fast, and there goes my predictions for the grand finals.
There goes a lot of Peel's predictions. Don't worry, you're not alone, OSX. And I think this is a moment where I think we should start to see that get into normalcy.
Well, now as we discuss our failed predictions for this playoffs, with Smart All Power 99, you have the power to do whatever you want. With 8 GB for all sites and apps, you can power your play or watch, share, and stream everything. You also get only TikTok, text to all networks, and free Smart Giga Arena tickets. All that for 7 days for just 99 pesos. Load now. And as we go through the heat of the action today, gentlemen, I need to do that. BREN versus Echo in a best of 5.
Yeah, and we thought we'd see this. A lot of us thought we'd see this in the upper bracket finals. But of course, and it's surprising to say, in this underdog run of Blacklist and RSG storming to the upper bracket finals, with the top 2 teams of the regular season fighting it out on the brink of elimination. The two XP laners on your screen right now. Former world champion and MPL-PH champion Flap TZ, defending and reigning world champion Sanford. Their picks and their play as they try to put a burger together, and Flap TZ's heart is broken by Sanford. They will be very crucial for the objective takes and the overall map presence for both teams.
It is the X factor, Rockhart. That's a Sanford. The X, I don't know. I'm just assuming. But how are you feeling about this?
Well, you say that's the X factor. I'm looking for the A factor in this game because Arlott is the power pick.
Ooh,
The power pick, considering that for the remainder of the tournament, Diggy will not be available. Those crowd control procs that Arlott can use, a lot of teams are actually using it to their advantage. I think he has a beautiful win rate right now. And those two players are key to their team's momentums.
Well, we're talking about heroes now. Let's head into the draft. BREN decides to go on blue side and Echo on red. Now let's see. It's the XP lane that you're talking about, Rockhart. It's the A factor, the Arlott. And that could be a possible setup with this Yuzong and also Ikaja, and also the joy that Echo doesn't want to give in BREN Esports. We've seen their unorthodox ways yesterday, so how about now?
Yeah, with BREN Esports taking out the Yuzhong, that is the condition for many teams going against Echo. RSG does it. Pretty much everyone did it throughout the regular season. With Kaja being banned here by BREN Esports, this is BREN Esports saying, Echo, you better ban the Fanny, because if you don't, we will first pick it. However, we have seen that sometimes the Fanny doesn't necessarily get first pick. Echo doesn't play the Fanny as much. BREN, it's a priority for them, so they can actually hold on the Fanny pick up now. They can save that for the next 2-3 picks on the blue side. Right now, they can go for either a Valentina, if they really want to, as the main power pick, or as the pick that you mentioned earlier, Rockhart, the Arlott looks good as well.
It's a beautiful strat, and actually Echo also has a very good strategy here. They left so many power picks open.
Yeah.
Including the Fanny, which I would not be surprised if we saw some weird picks coming in from Echo. Because remember yesterday, in their first game in the best of 5, they picked up a Mincitar gold lane.
Yeah, the Mincitar gold lane could be a possibility as well. The glue is left open here for BREN Esports to pick up as Echo banned the Faramis with their third ban. They pick up the glue. So Echo might go the Valentina Arlott route here or put in an Eve here. But no, they shake things up, go straight for the tank slot, and they go for the Kadita. So this turns off the idea of BREN Esports potentially going for an Eve or a Farsa. The Valentina is open for them, but the Valentina right now, if it's gonna be picked up, it's more of just like housekeeping, getting the power picks as soon as possible.
Yeah, housekeeping, but say it as you will. But on the first pickup, or the pickup here for the Lancelot, I can hear everybody's cheer, and that is just Echo not blinking a millisecond to not use this hero. It's now or never. So now, will this be still a possibility for that Fanny you're talking about? Because Kyle TZ is one of the has one of his main heroes that he's good at.
I see the Fanny coming in here alongside a marksman potentially, or maybe even Kufra if they want to for Ogwin. There's the Kufra, and there's the what? The carry.
The carry.
It's not the Fanny. It sounds like it though.
Oh, that would have been close, right? And
Yeah,
that would have been
close.
greatly possible. But this is beautiful for BREN because they are going to have to force a lot of priority jungle bans here. Hayabusa, Fanny included, from Echo.
Yes, and that might actually be the game plan. That they will take that out. They'll just pick up their roamer here, it seems like. Or they can also go for the marksman route and then just start banning away the roamers and the potential mid lane picks. We have to acknowledge the fact that Few will still have a mid lane Julian available for him if he wants to, considering that he's up against the Kadita. It's more of it's a 50-50 duel. Whoever messes up their entry first will just get counter-punished by the other. So Echo says they pick up the Franco early on because there's still other assassins available, as you mentioned. Of course they'll ban the Fanny here. Good call, Rockhart.
And the scary thing here is there's a possibility of Echo going straight for a Mincitar. Every time they have a Mincitar, there's always a Franco close by.
Yes.
So is that like a trap? Always, I feel like it's a trap, right?
Could be.
Echo saying like, oh, we have a Franco, expect a Mincitar, but will BREN fall for it?
Yeah.
But it's world-class teams, world-class coaches playing with cards on what are you going to react. Because yesterday we've seen Benecuti use that Mincitar, and he had a bad time. yesterday. So maybe now, with this kind of reset they had from a good sleep, maybe it's something that we can expect from the world champs. No, with the ban of the Fanny, will they trim down more of the EXP lane?
Yes.
To Rizla.
Very good call here for BREN Esports to ban out the Terizla because Echo needs more wave clear. Terizla is a monster with that. And so now I won't be surprised if BREN Esports actually will take out the Flapu Flapu.
The Flapu Flapu.
Yes.
Yeah,
Come
he was a
on.
monster with the Lapu Lapu yesterday, Flapteezy.
Amazing performance with that Lapu Lapu.
Or
And
the Matrix. Sorry,
Yep.
I just needed to bring that in here.
yeah, it's so close because we're talking about the signature picks, the strong power picks of BREN Esports that could possibly show up. And yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
They're taking down the
Exact ban.
On the
Hayabusa.
money, baby.
Yeah, I feel like I just know how Echo plays just because yesterday they gave everything. I think yesterday's draft with Echo RSG, that was like Echo throwing everything down. This is what we have. Cards on the table, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's exactly what they're thinking now. You know who's so happy with the way the drafts are going?
Who?
It's the marksmans. We never got to talk about Benny Cutie's picks.
Yeah.
Right? This is
Yeah.
interesting. So I wonder what Benny's thinking about here in this one.
Yeah, that's why for BREN Esports, they got to ban out the Matrix here. The last remaining marksman with fantastic wave clear. Although they might actually bring out the Melissa Echo if that's the case, but the front line of Echo is a little bit lacking for the peel for a Melissa, but we'll see. So BREN Esports, instead of the Lapu Lapu, they still go for a Flap TZ pickup. They take away the Benedetta instead. So
What
marksman
if-
on the table.
What if Mincit are gold lane again? I don't know if I can handle that.
But
It's
no,
a Lapu. Oh!
stealing
Alright.
it first. Lapu XP lane on that factor. It's still going to be Sanford for this one. So this calls BREN Esports to give all the cards right here, right now.
Yeah, this might be an Eve for few. Although getting the Bloody Hunt from the Franco looks good, but they'll be lacking on the magic damage. However, they already have a good source of true damage anyway. Again, that's a substitute. If you're lacking magic damage, you either get a Fredin or a carry in your lineup, ensure that they're there so that the brunt of the damage will be coming from them. But I'd want to see them pick up a mage that can handle sustained fights a little bit longer.
Oh, yeah.
Just to go alongside the
Eve.
carry well. Eve would be perfect, as I
Yeah.
mentioned, yeah. In the Eve, and then they can also just pick up an Akai, maybe, if they want to.
It's the Val.
But no, it's just a Val. And it's a Hell.
The panel called it. Chantel called it. It's the Hellcurt.
Yeah, and that's so interesting because the condition for BREN Esports usually to pick up the Hellcurt, if their opponents have an artillery mage, either a Farsa or an Eve. So this is a relatively new condition for BREN Esports to draft the Hellcurt.
Mincy.
Do it.
Mincy,
It's actually-
Beatrix.
It's a
Oh,
Beatrix.
Beatrix.
we already have
There
it.
you are.
Back with Benny Cutie, he's one of the strongest picks of Daddy Benny, now back in Echo. So with that, no Minster for today, boys.
Yeah.
For now, for game
For
number
now.
one.
I just have to mention OSX for a second there. I forgot that Benny Cutie is a father.
Yeah.
So I really just thought you were calling Benny Daddy.
Oh my god. Well, that is correct. No one can
Oh,
say that.
let's see this. Look at these guys. Oh, we finally get a vote split on predictions.
I didn't want to do this.
I can just imagine the comment section right now. Oh, they finally did it.
Yeah, because,
They split it up.
Because-
Unpredictable is the playoffs.
well, speaking of predictions, personally, I don't want to do it today because everything is so unpredictable. But now, watch out for the smart power prediction because at some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPLS11. If only I had a chance to say hard pass for the predictions of the day, I would.
Everyone. That's what Reptar wrote down on the power on the sheets, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to vote anymore.
I don't want to predict anymore.
Because yesterday it was all flip for me, and now we're at the lower bracket with two world-class champions. Now we're headed to the game. It's game number one, first series of the day. Kyle TZ and Carl TZ on camera. So far, they're doing their things on their own, and let's start this game.
Now, I'm really wondering how is Carl TZ feeling right now, right? He started the day with an assassin versus assassin challenge against Kyle. Does that mean he's feeling better? Does that mean he feels like he is up to the task?
I feel like after going up against Irad yesterday, it's like, man, this kid reminds me of myself. I feel like I gotta bring it back.
And that was called the child prodigy.
Yeah,
I gotta bring back my Lance back.
True, because someone in the fans called him the child prodigy, and maybe that way to bring back the heat on how he started his journey back in seasons before, on how the Lancelot was one of his signature picks.
Yeah. I mean, I still consider that a signature pick for Carl Teasy, but with the jungle picks here, the Hellcurt pickup stops Echo from being honest when they're engages. The timing of BREN Esports with utilizing the Dark Knight Falls of the Hellcurt is great. That's why this pick is so good for them, because they know it stops anything that their opponents want to do. BREN Esports, with Dark Knight Falls down, they immediately go on hunting mode because the members of their opponents are blind.
I just gotta say, this Hellcurt pick of BREN Esports has never failed, not even once on the regular season.
Yeah, I think with the pick of the Hellcurt, they want to go fast and furious, right? So expect when you hit level 4, BREN Esports will want to activate Ogwen right away. Try to get that Valentina advantage, that Hellcurt advantage.
Yeah. Let's see if we'll get the FNF here in the first turtle of the game. Yawi brought low.
Oh, there it is. They're going in, and they're going hard. Carl Teasy, he's not wasting any time. Gets a retribution on the turtle. Carl Teasy also goes down, and there goes the early game advantage of BREN Esports. And Yawi, he's also making sure that Ogwen will also suffer for the consequences of their actions.
That is not how you want to start a game against the world champs. BREN Esports, Echo, it feels like they got blinded, but they said, no, we'll just keep fighting.
Yeah.
And they made it work. Yawi with a beautiful hook to cap off that victorious clash for Echo. 2 kills for Carl Teasy plus a turtle.
I just gotta say that he can do that. He can play Mobile Legends with blindfolds on.
With his feet.
With his feet. Carl Teasy still on
That has to be a superpower.
the right point in hitting that retribution button. And it's just amazing how they're trying to bounce back from yesterday's strong fight up against RSG.
Oh, I also have to bring it up, right? I think Carl Teasy, he was playing well up until maybe game 4, maybe he ran out.
Yeah.
So maybe Echo, the plan here is to speed things up so that, his injury doesn't affect him too much coming into the series.
Yeah, it is a factor that has to be discussed in sports. Super Marco dodges the hook there. It is big factor. Of course, as much as possible, you want to be comfortable playing the game and sport that we love. But Carl Teasy is going through it. But definitely that isn't a reason or anything to downplay the achievements of their opponents, especially RSG yesterday. Injury or not, RSG was tremendous in their victory against Echo.
Yeah, from all 5 games. Amazing performance. Flap Teasy is going to be targeted by 2. Up top, Sanford and Carl Teasy backs away.
You read yesterday, by the way. He made a lot of fans. I was reading the comments.
Definitely,
yesterday.
man.
Man, that was a beautiful game. Just have to bring that up.
Like, I didn't hide it. Like yesterday, Kyle Teasy, Irad made a big fan out of me during that cast.
Yeah.
And as Flap Teasy and Sanford duke it out here, this is what we expect from that glue Lapu-Lapu matchup. Now we look at the positioning of the roamers and the mid laners as Echo is drafting a pick-off focused lineup with BenQD sticking a little bit closer to Sanji and or Yawi. And this is why BREN Esports just backs off. After the loss they suffered earlier, they decided we're just going to give the second turtle of the game. That's going to be a free one for Echo. So key item pickups, Demon Hunter Sword has already been built up by the Hellcurt of BREN Esports. Now, and this is why the Hellcurt pick is unique in this situation. Up against a dive comp, when you're much closer to your opponents, the effects of the blind isn't as bad. That's why Echo are confident to fight even with the Dark Knight Falls up. But if Echo drafted a lineup that have something like an Eve or a Farsa, they would have to retreat and recover just to avoid it.
Yeah, and I don't know if Carl Teasy can recover from that because he absorbed almost all the crowd control and there was just no way from him out of there.
Yeah, and 2 members were far away up top, probably protecting BenQD. And something tells me from what Renmar is saying, Echo knew this was going to happen. BREN using the Hellcurt, and now they had their first additional kill for this match.
Yeah, it's not a foolproof strategy. Like, sometimes people are going to get picked off with this lineup like this. You just can't help it.
Ooh! Saved by the bell. He was also going to be peeked by Sanford there. Really close.
Conceal play by Yawi and Sanji, just trying to get information here. What Ogwen did earlier, by the way, that's just good familiarity of your opponent.
recognizing the situation that the pathing of Carl Tizzy's Lancelot would lead to where he would be, and then the positioning of Ogwen just saw Carl Tizzy in the perfect spot, and with the members of BREN there, good call for that pickoff. Now with this 4v4 here around in the mid, it might be down to a shrub check by one of the roamers to decide it. As Carl Tizzy path stop, he's going to be looming around the turtle first, but Hellkurt's next buff will be the purple buff, so we might see a big one there, but Echo seems to be going a 4-1 swing leading up to the turtle.
Oh, that's a flicker committed by Yaoi, and they are chasing down Super Marco. Help is very, very far away, but with the right usage of the flicker, he's able to make it out just in time.
What
Super
a call.
Marco.
Super Marco, man.
He is athletic.
Athletic is one of the ways that you can describe it. That was a clean escape.
It's actually very smart, right? His pathing was excellent.
Ogwen.
And speaking of excellent, look at that beautiful engage by Ogwen. But it's not enough to stop the goal.
What? What? Carl Tizzy. What a retribution play there. And he was the one who was picked off there by Ogwen.
He got stunned, Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge, but once he used that Thorn Rose, he had a perfect calculation where to hit that button.
Who got picked off by who? That's the question.
He's like, I got picked off? No, I'm picking you off. Oh, that's
that guy got picked off for sure. And Carl Tizzy will not actually be able to defend that turret. And gold is just coming in to Echo non-stop right now for the past few minutes.
Yep, and there is no turret destroyed from top to bottom, and as of this moment, it's only the mid for Echo. Higher defense now. They're trying to push BREN. Another grab from Yaoi.
And Yaoi just relentless in taking each and every member of BREN Esports that he can find on the map.
Franco Bea Kadeta. That is one of the recipes for a sure pickoff.
Come on! Yaoi! He's just finding everyone that he wants.
Okay.
Oh, and I don't think BREN's taking that sitting down. I think they are mad. I think they want to go, but there's just no stopping that. Yaoi using that flicker even. With the flicker forward, you don't usually see that from a Franco, but he's going to have to fight it around with Ogwen. Carl Tizzy with the Dark Knight Falls. They're trying to isolate down to Sanji, and they are able to do that just like that. That's a double kill for Sanford, and the 4-man Echo on mid is looking really, really good, although Sanji does go down.
Echo are responding really well. Right now, what we're seeing is just a game dictated by the two roamers and mid laners of each team. The roaming mid 3. Oh, there goes Flap. What a pick. Yet again, Flap was just trying to clear minion waves.
So the Echo game plan. Wait, Yaoi, is your ultimate up? Yes, let's go.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
He bites everything who's near. Ultimate out, and Echo secures more of the possibilities of a threat from a Hellkurt. Kyle Tizzy on this Hellkurt could be on some of a challenge how to put up against Echo right now.
It's working so well for them, and the gold is just being equalized maybe a little bit with some tower takedowns, but overall, the late game of both teams are actually also pretty good.
Yeah. And it's interesting because this is a draft where the Fanny was non-factor up until the second phase. So Echo, it felt like they were the ones who dictated this draft with how they picked it. Again, when it comes to lineups that are good for pickoff and dives, for myself, I disagree with a Hellkurt pickup. If they were up against, again, an artillery mage, it would have been great. But the Hellkurt is just so punishable. And highly likely that before he can get the silence off, or he does get the silence off, he'll be lacking the burst, and he'll be the one bursted in turn.
Well, speaking of silence and getting that burst, on that Sea Halberd second item, something tells me a flicker in from Yaoi.
There it is. Like you said, Echo's game plan. Yaoi ultimate, Bloody Hunt, let's go, but Ogwen, there's a counter flow. They want to go as well. They're fighting under the tower, but Kyle Tizzy will still fall. Siege is very strong for Echo. They still got some minions on the bottom, and they want to take down that inhibitor turret.
Echo are just running away, but I have to correct myself. They are swimming away with this.
Swimming away.
The Orcas are swimming. Sanji's entries have been immaculate. And of course,
We can talk about Yawi and how he's been starting everything for Echo, but the response of Echo as a team, specifically Sanji and Sanford, the Sanford duo, is what's stopping BREN from being able to respond properly.
The Sansan brothers. Now they're back at it again for the duo. Now something tells me the only one here for BREN Esports is Super Marco that has the damage. And they're going at it again. Echo's looking for someone being isolated here.
Look at that.
Yawi trying
that.
to hook.
Oh, there you go again. He hits the mark. Flapteezy was hooked, but he will survive. Kalteezy on the back. He slows down the attack, but Echo will still be up on the front. Yawi again almost making his mark.
My heart.
Said that again. I thought that was... Pretty sure that's what BREN Esports heard. Not the drums of Echo, but their own heartbeats. Yawi on this Franco.
I felt that. I totally felt that. I was thinking somebody could get hooked another one from that. engage.
Almost. It was a hair away, man. I swear.
Okay. Whew. With the lead on Echo has built right now, 7.5. What's the comeback potential? How is BREN going to see an avenue here on taking the strength of Echo right now?
Oh, they do it by 1 or 2 pickoffs in a team fight. It has to be the counter. Because right now, with what they have, it'll be difficult for them to try and initiate just onto one. Echo will be able to quickly get in to where that pickoff attempt is happening and just respond. See, BREN Esports can't even get to Echo in time to stop the board.
That was so close.
That's easy, using the ultimate just in time.
That was almost, like, literally a pixel away this time around.
Yeah.
Not a hair away, a pixel away.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yawi's hooks is just on the A game right now.
And look how behind Super Marco is in terms of the gold and the items. 1, 2 more major ones coming up here for Benecutie. Just looking out for the Huskloss on the Baytrix if he wants more regen out of that. And the jungle difference. Look, 3 items for Kalteezy, almost fully built. That hybrid build Lancelot. 2 defensive items, a War Axe and then a Hunter Strike.
Okay, will that physical penetration reach the defense of Echo that has been built as of this moment? And now they're going in, trying to penetrate the base. Flapteezy. Oh, the flicker from
Ogwen, he's trying to take 2, but Sanford's the only one who's stunned up. Yeah, we able to mobilize a little bit. Ogwen will get taken out by Benecutie on the back. He's relatively safe. Kalteezy diving in. Benecutie's low, but he will still go. Go, and that's a double for the marksman of Echo. And the Lord's on the bottom as well. That's a triple for the Storm. And that's going to be Echo taking game number 1.
Hot start for the Orcas on the back of Yawi's play on that Franco. The responses of Sanji and Sanford. That's game 1 for Echo.
Talking about waking up from a great fight yesterday, and now this is just the world champs going back on their feet.
Oh, wow. And we mentioned it right there in the end. The potential comeback for BREN Esports would be initiate or counter, try to pick off 2. Ogwen caught 2 right away with his Tyrant's Rage. But as we discussed, Echo will be able to counter. BREN doesn't have the damage yet, even though that's a Malefic Roar, Demon Hunter Sword, and I believe a Sea Halberd on that Hellcurt. It's not enough at that moment. They were behind 10,000 gold.
Agree.
And I think the unsung hero of that whole fight, it has to be Benecutie. All throughout all of this, with a Hellcurt on the enemy team, he manages to stay alive and do the damages necessary for Echo to take that win.
And this is the first time that the Hellcurt for BREN Esports hero pool had a loss throughout the season.
Yeah,
and that was a really hard time for Kalteezy to bounce back, because you've mentioned about the Sea Halberd, instead of being in the full-on physical damage power, that's just purely on the defense mode, getting that last-minute shield from a Sea Halberd.
And obviously, the most obvious factor, right, is Yawi.
Yeah.
This Yawi game, man.
Yeah, the hooks, the entries, the flicker, bloody hunt, perfect timing. And yesterday, I have to admit, Yawi had some off-timing entries against RSG, punish, especially his Grok play. It seems like Yawi woke up today, I want to make up for it, and he had a near-perfect game on this Franco. No deaths.
No deaths. A perfect game for Yawi and his Franco. Now, let us break things down a bit. Midnight, what happened to game number 1? It's Echo winning this one.
Maraming salamat, casters. And I would say this battle of game number 1 was a comfort setup for both sides, pero nagwagi ang comfort ng Echo. Now, why is that? Alamin natin dito sa ating analyst stand. O nga pala si Mid na natin i-breakdown kung ano nga ba yung mga naging factors bakit nanalo dito ang Echo laban sa BREN. Well, number 1, it's the nature of the draft. Makikita natin dito sa drafting setup sa atin for both sides na mas aggressive, I would say, yung heroes ng Echo dahil nga meron silang mga pampasok at nabanggit nga ng mga Filipino casters natin, meron silang synchronized diving, kumbaga, with the Franco, Lancelot, and Kadita. Super aggressive, hindi nga super, hyper-aggressive ng lineup ng Echo. And kapag tinignan naman natin yung lineup ng BREN Esports, medyo naghihintay pa sila dito ng mga key timings. Kasi parang yung nature ng damage nila, it's slow DPS, coming up from the Valentina. Although meron naman silang inherent damage from the Hellcurt. Problem is, pag tinignan mo yung lineup naman ng Echo, parang yung mga sasalo ng damage, okay lang sa kanila. Willing silang tangkihin yung mga damage na yun. And actually, nagtatranslate sa playstyle. Every single clashes na ini-initiate ng Echo, laging pumapasok si Sanford, laging pumapasok si Cartesi doon sa backline, para lang masigurado nila na hindi aabot yung BREN Esports if gusto nila mag-re-engage. So parang na-limit din yung teamfight initiation ng BREN Esports kasi parang ang nangyari is, ang setup na lang na pwede sa kanila is Ogwen coming in with a Flicker Tyrant's Revenge. Pero again, same story dahil nga pinapasok sila nila Cartesi at pati na rin ni Sanford every single time. Again, makikita natin dito sa ating post-game statistics na kulang talaga yung damage output ng BREN Esports dito. And ang ganda rin na naging itemization ng Echo, lalo pa rito kay Cartesi. Gustong-gusto ko yung ginawa niya rito na bumuo siya ng Hunter Strike din. Kasi ang idea sa lineup nila is yung initial burst. And ang maganda sa Hunter Strike is nagbibigay na siya ng damage, meron na siyang physical penetration, and meron pa siyang movement speed. Meaning, kapag nagamit niya na yung 5 hits niya, meron siyang panglabas against BREN Esports. And importante yung movement speed kasi BREN Esports, they picked up this Hellcurt specifically to counter these heroes na gusto pumasok. Actually, ideally, yung mga heroes ng BREN Esports, lahat sila ay nagpapunish ng mga heroes na pumapasok and then pumapalya. Kapag tinignan nyo, pinik ng BREN Esports yung Valentina into a Kadita, knowing na itong matchup na to ay medyo dehado para kay Few, pero pag inisip mo nga naman, medyo malakas yung re-engage potential ng BREN Esports. Pero yung itemization ng Echo allows for more resets coming up from both the Lapu-Lapu and the Lancelot. Again, look at Sanford. Grabe yung damage niya rito with the Hunter Strike, Bloodlust Axe, of course, amplifying yung kanyang spell bump. With the addition of the Festival of Blood, tumataas yung kanyang spell bump dito. I think he is sitting around 32% spell amplification. So talagang every time na may tatamaan siya ng kanyang mga skills, ay bumabalik lang ang kanyang buhay. Looking at the teamfight participation, ganun nga ang naging story natin. 80% for Sanford ang kanyang kill participation dito. And also si Yawi, commendable yung naging performance niya dito kasi dito mo makikita yung heavy commitment ng Echo na hindi sila nag-hesitate. Kahit hangin, hinuhook ni Yawi. Kasi mali mo, may hero, di ba? Pag walang hero, edi cooldown. Kapag may hero, maganda yung makukuha ng Echo. Kasi nandoon lagi yung highlights ng Echo na every single hook may kasunod na burst na nanggagaling kay Sanji and then titingin na si Cartesi sa may bandang backline. By the way, quick trivia lang, si Yawi ay namatay 13 minutes in. Hindi siya namatay for the entirety of the early to mid-game. And that allowed for 100% uptime sa pressure against BREN Esports. And that meant na nauubusan ng resources ang BREN Esports. Hindi na nga tayo umabot sa point na naging factor yung carry ng BREN. Kaya naman, siya ang ating MVP dito sa game number 1. Again, Tristan Cabrera with the hooks. Dinadala ika nga sa Yawi's Food Hub ng Echo. And ito yung pinaka-importanting aspect ng game kasi ng Echo. Kumbaga, marami tayong nabanggit kanina about yung teamfight initiation, teamfight prowess, yung kanilang tankability. Pero it was the mere pressure of the Franco in this game. Ito yung comfort talaga ng Echo, yung binabanggit ko kanina, yung kanilang signature play style. Although comfort din naman, you would say, yung nakuha ng BREN Esports. Pero ito kasi yung inherent nature ng mga lineups. Ito yung, pag sinabi natin nature ng lineups, yung nature ng lineup ng Echo is, ideally, dapat aggressive ka. Kasi ito yung ginagawa ng mga heroes. And to think about it, walang masyadong pang-counter against this Franco ng early game. Kasi kahit sabihin natin may Kufra na pwedeng tumalon, may Terrify na nanggagaling kay Valentina, so what? It is a setup, it is an attention attracker for Echo para makapagbigay ng space kay Sanji na mag-burst down ng mga heroes. And also, it allows for more eyes towards the roamer of Echo, and that means more space for Cartesi and Sanford to have an amazing access sa backline. Kasi lahat ng hero ng BREN nakatingin kay Yawi, kahit si Cartesi napapatingin na rin sa Hellcurt. Kasi even if gusto niyang gamitin yung kanyang Dark Knight Pulse para mahuli niya si BNQT, the thing is, yung positioning ni BNQT, chill na chill siya. Relax na relax yung gold laner ng Echo. Hindi siya nagmamadali. hindi siya kagad nagpa-participate sa mga fights. Kasi alam niya, importante yung kanyang positioning in this game. Importante na hindi siya namamatay. Okay lang mamatay sila Carl Tizzy, sila Yawi, kasi trabaho nila yan. Trabaho nilang magpunta sa frontline, and kapag nagamit na yung mga skills, doon lang nagpapakita si Benny QT. Of course, nandun din naman yung kanyang supplementary damage kapag may nahuhook si Echo. Pero again, BREN Esports, every single time na gusto nila mag-re-engage, lahat sila nakatingin kay Yawi. And sobrang tindi ng laro ni Yawi kasi imagine niyo, ganun na nga yung status ng game, lahat ng hero ng BREN nakatingin doon sa Franco, pero he only died once. And ang gusto ko dito is, alam ng Echo na pagdating ng mid to late game, pwede mong patayin kagad yung mga frontliners ng BREN Esports. Walang hesitation. Pag nahook nila si Flaptizi, talagang binaburst down. Pag nahuli si Ogwen, or pag pumasok si Ogwen, nagre-react kagad yung Echo. Patayin kagad natin to, pre. Patayin kagad natin yung Kufra. Ganun yung most likely siya nagiging shot call ng Echo. Kasi again, tama nga naman sila. Paano nga naman lalaban ng BREN? Paano nga naman sila magre-engage? Kulang pa sa damage ang BREN Esports at that point. And again, hindi na tayo umabot sa teritoryo na kayang lumaban ng BREN pabalik kasi overwhelming na talaga yung momentum ng Echo. Nandun na yung damage output coming out from the Beatrix, and dinagdagan pa nila Sanford pati na rin si Carl Tizzy. Again, this was a comfortable game number 1 for the Orcas. Now, the question is, kung makakabounce back ba ang BREN Esports or ang Hive sa game number 2? Malalaman natin yan sa game 2. Pero bago lahat, kausapin muna natin ang ating nag-iisang very own Odin.
Hello, MPL fans! Nandito kasama ko ngayon ang Beehive! Ayan, hello, this is your very own Odin, nagbabalik sa courtside. At kasama natin ngayon ang former BREN Esports player na walang iba kundi si EJ. Hi, EJ!
Hello po.
Kumusta naman ang life mo ngayon?
Okay naman sa ngayon.
Okay naman sa ngayon.
All good.
Parang nahiya ka. Nahiya si EJ. Pero, di ba
Hindi ako
matagal
magandang
kang...
makausap sa-
Ay, pag maganda ka makausap... Uy, thank you ah. May sticker ka sa akin mamaya ng BREN. So, di ba dati matagal kang naging part ng BREN Esports from S3 to S8, di ba? 6th month siya ng BREN Esports. Anong namimiss mo sa pro scene or kahit sa BREN Esports?
Actually, lahat namimiss ko kasi lalo na yung mga teammates ko. Siyempre, yung mga pinagsamahan din. Sasaya, ganun, masaya.
Parang hindi ka masaya. Maging masaya ka naman. Ayan, nandyan yung former teammates mo. Ang natira na lang ngayon ay si Few at saka si Flaptizi, diba? And sa kabila naman, sa Echo, nandun si Carl Tizzy. Nakasama mo nung nag-champion kayo sa M2 World Championship. So, nasan ngayon ang puso mo? Ngayon na yung naglalaban ay meron kang former teammate.
Actually, gusto ko silang parehong manalo kaso gusto ko nga sila maglaban ng finals kaso malabo na mangyari. So, kailangan may mag-sacrifice na isa. And yung BREN yung nagbigay sa akin ng ticket dito. Siyempre sa BREN ako.
Ayun, tama! Siyempre, ayun yung may freebie, di ba?
Oo.
Pero naririnig ka ni Carl Tizzy, nakatingin siya dito. Anong mensahe mo sa kanya ngayon?
Kyle, galingan mo daw, sabi ni Flap.
Oy, may pa-message. Ikaw pala ang messenger nilang dalawa.
Wag ka na daw magngat-ngat ng daliri.
So, naging former analyst ka rin daw ng BREN Esports. And nakita natin yung game 1 ay nanalo yung Echo. Pwede mo bang i-analyze or sa tingin mo, anong pwedeng i-adjust ng BREN Esports sa mga succeeding matches para manalo sila?
Siguro early pick na nila yung... Kasi parang comfort pick ni Yawi yata yung Franco, ganun. And comfort pick din naman ng BREN yun. So, unahan na lang siguro.
Unahan na lang sa pick, ganun.
Kasi ang ganda nung Franco Kadita pag pinagsama talaga.
Iba, hero
so, nakuha
master.
nila yung parang combo nila.
Okay. So, hindi ko alam kung naririnig ka ng ating mga players, no? Pero, meron ka bang gustong i-shout out?
Ayun, shoutout sa family ko tsaka dun sa kapatid ko. Tatakbo ng SK, boto nyo sa Guadalupe Nuevo.
Ayan, iboto! Ayan yung mga BREN fans dyan. Lumipat kayo sa lugar niya. Saan lugar mo?
Guadalupe Nuevo.
Saan
Makati.
Sa Makati. O kaya lumipat kayo sa Makati ha, para may boboto sa kapatid niya.
Shoutout din pala sa family ko, sa dalawang baby ko. And sa, antag doon, sa manager ko na pumayag na mag-off ako para makapunta dito. Kay Sir CD, kay Sir Jits, kay Sir Jmar. Yan.
Thank you sa'yo. Pero meron ako mga kasama dito. I heard na siya ang nagdala kay John Wick. Ba't di mo dinala yung kaibigan mo ngayon?
Wala kasi baka may balat sa likod.
Naku po!
Hirap. Hindi, joke lang. Mamaya papunta na siya. Galing pa siya sa kanila.
Okay, narinig na natin si EJ at ang ating Beast. Pero bago natin i-throw, gusto mo na marinig ang chant ng Beehive. Let's go, Bren! Bren lang malakas!
Bren lang
Kaya
malakas!
naman, balik na muna natin sa ating casters.
Thank you so much, Odin, together with the Beehive. And that was one great thing to look at. We're seeing former players of BREN Esports. Currently, we have Hellcurt around this area. So there you go. That's the ultimate being popped away.
Yeah,
now we're back again.
We asked him to go back first, but he was very persistent.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that was Dark Knight Falls.
We are back at it.
A preview.
I
of what
just have
happened.
to say that new Bren chant is so catchy.
It's better.
Yeah,
I wanna learn it.
I want to see more energy. I want to see more dancing. Like BREN Esports, they can probably do that. But right
you
now,
always ask for dancing with every chant, but okay.
it's nice, right? It's just how you groove with the beat. Because right now, as we look for dance and chants, you have more time to register your Smart and CNT SIM because the deadline has been extended to July 25. Register now since this is the final deadline. So keep your number and stay connected with Smart. Now, do what you need to do because on July 25, that could be the last day of your SIM card. All of the things that you've registered, even your OTP, all of your MLBB stuff will be destroyed. So make sure you do that registration. July 25, do not forget. Now going back to the game. And this is game number 2. Echo had 1 point. We might see some adjustments here in the drafting phase, gentlemen, because as of that, we were expecting more of a great last 2 picks from BREN Esports. Maybe in some way, something changed in BREN Esports' way.
I actually love what EJ brought up there. An old player from BREN Esports. By the way, he's got championships under his belt.
Yeah, for sure.
For the longest time. So I love that he brought up, right? Find your combo. The Franco and Kadita combo is powerful because if you chain it together, it means that one person is probably not going to stand for long, right?
Yep.
So you can find stuff like that, and you can use that just basic. It's very basic, right? You don't need to think about it too much.
Yeah. Pop off the combination and also had a Beatrix paired up with it. So, as expected, as long as Yawi got them hooks, got the catches, Echo will get the kills. I like how the batting phase is going on right now, still respecting each other's strengths. With Echo taking out the Joy, actually, that means BREN Esports will have to consider another ban. Either a Glue or an Arlot, potentially a Valentina. But nope, BREN says, yeah, we don't want to go up against a Tanks-a-Lot as a first pick, because that is a first pickable hero. And with the Lancelot gone, Echo picks up the Fredrin. Best jungle options for BREN left will be either the Hayabusa, the Akai, or maybe even the Martis. Usually that's the face-off that we see against a Fredrin in the jungle. But BREN Esports can still prioritize the power picks in the Glue, the Valentina. If they want to, they can also pick up the Kadita for themselves, actually. Kadita Franco for themselves, maybe not now, but they will have to watch out for a potential Franco pickup by Echo later on, considering that the 3 heroes that I mentioned, with one of them being the Hayabusa, I'm pretty sure Echo's thinking about that.
Okay, seems a fair choice for BREN Esports on their first 2 picks. Franco, either they take it or let Echo take it. But on the XP line, this is their priority, the Theramis and the Glue.
Yes, of course. If you pick up the Glue, you have to pick up the Theramis with that as well. You don't want the Theramis to go on your opposing side. So, yeah, most likely this is going to be... they can go Claude here right now, Echo, actually. Either Claude and Carry. But the Claude is just so good against a Theramis and against a Glue. But it's an Eve and a Lapu Lapu.
Ooh. They're going full comfort right now. This is an Echo lineup that we have seen time and time again, especially in the regular season. So this is a big switch up from what we saw in the first game where we weren't really sure how things are going to play out.
Yeah, I will be honest, I disagree with the ordering. But when you mentioned Rock Hard, Comfort is like, all right, okay, it makes sense. It's what they like to do. if that's what they're feeling. And sometimes really that is the case for the pros, even though it doesn't seem like the order is right, just because they're very comfortable with it and they want it secured for themselves, it's a much better value to go for and chase. So, BREN Esports will pick up, as expected, the Hayabusa.
Okay.
They're going to be going for mobility up against the Eve. With a lineup that has one static player, you want the Hayabusa to be the one chasing after that, and potentially the marksman. BREN Esports, they'll either... I'd want to see them just go ban out the Claude and carry.
Yeah, there's an
Or
Eve.
maybe open up the Claude. But the Claude and Hayabusa together means BREN Esports needs to control the tempo of the game, keep it close, or they go for like an early 2-3K gold lead. That's why they take away the Kufra.
Oh, okay. We're expecting for the two
Claude's
marksman
out. Good
bans,
ban, good
but
ban
yeah,
there by
it's a good
Echo.
ban from Echo. They don't want that. They don't want that possible threat. So now with the Kufra, will they still trim down heroes of Yaoi now? Because we were talking about the Franco that could still be of use for Echo.
We're coming down the wire here, especially in terms of marksman, I think. Because with the Claude ban, Super Marco might just be left with a carry if, for example, Benecuti decides he wants to pick up a Beatrix or a Melissa.
Yes.
So either way, they also have very shared hero pools as well in the marksman in the gold lane.
Yeah. And I won't be surprised if there will not be no one's going to pick up Atlas here for BREN.
Yeah.
Atlas does look like an option for Echo, though.
Fight for the
It might actually be good. As
The
BREN
Atlas?
Esports takes away the Hilda. Oh, it's just safety. You don't want to go up against a Hilda if you're an assassin jungle. While Echo takes away the Melissa, this opens up the carry for BREN Esports. They can pick it here and then just pick the Roamer as their last. However, we still have to consider that this Faramis might be the Roamer, and then BREN Esports will draft another mid laner later on, just so that they can have more magic damage, because that's what they're lacking right now, magic. Speaking of, Super Marco, if he feels like it, he could go Nathan, but it doesn't seem like
Oh, I
the
love that.
safest choice.
The Nathan pick has been played around by a lot of teams, or they've been thinking about playing it.
Yeah.
And the times that it did come out in the regular season, it felt kind of hard. So I wonder if this is the time to do it.
Maybe.
I mean, the Minstar Gold lane, man. We saw that yesterday. When I saw that, I thought anything can happen in these playoffs.
Yeah, they could, either one of them could pick it up, but we haven't seen a win
There's still a
here. But the Beatrix goes back to Super Marco this time.
And that forces the carry onto Benecuti, I think.
Yeah.
Unless you want to pick Brody, which might not be the most optimal pick in this case.
Unless Echo really just wants to make sure that he has a stun for... Because we know Kyle TG is going to be looking for Benny. Or late entry Benny and Sanji and just look for them. Brody might be safe. Nice swing there.
Okay.
Against a Faramis, Akai is a beautiful pickup. Although this still might even be a Roma Kai. It doesn't necessarily need to be a jungle. Oh, it's a Lunox!
Lunox Gold lane there.
Okay.
Coming in from Echo.
This is mid to late game. Echo's going to be buying time while BREN Esports, they scale a little bit faster depending on the early game performance of a Hayabusa. Mid laner here will be crucial. Farsa is not a good option here. They might even be thinking, this is going to be a different mid laner.
Did we just run out of like really good gold mid lane picks here?
Yeah, they went in for the magic instead.
Man.
I like the Lunox pickup though. Honestly, because he's up against a Hayabusa. At least he can just use the Brilliance to get on out of there. And then also avoid potentially getting grabbed by the glue.
Atlas is still a possibility.
Makes sense, because if you're up against an early game Hayabusa, that's deadly. But Lolita...
All right.
Okay.
It's their own pickup.
So will this answer the missing puzzles of BREN Esports to go up against Echo's flexibility on their picks?
It's just good that they have the Lolita for the ultimate. Of course, it helps control the team fight. Considering that they're up against a real-world manipulation, BREN Esports having a big fanning ultimate for themselves that's good for controlling will help keep the team fight a little bit more balanced instead of it just being so good for Echo because they have a real-world manipulation.
Makes sense.
With the lineup like that, though, they have to be a bit more proactive because from my experience being a Lolita, every time I charge it up and there's an Akai ready to push me out or a Lapu-Lapu,
You get pushed back.
You're going to get pushed back. You're going to get that ultimate canceled. So you have to start it off early and get your team in a good position, momentum-wise.
You don't want to waste it.
And BREN drafted themselves in this position because they have an assassin jungler. They needed to pick a tankier roamer, someone who can give a little bit of shield, which is, of course, the Lolita, because you can't put the Faramis in the roam. That would have been way too much pressure for FlapTZ's Glue, who's already up against a Lunox.
Yeah. All points lead to BREN Esports, and how will they execute this one? Let's see. Let's leave it up to the pros on how they want to do this up against Echo. It's game number 2, and we're going for a start. Early invades, though, from BREN Esports here. Eyes on Yawi and Carl TZ on this purple.
There's a proactiveness that we are looking for here for BREN, but they're having a hard time finding a way or an entrance to disrupt the jungler of Echo, where we see Sanji and Sanford actually securing both major entrances into the jungle.
Okay.
Good zoning out and good pressure showed up by BREN. So the members, the two teams recognize the importance of the scaling of the two junglers. Kyle TZ would want to be relatively safe. He cannot suffer 2 deaths early. 1 may be recoverable, but even that is already quite a tall order. That's how fickle sometimes Hayabusa pickup is, but Kyle TZ had a monster performance as a Hayabusa yesterday up against Blacklist International. Talented as a young man, that hero.
Yeah, give them a W. Just that on. So now this could be a threat for Echo if they want to see this. But this Lunox pick really is a good choice if you want to be in your gold lane right now.
It's really good in terms of matchup, I think, because he is going to have some versatility in terms of how he wants to handle that gold lane. So we're going to have to wait and see how that pans out, as we do see, again, BREN Esports. They're trying to be as aggressive as they possibly can with the lineup. But Echo, they have other plans.
Yeah.
Now they have Carl TZ and Sanford on the side. Sanji as well basically have good coverage, which means they secure that turtle.
Okay. You know what's interesting? This actually empowers Carl TZ and Sanford, considering that... Okay.
Those are big opens being forced out, and Sanji has it boxed in with a real-world manipulation. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. There's a heavy spin that is a bane to all Lolita players all around the world. And we do see that Sanford and Sanji, they're not done. They're going to take out you as well as Ogwin. That's a double for the XP laner of Echo.
This is one classic Yaoi that we're seeing back in Akai. And we have thought it could be in the jungler, but no, this is one deadly Akai. Going back to this instant replay, that was 2 members of BREN Esports falling down.
Yeah, it was great positioning by Yaoi. And of course, the decision for Sanford to go for that. As I was mentioning earlier, because Echo has a lineup with an Eve and a Lunox, it forces BREN to draft more magic defense items in the Radiant Armor and the Athena Shields, which means Sanford and Carl TZ, if they can get their items relatively quickly, and that's why that double kill for Sanford early was so good, then BREN Esports will be eating a chunk of physical damage that they don't have defense for just yet.
And Fuse Cult Altar was on cooldown, so they had the knowledge of that, and they played knowing that Few will not be able to save his members.
Yeah, the skill counting by Echo was really good there. Pressure BREN in that scenario.
Good timing as well, but now eyes on the gold lane. Super Marco, Yaoi's here!
Oh, they're on the bottom. That's a very early Cold Altar coming in from the captain of BREN Esports. Not going to be enough to save Super Marco in the end. And while all that's happening, Carl TZ also steals a purple buff away from the Hayabusa.
Oh, you don't want to see that. And, you know, seeing this Akai and Lunox together, I was feeling, why does this feel so familiar? All right, Yaoi and Exort loved this combination in MPL Philippines Season 7 when they were still with Next Play. It wasn't even Next Play EVOS yet.
Flap.
Still Next Play.
Yeah, Flap's easy.
Low mana.
Again, just trying
regen.
to survive. This is every laner of BREN Esports, and Flap TZ is included in that. Has to use the ultimate to get out.
TZ on TZ violence. And Carl. Seems like this could be oh no, BREN will be able to contest. Ogwin just needs to time the ultimate really well, and alongside with the entry of Kyle TZ of the Hayabusa, this is a good reset by Echo.
That's a good one. So Ogwin needs to have more eyes on how these 2 members of Echo can disrupt his ultimate, because that only thing that counts is one great setup that he can use.
There it
is.
is.
Yaoi, Super Marco.
Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Echo does not have the firepower to actually handle this, and Yaoi almost got taken out there. Here's the Numenal Blast that forces the flicker out of Yaoi. And BREN, they're starting to get some momentum here on the bottom side of the map, and on the mid, they're trying to play it more defensive.
Okay. Okay, Caltese just pick up a Hunter Strike.
Super Marco.
Oh, look at
he's
that.
Trapped.
Look at Carl at the back. Oh, beautiful combo with Benny QD. Make sure that they take down Super Marco as well.
Yeah, this is why the Lunox Golden was so good alongside the rest of the Echo picks. This is because they can go for, in English, sour dives.
Sour dives. Yeah.
Like just the right amount of sourness that looks like it's risky, but it works.
Yeah, I remember you rapping that. You're looking kind of sour, yeah?
Yeah.
I wasn't even referring to that.
That's exactly
but
it.
thank you for the callback.
And that was Echo you were rapping for. So now it is all one thing that they need to do. It's a good kind of sour. So if they keep on doing that, they're forcing out of something from each other. Looking at just the items here, Hayabusa is just on the Hunter Strike up against Carl Teasy. Some more tankiness from Yaoi. Your spot one!
Oh, Yaoi! He reads that Ogwin was there. That was a beautiful read coming in from the roamer of Echo. Ogwin trying to counter it with a Numenal Blast, but will still get taken out by Sanji in the end. What a beautiful play from the Echo trio on the bottom.
Either that was a beautiful read by Yaoi or Benny Cutie giving Yaoi the information that I have a feeling this Lolita's right here.
Feel it.
Woo! And it's not BREN having a good night. It's Echo right now on a roll.
Absolutely. On the bottom side. That was actually all there is. Actually, it's very important, right? You have to note the communications. Who has the better comms? That actually dictates on who can execute better in these team fights. And so far, it has been Echo time and time again.
Okay, so now BREN would really want to have a good set here. They have the glue, they have the Lolita, all they need is a timing. They don't need to be forced most of the time as Yaoi keeps on engaging. That's one thing. They can force out of the other. Overload could be the key here if someone blinks in those kind of skirmishes.
Echo right now, they're feeling it. They look mad. They look like they've learned. They look, I won't just say mad, they look pissed off. They're in this scenario in the lower bracket, and right now BREN is in the receiving end of their anger. Echo in the zone, in control, making the right calls, the right plays, not giving BREN Esports any room to breathe. All minion waves handled well. Forces a 4-man defense in mid just to make sure Echo doesn't open up the mid lane. But Echo, because of that, in that scenario where you see 4 members of an opposing team defending one turret, usually the mid, that means one side turret will fall, and Echo get that. Blade armor already built up by Kyle Teasy, a lightning truncheon, the second main item that Benny Cutie was able to build.
BREN right now just basically in survival mode with small pickups being attempted by Kyle Teasy on the Hayabusa, but again, they're not really making that big of an impact, or at least enough impact for them to turn the tides.
Exactly.
Benny!
Oh, Benny's on the side, doesn't really need to do any big plays as of yet. And that's just Echo exerting dominance on the jungle of BREN.
But just looking at the pushes that Echo is doing right now, they're forcing BREN Esports just to answer with the clears and guide their turrets. Most of their ways is just the mid, but Kyle TZ is looking to poke on Sanji.
Oh,
Wants to be taunted by Ogun. It's just purely pokes here in the mid lane, trying to force out BREN Esports to answer one problem, then another.
Yeah, a 2-level lead gap between the mid laner and the gold laner of BREN Esports, it's not a good sign for BREN. 2 levels is Sanji is above Super Marco. That's gonna hit 11 soon enough. And then when we saw when Sanji got hit by the sniper, it took roughly only 25% of his health. So it'll still take time until Super Marco has the damage and few. Damage now is one of the main problems of BREN Esports, but they have strong counter capabilities. If BREN Esports can sustain and fight a team fight well enough for Kyle TZ to come in and clean up house with a nice shadow kill, chasing everyone with the marks, with the shurikens, that'll be the scenario that BREN Esports will be looking for.
Now the big question is, when will BREN be actually ready to fight? Because I am not seeing that anytime soon. But they have to. They have to contest objectives like this.
It'll be close to a miracle if BREN Esports can pull it off with the low gold gap that BREN Echo has over them.
Oh, Flapteezy being in the middle of everyone. Fuse trying to spot it also as well. Flapteezy on to...
There it is.
Grabbing Yaoi.
Could be the go signal, but FlapTZ decides, nope, that's not the time. Let's give up that Lord, let's take a turret on bottom, and let's see if we can survive the next few minutes.
Oh, few. Forced out to flicker from him. Ogun as well, just looking for information, but Echo eyes on the mid turret of BREN Esports. Broken down, there's a push up top. Super Marco is leaning towards their winning investment for damage heading into mid-game.
Wow, BREN Esports backs against the wall. I agree with you, Rockhart. Not anytime soon can BREN Esports find a way to turn this around. 5 to 7 minutes more, maybe. Right now, look at Echo.
Clock is ticking. Echo, they're looking really, really angry once more, just boxing everyone out of that purple buff. Again, depriving the Hayabusa of that much-needed energy regeneration.
Getting closer in the turret. Kyle TZ almost half HP. Man, they can't even go in front of Echo right now.
And Echo, they're also being very careful, right? They're careful to just not give anything to BREN while all of this is happening.
Yeah, Sky Guardian Helmet as well as in for Carl Teaser. There's so much time to soak up damage, but look at that, being taunted by Flap there. Going near.
This could be
Yowie.
it. FlapTZ is going to be locked against the wall, even though they are locked down. With that Numenon Blast, is enough to take out Sanji at least. But Super Marco on the back foot will get taken out by Carl. What a long sword you have right there. And that looks like it's going to be enough for Echo to at least eke out some advantages. It's a 4v3 around the Lord area, or around the area. And Benecuity for free from downtown.
The butterfly.
It was just a butterfly ended the life.
The butterfly effect full on in the land of dawn. Carl TZ, he is going insane right now. Echo, what are you doing? There's a tower still. They're still fighting under it.
No, they're not wasting any seconds. Sanford going low.
Oh, there it is. And at the end, the Choo-Choo has to make a pit stop as Echo just got whittled down. I think the biggest damage dealer there was the turret.
Yeah, with how long Echo was standing under there. As Flap and Carl continue to hug it out. Few and Super Marco nearby. How long is this Glue Ultimate? He's been there for like, what, 30 seconds?
That's like the third time, and they're just going in non-stop. This time around, it's the Bees for the revenge play. Kyle TZ on the side. He's trying to look for an opening, but will decide to back off for now.
Oh, man, Echo.
Oh, my goodness.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a Benecutie. But they overstayed their welcome under the turret of BREN, giving BREN an opportunity to get a second wind. It wasn't the big breath of fresh air they were looking for, but it's enough oxygen to give BREN a second life.
It was something at least,
It
right?
was something.
It was good. It was good for BREN Esports. And that butterfly, that's one thing that scares me now. How did it manage to just end the life of that 3/4 of an HP?
This is why, ever since I was a child, I've been scared of butterflies.
I don't want to get near close to any of the butterflies there. But in this game, you don't want to be near Benecutie right now. And on to the damage, they need to be secured to how they can solve this defense. But on the other hand, Echo, Carl TZ secures the Lord.
That's an interesting decision there, because at the very least, I would think Kyle TZ would try to steal it with something, but he decides to just wait that out.
He gets caught out!
And he will get caught out in the end by Echo. And that is a 4v5 for the next 36 seconds.
Controlled was the ninja. Hayabusa falls. Divine Glaive already on the hands of Benecutie, picked up during that Lord take. And right now, Echo can just continue this. I will be surprised if BREN holds on, but BREN Esports showed yesterday that they have the ability to. The question is, in this game, in this scenario, do they have the lineup to replicate that with the lead Echo has? It's sketchy, but it's possible.
Yeah, Carl TZ, he's actually between enemy lines, or behind enemy lines rather, but he is fighting it out. He's trying to clear some minions on the side, with FlapTZ actually being put very low by Benecutie as well. No minions available on the bottom and the middle. It's the top with a Lord push.
Carl TZ holding that siege minion, allowing Echo to maybe break the mid turret, but no, BREN Esports still gets to clear the minion waves. Look at Carl, the enforcer right now for Echo.
He needs that siren. He's just going boom, 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 and that's able to actually clear it in time. Oh, the slow from Sanji is massive. forces so many flickers out of BREN Esports.
Amazing placement of the Void Crystal, but now they're outside. BENICUTI is on the bush. Nobody spotted him. Oh! Kyle TZ smelled something out of that.
The much-needed takedown on BENICUTI. Finally, BREN Esports, they're getting something. They're able to do a sort of offensive against Echo. Even Sanford will fall with the help of Few.
BREN are finding a turnaround. A snipe, a super snipe from Marco.
Did Echo overstay their welcome? Being on the brink and destroying the base of BREN Esports. The Bees, the Hive, they're alive right now. They're pushing in the base of Echo.
Fuse Clutch Gene, the Hall of Legend inductee. Coming up big for BREN, the save onto Super Marco. And of course, Kylan and Profilin is the jungler of BREN Esports, finding BENICUTI in the right shrub with his own shadow. He tossed out the shadow, and it just found the perfect angle to get into the shrub, to get vision. He went in, he checked, he found Benny. Echo's game plan there hinged on BENICUTI being able to get his combo off as the Lunox. Calteezy stopped that.
Amazing performance onto Few, our two-time Philippine representative for the MLBB division for the Southeast Asian Games. Now they're on a roll to bounce back up against the world champs. Flapteezy grabs one on Sanford. Kyle TZ though.
They're looking for Sanji. I think Sanji looks like he is the one that you need to target if you're BREN Esports. He might be the key to BREN's survival as they are going for that Lord. And it's BENICUTI's Lord this time around. Sanji with the real world will be slowed down and stifled by Ogwin, but that will not be enough to actually take him out.
Flapteezy trying to channel in one member to go down with BENICUTI.
Playing out some good damage. There's a darkening. BENICUTI still got some.
Miss.
Does he have a charge? Does he have a light charge? No, he doesn't. He goes down.
A good grab there onto Ogwin. The Stampede, and now they're pushing back Echo back to base.
This is the problem with the Echo lineup. It's good for early to mid if you snowball, but how can you end without a marksman? You need to wipe out BREN Esports, or at least take away all of their major minion wave clears. Echo, it's a tough task. It's a tall order.
It's so hard to push.
It's hard to push. It's hard to end. And BREN Esports feels it. That's why they're confident, but Flap might get caught out in mid.
Oh, behind enemy lines. That's 3 reinforcement of BREN Esports. Ogwin at the back though.
Sanji's actually quite low. Ogwin spots this out. Does he have the Numenon Blast? He does. He gets it ready. He waits for his target, but Echo will fall back for now.
And just as that, BREN Esports got the lead back on their own hands.
The turnaround. A good read by BREN. Tremendous multiple reads to acknowledge that Echo overstayed their welcome multiple times, trying to break down turrets, base turrets on the side of BREN Esports. And BREN Esports responded accordingly and properly.
Oh no. With all of you guys discuss on how Echo's lineup in the late game could mean their own destruction of their own composition, they need to have a good target on who's going to be taken away from BREN Esports right now. But most of them is slippery and has one way of escaping and engaging one or the other. Few, on the other hand, even on the gold. Calteezy and Super Marco are back on 1 and 2 by just looking at their earnings right now on the draft.
BREN Esports, they just need to keep this up. Understand that they do not have a marksman to face. BENICUTI, when the darkening is gone from that Lunox, they can fight, and they should fight. At this point, they've been able to build up enough items to handle the damage that Calteezy and Sanford, Benny and Sanji can dish out. They just need to play their cards right. Calteezy needs to continue to be patient with his entries, be the sweeper for BREN. But don't forget to provide space as well for Super Marco, because Sanford has been on a mission to hunting him down.
Patience, pace is what Echo needs right now on how this turnaround for BREN Esports is going for. So now they're just eyeing on who is going to be isolated out of this map. But so far, this Lord will dictate on who's going to push.
At the very least, Echo has been consistent, right? Every time the Lord is up, every time there's an objective up on the map, they want to take it. But it's starting to look like this time around, BREN might be able to at least get some territory, not outright contest the objective, but maybe they can try to go for a steal. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, because right now Kaltizi is quite far away.
Yeah, he got info though. BREN Esports know where Yawi and BennyCutie are. Kaltizi's shadow provided that for BREN.
Okay, they see Flap. Where is the rest of BREN Esports? That's a big question on the minds of the Echo squad. And they are here with Conceal on the side. The Lord is pretty much on the BREN territory. Oh, it's going to take the 50-50 though. BennyCutie's on the back. He's getting ready to pounce. Snipes of Super Marco. Getting ready to see if he can do it with the Retribution, but no. Echo, they're done. They're done giving space. The real world is down. The Lolita's Numenor Blast is up. And there goes Yawi, trying to look for Kaltizi, but he's gonna get the Lord, as you can see.
Kylan and Profilen, the superstar young jungler of BREN Esports, does it again. Kyle against Carl, and he got it. And that was set up beautifully by Echo, but the angles that a Hayabusa can enter through. Retribution at the exact same time in our eyes, but the microseconds. I wish we could see and count the code of the game itself, but we can't. All we can see is that BREN Esports might be on their way to a turnaround and a Game 2 win.
Oh, the Lord now has destroyed the last turret of Echo. The patience, that's the Uji Shadow Hill connect onto Sanford. BREN Esports is finding a way to end this game. But just by looking at that Lord 5, they were so patient on who is going to make the first step, on who is going to make the first ultimate being used up. Now Echo is on the defense, BREN is on the lead.
There's Sanji, he's providing maximum control.
Few.
He's trying to take out Few, but Carl Ultra will be activated just in time. Super Mario was actually pretty far away. He's trying to look for targets to snipe out. Carl Teasy is up front. Appraiser's Rat goes down. Few still survives. Carl Teasy on the immortality, and here comes BennyCutie! Going non-stop right now. Sanji's still alive as well. It's a brawl fest, everybody. Everyone is on the ground. BennyCutie is actually super low, and he will also go down.
The Bees are not stopping yet. Flap TZ is on the base. Yaoi's on low. Sanford as well on half HP on the regen. But 3 members of BREN Esports are eyeing to push in. 2 minions, 3. Still going to push through, but no, they're not going to push once again. Retreat back to the base. A reset is about to happen once again.
Wow, just when we thought that looked really good for BREN Esports, Flap TZ was so disruptive in that fight. Almost single-handedly ended Echo, serving up Echo for BREN. But Echo responded really well. Sanji needs to be commended with his positioning. The damage coming out of this Eve. Only a Divine Glaive, Glowing Wand, and Ice Queen Wand as his main items. Wow.
If Sanji he slipped up a little bit there,
yeah,
that might have been it for Echo. He was able to keep it together and keep Echo back, or keep BREN back rather, just long enough for his teammates to survive.
And just by looking at the items here of Super Marco, he opted for that Wind Chant and also the Athena Shield, not going for a full damage build here. Something tells me they might go for a swap-roo of the items as this
By the way,
game's longer.
Queen Swings actually was picked up here by Carl TZ. So it gets a little bit more cooldown reduction, a little bit more HP, and Spell Vamp, a little bit more regen for him.
BREN is actually drawing this out quite a long time now. We're at 24 minutes into this game.
Yeah, and this is where they will shine. But right now, Echo are just executing so well that the lineup with a marksman and a high-profile assassin is making it work.
It's a 5-man brawl once more, but this time around, it is going to be a little bit haphazard. There's Ogwen, he catches Kyle TZ on the back, but look at the top side of the map, man. Super Marco getting work done.
And now it's not stopping yet. BennyCutie trying to balance out, up against 3. Will the butterfly make it work again? Immortality has been popped.
Benny with a 1v3.
He's still living.
He's surviving.
Few Few survived. How did Few survive with a sliver of health?
Barely made it out, and because of that, BREN Esports might be in a prime position to take the Lord and maybe end this game.
Oh, man. The moves and grooves. This is similar to what happened to them in the regular season, but with different heroes. It was Hayabusa and Link then. Now it's a Hayabusa and a Fredrin. BREN Esports, will they complete the comeback?
Oh, no damage. He's going for it. He's going straight for the man himself, the GOAT himself. Sanford's trying to hold on for dear life. And there's a free man Numinal Blast. That secures the damage from BREN Esports and pushes this game to game number 3, 1-1.
BREN ties it up after being dominated for majority of the early to mid game. They punished the multiple overstays of Echo and complete the comeback.
This is just the Hive winning back what they have lost in game number 1. World-class teams, 2 world champs. This is a masterpiece of their experience and veterancy and how they managed to hold on in the late game. They know their winning conditions. They know what could be a great way to make things go around. And Echo had the avenue and the window closed in early. And that was their moment to strike back.
It was not a flashy win for BREN Esports. It was more like a slow burn.
Yeah.
It was like a big candle who's just slowly burning it out.
Yeah.
Which is the reason
way
why
faster.
It was like 26 minutes, right? That was a long game, but in the end, it did work.
BREN Esports, the patience, the veterancy of them to hold on. That was, again, we said it would take a miracle, and they found not one miracle, but multiple miracles for that.
Multiple miracles. BREN Esports with patience and veterans. Let's break it down a bit on what happened in game number 2.
Wow, hindi talaga papatalo ang mga world champs dito sa ating lower bracket. Again, BREN Esports taking game number 2 against Echo, bouncing back from their defeat on game number 1. Ngayon, paano nga ba nila ginawa ito? Ito ang ating idadaysek dito sa ating analyst. Ano nga pala si Midnight. And BREN Esports, this time around, sila naman yung medyo nag-divert sa kanilang comfort. And si Echo ay bumalik sa unang comfort nila, which was yung kanilang mga mage gold lane. Kumaga parang ang gusto ng Echo dito is palaban lang na talaga ng palaban. Gusto nila makuha yung early game tempo para ma-maximize nila yung lead and mag-transition sila to a mid-game momentum. Pero ang dilemma is, nabanggit ng ating mga shoutcasters, mage gold lane ang hawak nila. Meaning, yung tower damage ay talaga nagkukulang. Hindi naman tutulad nila Harith na natural tower taker. Lunox is a team fighting hero. Ang mangyayari is, kapag nagkaroon ng clash, talagang required ng Echo na labanan ng 5v5 ang BREN Esports and required silang manalo para magkaroon ng conversion towards objective. And si BREN Esports naman ay normal yung kanilang lineup. Meron silang Beatrix, which is also decent against Lunox, even though hindi na maximize ng BREN Esports yung lane na yun. Kasi usually, you'd see Beatrix taking over lanes against the Lunox. Pero ang ginawa ng Echo dito is kinontrol din nila yung momentum na pwede nila makuha sa gold lane by visiting there ng maraming beses. Pero si BREN Esports talagang nag-relax lang. Chill lang sila dito. Chilling lang kasi sabi nila, guys, relax lang kayo. Gold lane mage yan. Wala silang tower damage. Kaya makikita natin dito sa post-game stats yung mga importanteng item ng bawat kuponan. And I would say, critical mass dito, yung lock item glue ng BREN Esports. Kasi si Flap TZ na yung naglilimit ng firepower ng Echo kasi every single time na haharap si Flap TZ, ang dilemma ng Echo is yung strategic advantage ng meron kang hawak na glue. Imagine fighting into Flap TZ na this time around, hindi mo pwedeng i-burst. Just look at the lineup of Echo. Mag-enumerate kayo ng heroes na papatay dun sa glue. Actually, namatay siya one time. Pero sa late game, kung saan dun na nag-activate yung heroes ng BREN Esports, imagine how does Echo take out the glue? Parang imposible kasi si BNQT rito nakatingin doon sa importanteng hero sa backline, which is si Super Marco. Pwede mo naman sabihin na, pwede naman mag-commit ng skill si BNQT, and survivable din naman yung Lunox against glue. You will be right. Pero ang problema mo kasi is yung sustainability ni Flap TZ, it allows for BREN Esports to buy time and look for possible engagements. Kaya napakataas actually ng team fight participation ni Flap TZ. Actually, siya ang pinakamataas na participation dito sa entirety ng ating game. Kasi lagi siyang nasa unahan. Parang pagdating ng late game, it was Echo versus Flap TZ. And ang result nito is, one time nakakuha ng Lord Steel si Kyle TZ, and dun na nagkaroon ng momentum din ang BREN Esports kasi sa late game, mas nagagamit nila yung lineup nila. Kumbaga, by individual plays, mas na-enable ng BREN Esports yung kanilang mga heroes. Kyle TZ is able to split push against Echo kasi si Echo hindi naman pwede mag-split. Kailangan nila mag-group up para mag-prep ng team fight versus BREN Esports. And yung may iwang apat, protektado sila ni Few with the Cult Altar, and of course, Super Marco always standing on the back line. Kaya naman ang MVP ng ating game is none other than the ex-player BREN Esports, Flap TZ, on this glue. I would say, smart positioning every single time. Napakalupit ng kanyang ginagawa. And again, yung strategic advantage na merong glue, may mga team fights na sinisimulan ng Flap TZ na naka-split-split kagad. Why? Kasi kapag naka-split-split ka kagad, yung Echo mag-iisip, guys, may matatalunan to. May masashampoo. May masasabunutan sa atin. And if you're Benny Cutie, alam mo ikaw yung primary target. Ikaw yung hinahanap ni Flap TZ rito. Ikaw yung sole target ng BREN Esports. Kailangan mo maglumabas kagad. Kahit anong bush man yung hawak mo, syempre yung Echo, para hindi makita yung Lunox, didikita nila si Flap TZ. And in turn, kita ni Flap TZ lahat. Makikita niya lahat ng heroes, nakikita niya yung vision na kailangan. And that means, kapag kita mo lahat ng heroes, makakapag-dictate ka, oh guys, Kyle TZ, pwede ka mag-split push. O Super Marco, nandito yung papatay sa'yo. Baka gusto mo lumigod-ligod na konti. So, it allows BREN Esports to have this plethora of options pagdating ng late game. Kasi yung gustong gawin ng Echo, it's one-dimensional. Tumangke si Carl TZ sa may front line and pasukin ng ibang heroes yung back line. And it works nung early game. Again, as we can see here, kasi si Echo yung nag-control ng majority ng early to mid game natin. It's the nature of their lineup. Malakas yung heroes sila. It's a lineup that can be utilized in the mid game kasi meron silang team fight advantage. And yung mga power spikes ng mga heroes na to, basically ang hinihintay is yung cooldown. Lumalakas lang lalo yung mga heroes nila when it comes with items, pero wala sila nung natural physical damage dealer like si Super Marco on the Beatrix na kahit wala skills, lalaban. Basically, HP lang ang puhunan ng BREN Esports, and of course yung purple buff or yung energy ni Hayabusa. Yun yung nagiging dilemma ni BREN Esports. Pagdating ng late game, hindi na kasi ganun kalaking problema yun. So, basically, nagkaroon ng timer ang Echo. Kumaga may taking time bomb yung BREN Esports dito. Kailangan matapos mo agad yung game. Pero again, same with game number 1, ang inherent problem ng lineup ng Echo is that they don't take towers that well. So ang win condition ng Echo rito is for you to take out team fights, get clean victories, maybe win a spy, diba? Ma-wipe out mo yung BREN Esports. Pero hindi natin nangyari yun. Ganda rin ang disiplina ng BREN Esports dito. Every single time may chance sila na mag-disengage, magde-disengage sila. And ito yung moment na nahuli ni Flap TZ. Yung pinaka-importanting target sa mapa, natalo na niya si Benny Cutie. Dito nahinto yung momentum ng Echo. Although napakaganda rin itong play na to, by the way, tinamaan ng Appraiser's Wrath ni Carl TZ si Super Marco. And na-realize si Benny Cutie, mapapatay niya kagad yung Beatrix. Hindi na nga actually nakareact si Super Marco. Tumalon siya kagad with the flicker, and yun yung naging importante kill over the Beatrix. Pero again, nasa part na kasi tayo na late game na. And nagmamatter na rito yung mga Winter Truncheon, yung mga Immortality, and yung ginagawa ni Flap na siya yung nag-i-split sa Echo. Kumaga hindi lang yung sarili niya ini-split niya, pati yung Echo nag-i-split dahil sa ginagawa niya kasi nagtatakbuhan lahat. And what Flap TZ provides for this team is again, number 1, vision, and yung pang-attract ng attention. Kapag nakita siya ng Echo, nagtatakbuhan sila, and pati na rin si Benny Cutie, kinakailangan niyang tumakbo. Basically, shutting down the only single win condition of Echo. So parang ideally, pag inisip nyo, yung win condition ng Echo was shut down by a single hero, and that was done by Flap TZ on the glue. Kakaiba, yung naging game number 2 natin, pinakitaan tayo ng world-class discipline coming up from BREN Esports. Sige natin kung ano ba yung magiging resulta ng game number 3. Pero bago lahat, kausapin muna natin si Mara Aquino.
Nasaan na ang mga Echo fans? Kasama natin dito ang mommy ni Yawi and Carl TZ, mommy Karina, and mommy Ya, para sabi mo, Tita Ya na lang. Tita Ya, and of course, beautiful sister ni Carl TZ, Sandra. Okay, naku, eto po, nag-1-all po tayo. Kanina naririnig kita mo, Lord, kinakabahan po ba kayo ngayon?
Hindi naman po masyado. Konti lang.
Konti lang, pero kanina si Mami, Lord! Kayo po.
Kinakabahan actually, kaya nananahimik ako dito.
Okay, kung nakita niyo po kanina yung mukha ni Yawi, di ba? Nakita niyo yung mukha ni Carl TZ. Moms know best. So, kung mata-translate niyo po sa amin, anong ibig sabihin nung expression nila kanina? How can you describe what they're feeling or what they're thinking?
Siguro, parang kita ko kay Yawi kanina, kay Ethan. We call them Ethan kasi.
Ethan pala si Yawi.
Oo, Ethan siya. So, siya, kinakabahan na, hindi naman kabado, parang bawi tayo, bawi. Kaya natin to, pero when nung natalo, medyo, bawi tayo guys. Ganun lang naman siya.
So ngayon tatawagin na namin si Yawi na Ethan. Ethan na ang tawag namin sa'yo. Kay Carl TZ naman po, kung mababasa nyo yung mukha niya kanina, ano pong ibig sabihin ng expression?
Siguro i-compose na ulit yung sarili niya and yung team niya para mabawian yung kalaban.
When they're both under pressure, how can you describe how they are pag napapressure sila? So syempre, laglagan po ngayon. So, kailangan they have to do something fantastic. When they're under pressure, how are they? Si Carl.
Nakikita ko lang naman kay Carl, umiinom siya ng tubig. Tapos, may times na na nanonood siya ng anime. Yun, ganun lang yung ginagawa niya, nakikita ko.
Para kumalma siya, iinom siya ng tubig at manonood ng anime. Si Yawi naman po.
Si Yawi naman, pag like kahapon, sa nangyari.
Ano po sa nangyari? Natalo sila, nakausap mo?
Yes, I was at the backstage actually yesterday. Tapos, ganun siya pag natatalo, lang siya, tahimik. Tapos, ang utak niya, naglalaro sa utak niya anong nangyari. Tapos, he tried to analyze yung game. Tapos, kakausapin niya sila coach, anong nangyari, ganyan. Tapos, na siya, balik na siya ulit, focus na ulit. And, tuloy ulit sa anong plano the next game. So,
nakausap niyo po siya kahapon?
Yes,
Ano pong pinag-usapan niyo tungkol dun sa pagkatalo at papunta dito sa game?
Hindi naman masyadong mahaba yung pag-usap namin. I just told him na bawi yan, bawi, makakabawi.
Kayo po, nakausap niyo si Carl kahapon pagkatapos nila ng game na heartbreaking loss nila?
Kumain kasi kami after the game. Tapos, nag-uusap po kami, kasama yung girlfriend niya. Tapos, tinatanong po siya na ganito, ganyan. Ayun.
Ano pong payo niyo sa kanya?
Keep focus. Tapos, tuloy lang yung laban, anak. Alam kong kaya ninyo. Yun lang.
Okay, how would you describe yung laro nila nung game number 2? How can you describe it?
Sayang, sana. Kanila na sana.
Lamang mami lamang na sila eh.
Marunong yung mga mami.
Lamang na
Kayo po, di ba parehas kayo? Naglalaro po ba kayo?
Hindi ako naglalaro, pero...
Pero alam niyo lahat ng mga heroes na ginagamit nila?
Yes.
Okay, alright. Let's check this out. Maglalaro tayo ng game. Kailangan mag-name kayo. Kailangan mo mag-name kayo ng mga heroes na ginagamit ni Carl at ni Yawi. Game. Okay, bato. Kung sino mauuna. Okay. Bato. Pick! Mauna ka. Okay, go.
Lancelot.
Chu.
Hayabusa.
Pufra.
Akay.
Kadita.
Fredrin.
Kaja.
Barats.
Nag-aakay din siya.
Palakpakan natin ang mga mommies! Palakpakan natin sila. So, how important po pa ang larong ito? Sinabi po ba nila sa inyo na, Ma'am, kailangan ko itong makuha ang larong to dahil?
Siyempre, pressured sa kanila dahil sila ang M4 World Champion. So, imagine na lang. Pero, we believe in them. I told them to just believe in themselves and believe in their teammates.
Kailangan nila ng energy right now. They need to hear your support. How about kayo po ang magpa-cheer sa mga Echo fans? Go ahead, mommies.
Echo loud!
Echo loud! One more time. Echo loud!
Echo
proud! Kayo po, sabay po tayo. Casters, pasok.
Casters, pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara, together with the big Echo family from 5 Echo fans to how many rows of that? It's amazing group of people who wears the Echo jackets, and big shout outs to the mother of Yawi and Carl Tees and all the mothers out there supporting their kid, whatever they're doing in life.
Moms are the best.
Thank you, Mama. So right now, going back to our action of the day, Hanabi Moonlit Ninja is now available. Join the Moonlit Wish Draw and stand a chance to get it. I hope I can. You can enjoy a discount of 50% off for the first draw 10 times and first daily draw of 1 times draw. Discount will not be applied when you use All-Star Promo Diamonds and Moonlit Wish Token. The draw event will last until May 8th. That's, what, 2 days away? So make sure you get it right now if you are a main Hanabi user. Are you guys using it right now?
No.
I already have it. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, it's automatic.
Wow, what a flex, Rock Hard.
But
how much did you spend?
The reason I say that, I actually wait every day. There's like a 50% off.
Oh, that's
day.
smart.
One
Smart.
draw, one draw, one draw.
One draw.
You know,
Tactics.
budget tips. The reason I say that is Hanabi is actually pretty good right now. Pretty underrated. You guys should try it out in your ranked games. Hopefully someday it will reach us here in the MPL, but for now, let's find out which picks are actually going to get taken out here.
I myself do not use Hanabi, but she is my main. How does that make sense? Just think about it. BREN Esports said we still really do not want to go up against that Yuzhong. They take it out. The last time we saw BREN, Echo, blue side, red side. So it's following the same banning patterns currently. Last time Echo was here, they banned the 1-1, the Joy. Faramis was their third ban earlier. Earlier for BREN Esports, it was a Fredrin. Might be a slight adjustment there by BREN, and it is. Actually, no, that's a major adjustment. They take away a Kadita. Could have been in the mid. And because of this, the option for a Franco pickup for Echo is still possible. They'll just need to change the pick to pair with that Franco. If it's going to be a Franco again for Echo, it's going to be a Franco and Beatrix. And then the mid lane will just have to be another mage. Usually a Farsa is the pair. But I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up an Eve. Echo here. Will they ban out the Faramis again? Or will they take out the glue? Will they take out something else? It is still the Faramis. It's like a bait for BREN Esports. Go ahead, pick up the glue. The Faramis is gone. But that means Echo will be able to get 2 strong power picks. One last. BREN Esports. Go ahead, pick up the Lancelot or Arlot. Thanks a lot, first pick or Arlot.
You know what? In the last draft, Arlot was eerily absent.
He was floating.
He was out in the air for... And both teams are...
Yeah, you're right.
It's interesting, right?
And nobody took it.
No one banned it. No one picked it. What is up today? Because in the previous days, people were fighting tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, is Arlot on vacation or something? Oh, there
he
is.
Finally.
He's back.
There you have it, Russell.
He's back.
Okay.
He's back from his
finally,
vacation.
Look at that, a 59% win rate.
Yeah, I think Arlot just came from Siargao, bro. That's all.
Yeah, that's how good things come out of that island, especially if you're
Good
gonna
vacation.
Yeah, spend it on vacations. Maybe some of our bros out there in the caster desk will have a chance to visit, but now it's Lancelot. Back again on the game number 1 on the priority for Carl TZ. Will this be a mage hero for this one?
They can pick up the Valentina or the
No.
or no, still the glue.
That's an
Interesting.
interesting priority. Maybe seeing how, FlapTZ played that way too well and slowed down their progress.
Yeah.
And to be fair, last game, if there wasn't a glue, that would have been like total dominance, I think, for Echo. So maybe they take it out and it's like a challenge, right?
Yeah.
To BREN, what can you do without this glue?
I wonder if they'll pick up an Eve and Lapu here, or no, yeah, they don't need the Lapu. Rather the Eve and the Claude is what I was
Claude
thinking
it up,
about.
Claude it up, boys.
But that's gonna be too time and item dependent
Fanny
heroes.
boy.
So they go, all right, the Fanny's still available. That's why they pick up the Kufra.
Yeah.
But the Cho is still available here.
They have to pick it up, right?
Yeah,
Because if they don't pick up the Cho, that BREN's going to ban it out.
Or the Franco. Franco still looks good.
I also personally use that against Fanny's. Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
How about a Mincitar?
And on the gold lane, they're going to be lacking the basic. They're really going to need to take out the best possible marksman.
And you know what? I know you guys are wondering why we're always harping on about these immediate counters whenever we see picks like a Fanny. Because if the Fanny goes unanswered, if you don't have an Akai, if you don't have, there it is. If you don't have a Franco, if you don't have a Kufra, the Fanny will just destroy everyone.
That's a good counter pick as well. That Franco works wonders well if you're up against a Fanny. And a great catch as well once you're in a turtle fight. One bloody hunt could change everything.
So Echo is going to be chasing a marksman with really strong lockdown basic attacks. Carry will be fine. Brody will be great. I honestly love using Brody up against a Fanny.
Yeah.
It really throws off her ability to play well, but you're gonna be really selective with who you're gonna be stunning with the corrosion scythe, either the Fanny or the Arlot.
The initiating, you have to basically disrupt the combo with the Fanny.
Yeah.
If you want your team to really dominate on the flip side. And this time around, that might be, I think Marksman is going to be the big commodity in these bans in the picks. So look out for these carry bans. Look out for the Claw's already banned out. Look out for the Beatrix bans maybe. And hope that the Brody will be enough in these scenarios.
Yeah, if two heroes of BREN Esports has so much means to escape, why not use the element of the Brody to let them all in? If you have a good, laning stage as one way to answer, to break them down a bit. So, Marksman bans, Beatrix and Claude.
Carry's still open, Brody's still open. If they play their cards right, Echo might actually be able to ban the right heroes into a scenario where they can pick up a Leslie.
Among the planes exists
Okay,
the equilibrium
it's either the Leslie or the Brody.
was made for.
Yeah, we're seeing it. They were hovering it over as well on the camera, so
Yeah.
you know they're already planning ahead for the Marksman. They're deciding, okay, guys, who are we gonna give away and who are we gonna take for ourselves?
Yeah. Because if ever if ever Echo will not pick up the carry and think about picking up the carry,
There's the Brody.
they can just pick up a really good mid laner here or the Leslie. Oh, no, okay. Safer is that they do pick up the carry, so
Okay.
that their glue is fine.
Also good last band though, the Eve. Okay,
No,
they read through it. They totally read through
Yeah.
what could be the possible last two picks. And this is a safe route.
Weirdly enough, I would have actually
Amazing.
liked a Melissa here. Yeah, I don't know why, but Medicutie, obviously the comfort hero for Medicutie. Carry is one of the best comfort heroes for him. And remember, on the keys to victory we saw earlier, yeah, teams have to think about it, right? What's better, comfort or what's more strategic, right? Or what's like more meta?
Yeah, exactly.
You have to balance that.
I'm glad you mentioned the Melissa. I like the Melissa for BREN. And then, oh no, they go Nathan.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, they're gonna be chasing double magic. Nathan Julian, what a swerve by BREN Esports.
Burrito's out there in the locker room somewhere. He's shouting. He's been hoping for a Julian all playoffs long, and he finally gets it.
And Few is amazing. Got an MVP back in the regular season. That gave way for BREN Esports a win.
Even way back season 10, he's been playing this very, very well.
Yeah, staple. A good signature pick for Few. Okay, going back to their comfort. And this is one of the keys to victory. Channel your inner success.
A part of me was thinking, if Echo drafted the Julian themselves, it would have been great. Because I really was thinking that they picked their mid laner first, Marksman last. But with how the last two picks of BREN went, they have the right tools to answer the problem of the glue. But and because of that, I'm leaning a little bit more towards BREN Esports winning out this draft. Like 65, 50-50, 55-45 BREN Esports.
Ah, there it is.
Oh.
There goes the spicy numbers that we were looking for.
Yeah.
So I kind of agree.
Yeah, Raptor has a draft or even a graph on how the winnings and picks are going for. But look at that. Oh, early engage and invade rather on the purple of BREN Esports. They're from Echo. Yaoi almost half HP.
What happened? Why is Yaoi super duper low? Something happened there that we did not see. So at least for the meantime, that just means that Kyle Teasy is going to be relatively safe in the early game, so he's probably going to reach that level for that sweet spot where he will go and assassinate people on the lanes.
Faster rotation could be the answer of Echo here. Again, the coverage of BREN Esports in this fan in the hands of Kyle Teasy is, or could be greater of an approach to just test the mindset. A flicker onto the turret. Ogwen almost falling down or being the first blood of Echo. Still on a safe back home.
The number that I presented earlier, 55-45, is if Yaoi doesn't have another MVP-esque performance. But definitely with the Fanny on the hands of Kyle TZ, they can take risks early on. Just make sure they're calculated risks to build up a snowball for themselves.
And if you're talking about snowball, BREN Esports, the Nathan is one of the scariest snowball heroes I've ever seen.
Yep.
A lot of players have experimented with it and have had not much of a success. Is this going to be the one? Is this going to be the Nathan game that we're all looking for?
Yeah, Super Marco loves that Nathan pickup. Former top global Nathan is Super
Wow.
Marco. Tremendous player with that hero. But Benecutie also used Nathan earlier this regular season. So Echo will be familiar with the limitations and the preferred angles of one Nathan.
First turtle is up. Flapdies and Ogun are here for BREN Esports.
Oh, I think Flap TZ already used up the final slash quite early on. Will not be able to slow down Carl TZ. He secures that turtle even with a Fanny inbound.
Yep, steel cable was there, but too late to use that retribution right on point. Echo secures the first objective. Right on to the pressure of the gold lane. Benecutie will be the one here for a greater damage investment early game.
Yeah, Carl TZ actually less than half a second just faster than Kyle TZ with that retribution. So that boiled down to the little numbers of it all. Great play there by Echo. They did everything that they could to provide space, but that's what you expect when you're up against a Fanny. That as much as you will provide space, vision for your jungler to save the retribution, Fannies are just like mosquitoes, man. You know, and then either they'll get it or they won't.
Beautiful sound effects, Mr. Reptar, and because of that...
That was OSX.
Oh, that was OSX, sorry.
Yep.
So Sanford used a flicker there.
Yeah, force it out.
Yes.
That's a pretty good sign for Flap. We saw Flap TZ just go ham on Arlots previously. Is this going to be one of those games?
Oh, look at that. Sanford almost half to low HP. And as we talk about how Kyle TZ could be more aggressive with his Fanny, can make things go crazy for Echo. Thorn Rose committed there. Spotted 3 members out of that death bush from BREN Esports.
Carl TZ seems to be very happy to take these fights as much as possible. Although with Kyle TZ on the Fanny, he's gonna have to take it a little slower, right?
Yeah. Combo of the Kufra and the Fanny. Meanwhile, they're eyeing on this bottom lane turret for the gold lane Benecutie. With push almost outer turret, energy shields gone for his laning stage.
Echo right now, and BREN very calculated with their movements. No one being overly aggressive. I thought BREN Esports would really up the tempo here, but seems like Echo aren't giving BREN Esports any opportunities. And look at that push down bottom lane. Super Marco getting pressured. Echo doing everything they can to delay the farm of the Nathan.
Oh, okay. Surprisingly, they're more on the slow and steady pace, Fanny type of movement. Instead of being aggressive, they might be looking for the right timing and information, but is this the part that they want to do as being cautious if they're up against Echo?
All right, at this point, they have full info for sure on who is who and who is where around the map right now, as Carl TZ has been spied out, taking the turtle on the top side, while Yawi actually almost went down on the bottom.
Kyle TZ actually won the retro duel there. Able to secure the turtle there for BREN Esports. While Echo gets the tower down bottom, they decide to give up a major control of the turtle. They said, you know what, we can spike up our carry now, do what we can to put Benecutie in a better position. But despite all the rotations and disruptions that Echo did against the gold laner of BREN Esports, Super Marco is still in a good position. 600 gold lead for Benecutie, but considering everything that Super Marco had to go through, he kept it close.
Yep, and has he wait for the right time to strike? Mostly he's waiting for more of those mistakes that Echo can commit in the gold lane, but he has no turret down bottom, so he might be forced to rotate on the EXP as Benecutie is up top.
Yeah, they're doing a switch right now, actually, and during this transition, will we see someone get picked off? As you can see, Yawi just waiting like a shark on the sides, waiting for a BREN Esports member to show up within hook range. But again, BREN Esports just reading him very, very well.
Sure they know. That grab coin gave up some information.
Yeah, actually that was such a good play.
Amazing.
By few.
Look at that. Tower goes down. It's not going to be safe enough for BREN Esports members. And the first one to go is going to be Kyle TZ on that Fanny. Flap TZ does not have the ultimate available. No final slash means he might not be able to survive this one. It went up, but it's too late. It went up, but not enough to save BREN Esports.
Everything finally exploded into a big team fight. Flap and Kyle fall. Good response there by Echo. Again, the difference maker being the Bloody Hunt. And of course, Sanji landing in some crucial stunts there with the Curse of Crow. Benny Cutie being able to stay safe while Carl TZ diving the rest of BREN Esports. Good calculated aggression by Echo to put them in the scenario. Secure the last turtle of the game.
Oh, and it's happening. Sanford trying to hold the possibility of Kyle TZ of getting that orange. And to go back on how Echo is really fighting out this Fanny. Oh, an iron hook!
Here we go again. It's going to be Ogwin this time around with Carl TZ making sure that they secure that kill. But while not be enough, it's still going to be the Echo Express. Choo Choo Ka-Choo going straight into the purple area of BREN Esports, and Flap TZ will also fall.
A 3-0. Kyle TZ is looking something here. Carl TZ almost half HP. Still cable not connecting.
Oh, no!
He was so close in getting bursted down there.
Oh, it's just like my situation at home. Disconnected cable.
Oh, no! 3 disconnected cables. That is... Oh, that's not a sight to see. That's not a good sight to see if you're a BREN fan right now. Are the nerves starting to settle in into the young jungler of BREN?
Ogwin needs to double time here on how to get information and force Sanford or even Yawi here to make all the ultimates being used.
I was going to talk about... Oh!
Is that the signal for Echo, though? Is this go time for us to take it to the BREN Esports lineup? It looks like they are doing some pretty good damage. They are zoning out the jungle of BREN. And they are going to have to double time.
Kyle TZ, I thought he was taking him down. Whoa,
now everyone's watching.
Whoa there.
I'm gargling.
The number I provided, again, 55-45. If Yawi doesn't land the hooks or get the plays, and he's had some crucial pickoffs. It isn't the same MVPS performance, but his timings are big right now for Echo.
There it is. That's going to be Ogwin. He's trying to make a set play happen, but it's just not in a good position yet.
Oh no, being stunned. Ogwin missed catching two, but there was no follow-up for BREN Esports. And just that, Echo took one. Ogwin on the second death.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about also. Again, with the lineup BREN Esports made for themselves, I really thought they'd be the ones wanting to set the tempo with aggression and speedier rotations, but no. Seems like they played the cautious route. They're giving up the store. They're just going to try to get more farm. So what could have been a quick scale for them turned out to be a lineup that's just, all right, let's just buy time for Super Marcos Nathan.
Ogwin's actually been dropping the ball in a lot of the sets, and that's problematic here for BREN.
Is that also a pun intended? Dropping the ball?
A little bit.
Being a Kufra.
Okay. I like it.
He is.
You spotted it too, Remar.
Yeah.
You spotted it too. Bouncing balls. Because again, we were expecting how BREN Esports lineup could be in an aggressive state. It's a Fanny. It's a Kufra. And most of the times, it's just purely your mind being played. If you're Echo, again, a Fanny could be all over the place. It could be all over the map, taking and stealing those objectives. But at some point, they're investing on Super Marco now that he has a Holy Crystal.
3 main items already for Super Marco. But the presence of Sanford prioritized getting,
there you
that
go.
Radiant armor.
2 ex-teammates, 2 former world champions as well. Duking it out on top side while the rest of the team is on mid. This time around, is this going to be the engage that Kyle TZ is looking for?
Okay, Sanji used now the Feather Airstrike. Carl TZ just puncturing through. Thorn Rose escaping.
Both teams are showing off their own mechanics right now.
Yeah, that was a predictive Thorn Rose by Carl TZ. Really thought that because of the trajectory the Fanny was going, most likely he would have flown into the damage of the Thorned Rose, but Kyle TZ said, nah, I'm not going to do that.
And what's going to be happening here is Yawi once more finds his target, and Few will actually go down instead of Ogwin, but there's the double kill for Sanji instead. There's going to be the Carl TZ Revenge, the Assassin versus Assassin matchup. Definitely going to the former. And this time around, it's the GOAT's time to shine. Oh my goodness.
Super Marco with the face-off.
That was a good punish.
And Sanji was just doing a recall right in front of his face.
Minion waves. Ooh. Will they actually try to end it here?
Super Marco, it's going to be all up to him. Here comes Few. He makes it in time. What's it going to be? Is the minion cleared? It is. Carl TC is now on the run. Dodging.
Few.
The damage.
Saying
El
hi.
Capitan! And there it goes. That's the reset there being provided by BREN, and maybe because of some shenanigans being done by Echo as well.
Once again, Echo overstayed their welcome. You saw though why they wanted to do that, but BREN Esports, knowing that their job is simple, let's just clear the minion waves. We can clear this fast enough already. Sanji takes down Few.
That's mid lane diff right there.
Oh, Feather Airstrike Flicker combo. 4 members back away. Yaoi's on pursuit. Will it be Super Marco though?
Echo's going choo-choo right now, straight into the 3 members of BREN Esports. A final flash activated there by Flap TZ is going to be enough to slow down Echo for now, but looks like Sanford's not done with you yet. As he gets the grips on Ogwen, the Kufra will also fall. Super Marco is caught as well by the Storm and Benny Cutie. He could be posed to finish this right here, right now. And that's exactly what it looks like from the World Champions.
1 more member left, Few. Few is still holding it, but now he's not going to make it. Sanji with a double kill. Now Echo. Echo Express takes game number 3 in a dominating performance.
Sanford with a flicker and a grab takes Ogwin, takes the rest of BREN, and now the world champs are 1 win away from advancing to the lower bracket finals.
It was one of those moments where if you're a pro player, you know nothing was gonna happen, right? Sanford, they were getting ready to disengage. Sanford was like, nah, let's go finish this. And people didn't expect it. BREN didn't expect it. And it resulted a very, very quick end to that matchup.
Echo didn't. I think they half expected it. Because even Echo, you saw them, they were walking a bit away. But then Sanford was like, no, I'm flickering in. I'm getting this guy. And he got Ogwen. It forced the response out of BREN Esports, putting Echo in the situation to just win that fight.
Flashy plays that requires flashy moves. That is clearly classic Echo. If you have a way, if you're confident enough, go ahead and do it. But at some points, they miscalculated, but at this point, they were winning, and BREN Esports didn't have any kills on the last minutes of the late game. But now, this is the world champs on a match point. Now, let's break things down a bit. Wolf, what happened to this game, and what made Echo stronger than BREN Esports?
Mukhang walang momentum dito as Echo breaks it against BREN Esports and take it on game number 3. Paano nga ba nila ito ginawa? Well, dito natin idadaisik yan sa analyst. Ano nga ba si Midnight? And importante dito na ma-recognize na comfort ito for both sides, pero may inherent problem pa rin. Theoretically speaking, ang lineup ng BREN Esports. Number 1, I would say, ang naging problema dito ng BREN is na ubusan sila ng marksman and they were forced to pick up the Nathan. Now, with this Nathan pick, nagkaroon ka bigla ng early game problem kasi yung ginawa ng Echo is nag-build up kagad sila ng mga Radiant Armors. Nag-rush sila. And it's good kasi dalawang heroes yung nasi-shutdown. Basically, yung damage ni Few, pati na rin yung damage ni Super Marco, ay pwede mong negate. So essentially, ang kalaban mo na lang sa early game is yung damage output na pwede mong makuha mula kay Fanny. Pero ang dali lang din kasi nung sagot yan kasi isang steel leg plates lang yung kailangan or yung puhunan ng mga players ng Echo ay mamimitigate na nila yung majority ng damage output ng BREN Esports. Although these damage sources naturally scale towards the mid and late game, problem is nagkaroon ng bubble yung Echo na parang pwede nilang isipin na itong part ng game na to ay hindi ganun kalaki threat ng BREN Esports. And similar to game number 1 na nakita natin nag-pop off talaga yung Echo, ganun din naman yung ginawa nila dito sa game number 3 na sinunod-sunod lang nila yung kanilang ginagawa. Again, this was because Echo allowed this draft to happen na lumabas yung Pani pero naubusan ng marksman si Super Marco. Again, dito natin makikita yung mga adjustments coming up from Echo. Multiple Radiant Armors on the side of the Orcas. Lalo pa yung mga frontliners. Nandyan si Yawi, still leg plates and then rushing yung dun sa Radiant Armor. And si Sanford, yung kanyang Dominance Ice and then Radiant Armor mitigates the attack speed coming out from Nathan and actually pati na rin si Pew. And of course, yung multiple instances ng magic damage na nanggagaling sa mga skills ni Pew, pati na rin yung attack ni Super Marco. And essentially, this was a replication of game number 1. Ang ganda ng backup pa rin ni Sanji kay Yawi. I would say 10 out of 10 performance as the Farsa from Sanji alongside the Franco of Yawi. Napakaganda ng kanilang connection, yung Feathered Airstrike connecting on the backline. And na-abuse nila yung isa pang weakness ng lineup ng BREN. Walang natural frontliner yung draft ng Hive dito. And Echo just persevered through. Parang sabi nila, okay, wala kayong frontliner. Si Sanford, inaabuso niya yung factor na yun kasi sobrang tapang nung kanyang glue. Replicating what Flapteasy did on game number 2. Hinaharapan niya lang yung heroes ng BREN Esports and also pati na rin si Carteasy. And that allows more room, more wiggle room on the backline. Kumbaga wala masyadong problema si Sanji at si Yawi. Kasi every time na tatalon si Carteasy, nakahanda dyan yung mga kagat. If kita nila yung Fanny sa mapa, willing naman si Yawi i-commit yung kagat dito on other heroes. Basta na-hook, nandoon yung follow-up. Kaya naman makikita natin Sanji rito dealing the highest damage out of this game. And Benny Cutie had a fantastic time farming in this game. Napakataas ang kanyang GPM. And siya rin kasi yung late game insurance. And ang naging problema ng BREN, hindi na nga naging late game insurance. Umabot kagad tayo sa point ng late game ng Echo under 15 minutes. Kumbaga naramdaman kagad nila yung effect ng carry in this game. Kasi lahat ng pumapasok sa side ng BREN Esports quickly melts down to the damage output of Benny QT. Pero again, very important dito yung presensya ni Farsa on Sanji. Napakaganda ng kanyang naging performance, yung kanyang macro sense na minsan may mga time na sige, hindi natin clear yung mid wave, sama ako kay Yawi. Or lagi naka-push out yung mga minion waves and then nakaabang yung kanyang Feathered Airstrike. Hindi nga lang pang KS, hindi lang pang takedown ng heroes. Minsan pang haras pa. Kasi kapag nakaharas na yung heroes, bumababa yung HP ng BREN Esports. And kahit pa sabihin natin hindi namamatay, ang dami kasing threat kasi ang dami rin pumapasok sa side ng mga Orcas. Nandyan si Carteasy na minsan nag-clean up din. Pero majority ng kills na nakuha ni Sanji rito was just the closer for Echo. Basta na-hook, nandyan yung follow-up. And of course, yung kanyang commitment ng mga skills. Yung mga stun connection para ma-control yung ibang heroes ng BREN Esports. Nakita natin yan kanina actually nung binabanggit ito ni Wolf kanina nung nag-overshoot yung Fanny. Naka-ready yung combo mula kay Sanji. And again, yung presence lang nung hero na lagi siyang nakasama ni Yawi dito, lagi siya nagpa-participate sa mga team fights. Kasi alam nila, alam ng Echo na kailangan nilang i-maximize itong timing na to na kung saan mitigated halos lahat ng damage sources na nanggagaling from BREN Esports. Carteasy played a great game still on the Fanny. Ang naging problema niya rito is nung nagkaroon na ng momentum yung Echo, tinambayan yung kanyang purple buff. Naglagay ng bootcamp yung Echo doon sa purple buff nung Fanny kasi purple din daw yung kulay ng logo nila. Pero anyway, BREN Esports, hindi na nila natulungan yung Fanny in a way kasi ang dami nilang kailangang isipin. Although meron silang Arlot, they have potential re-engage on Flapteasy. Main problem is, ang hirap lapitan ng Echo. Lalo pat ramdam ng BREN, kahit sinong lumapit sa kanila, nagko-commit kagad sila heavily with their resources. Hindi nagtitipid yung Echo. Pati na rin sa pag-invade ng purple buff, kung kailangan mag-clash, magka-clash tayo dyan. Kasi ang importante is, ma-shutdown natin yung Fanny. Again, mitigated na nga yung Julian, pati na rin yung Nathan. The only condition left for Echo to check on their checklist is ma-shutdown nila yung Fanny ni Kyle TZ. Even though nagkaroon siya ng magandang turtle steal kanina, nakuha niya yung kill dito kay Carl TZ, it wasn't really enough. There was such a massive lead on the side of Echo that they can just push through. And remember, they still had the carry, so may late game backup pa sila. Binabagit ko kanina na nakakuha ng kill si Kyle TZ. It felt like baka magkaroon tayo ng reset, pero again, Sanji with an amazing performance on the far side. Nahuli niya si Pew dito with a flicker under the Feathered Airstrike. Mind you, ang hirap i-sequence nun. Kailangan maganda yung coordination ng inyong mga daliri and yung pag-shutdown niya sa mga backlines ng BREN Esports. And ito yung last moment ng game natin na nag-overshoot si Fanny. tinamaan siya ng stun ni Sanji and they were able to close out the game after that. Wala nang naiwang defenders sa side ng BREN Esports. Again, Echo flexing their mechanical prowess here and their macro decisions. Yung no hesitation, heavy commitment play style ng Echo. And mukhang nagising ng BREN Esports ang Echo Express dito. Hindi natin kung makakabawi pa ba ang BREN Esports sa next game. Or will Echo close it out and drop BREN Esports from the MPL S11 playoffs? Mainit yung bakbakan natin. Marami tayong pwede pang abangan kasi intense talaga yung pineflex ng ating mga players dito. Hindi na natin alam kung ano pa yung pwede expect kasi akala na natin momentum is going towards the side of BREN. Kumaga nag-swing na eh. Pero sabi ng Echo, hindi, kami pa rin na magwawagi ng game number 3. Nagkakaroon na tayo ng mga checklist din sa ating keys to victory kasi lumalabas na yung mga assassins, nakikita natin yung comfort versus adjustment, and nandun pa rin yung mindset na yung XP lane ay sobrang importanteng laban talaga. Nakita natin yung performance sa Sanford kanina, yung performance ni Flapteasy. So definitely napakaraming factors na pwedeng abangan dito sa ating game. Ang hirap i-expect kung ano ba yung mga pwede mangyayari kasi baka next time makakita tayo ng mga bagong flex, di ba? Baka mga bagong heroes. Although nakita na natin yung Hellcat kanina, potentially baka maglabas pa ng ibang heroes yung mga teams natin kasi bulagan na to eh. Bulagan na to for both sides or baka bumalik si BREN Esports dun sa kanilang tinetesting na Florin pick. Hindi natin alam. Pero dito natin makikita sa Keys to Victory, ayan yung identity ng BREN Esports na channel nila kanina nung game number 2, yung channel your regular season success. Pero both sides naman nag-utilize din ng Assassin Hero Pool. Pero benefits yung tank jungler na ginagawa ni Carteasy for Echo kasi nagkakaroon sila ng Assassin flex, comfortability. Pero nandun pa rin yung flex kasi nga medyo utility ang datingan for Echo. It is aggression versus aggression. Depende na lang kung sino makakuha ng momentum. And again, yung adjustment nagiging very important dito sa game na to. Marami pa tayong pag-uusapan, pero bago ang lahat, kausapin muna natin si Odin kasama ang ating mga fans sa venue.
Thank you, Midnight, for that wonderful analysis. At excited na kami dito. Kasama ko ngayon ang mga Orcas together with their cheerleader, Mima Dars. Dahil isa na lang, mananalo na ang Echo. Mag-ingay, Mima Dars. Let's go!
Echo, Echo, Echo loud! Echo, Echo, Echo loud!
Magpapatalo ba ang BREN? Oh, okay, okay, okay. I guess we're having a cheer battle going on in here. All right. Kailangan natin yung cheer number 1 na baon nyo. Are you ready?
Yes, ready, ready, ready. B-R-E-N Esports, B-R-E-N Esports, B-R-E-N Esports, B-R. BREN lang!
Malakas! Oh, Odin, what you got? Parang wala naman daw sila sa beat. Tatalunin niya ng Echo, di ba?
Anong next? BREN lang malakas. Echo! Oy, gadong now! Echo! Echo!
May choreography kami. Ano naman sa inyo dyan, Ate Mara? Wow! All right, everybody. 3, 2, 1, go!
BREN lang! BREN lang!
BREN lang malakas!
BREN lang! BREN lang! BREN lang malakas! BREN lang! BREN lang! BREN lang malakas!
Odin, ano na? Meron pa kami. Dahil marami kaming purple Orcas. Let's go, Orcas! Let's go!
Let's go, Echo! Let's go! Let's go,
Echo!
Wait lang, parang gusto kong ulitan. Sandali. Isa pa. Take 2. Sorry,
Let's go!
sorry.
Nanonood si Madam Mitch.
Ay,
nag-take 2! Ayan, nanonood si Madam Mitch. Galingan mo. Take 2. Okay, let's go! Let's go, Ivy! Let's go!
ECHO! Let's go, Echo! Laban, Echo! Let's go, Echo! ECHO! Let's go! Woo!
Woo! Meron pa ba kayo dyan, BREN?
Oh! I'm sorry. We don't need no take 2 for this one. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
BREN Esports here to win. Here we go again. BREN na malakas. Here we go again. BREN Esports here to win. Here we go again. BREN na malakas.
Oh! Ano? Dahil what's up? Gawin mo ulit! Gawin! Hindi nila nakita!
Yun na daw yun! Last one, last push dahil isa na lang mananalo ng Echo, di ba?
Yay! Ready, go. Echo loud! Echo proud! Echo loud! Echo proud!
Echo loud! Echo proud!
Okay! 3, 2, 1, go!
BREN Esports. BREN Esports. BREN Esports. BREN Esports. BREN Esports. BREN Esports. BREN.
Ay! Uli! Hindi ulit nakita! Pang-ilan na to ah! Isa pa! Go! Oh! Meron kayo niyan?
Meron kami yan! Andito si Mima Dars! Let's go! Ay, lika! Labanan mo! Hindi tayo magpapatalo dito! Let's go! It's your time to shine! Katahan niyo!
Ano to? Echo? Let's go, Echo! Let's fight! Let's go, Echo! Let's fight! Let's go, Echo! Let's fight! Let's go, Echo! Let's... Echo! Echo! Isa na lang mananalo tayo! Woo!
Hindi na uubusan ng cheer! How about BREN Esports?
Okay. Show us what you got.
Walang sino man ang nabubuhay para sa sarili lamang. Walang sino man ang namamatay para sa sarili lamang.
Feeling ko nauubusan na sila.
Wala na yan.
Ubus
Ubus
na ba
na!
kayo?
Ubus!
Meron pa daw kaming 45.
Ano?
Di ba, Echo? Dahil, let's go, Mima Dars!
Go. Echo, Echo ang panalo. Echo ang panalo.
Ano? Oh, di ba? Oh. Parang wala na sila, di ba? Wala na kayo dyan. Wala na. Ay, meron pa.
Okay. Oy, stable kayo ah. Okay.
Pigit. Pigit mo. Di kita malilimutan. Di kita pababayaan.
Okay, you know what? Come on over here. Sige nga, feeling ko tayo nanalo dun eh. Pero ito,
100%.
anong meron ang BREN na kaya mong ipagmayabang?
Wait lang. AE lang malakas, tapos naging BREN lang malakas. 100%. Ano yun? Fact yun. Ang Echo, pansin nyo ba? Pakita sa nga ng Echo ko. Echo! Ko. Habang patagal, pahina ng pahina!
Humihina! Humihina natin!
Wait lang! Isa pa! Echo! Ko! Pahina ng pahina!
Pahina ka daw ng pahina.
Mahal ang mic. Mic drop! Sambot,
Parang
mahal
hindi
ang mic.
naman. Parang hindi naman hihina. Oh.
Ang BREN naman, patikom ng patikom.
Oh.
BREN!
Walay!
Nawawala!
Walay!
Pero ang Echo,
Walay.
Echo!
buo!
Let's go! Oh, ayan, oh. Yun daw kayo, oh. Yun daw kayo.
All right. What you have to say?
Well, kung walang Carl, walang world champion dyan sa kanila. Tama?
Oh, saan ba nagaling si Carl?
Saan ba galing si Carl? Saan galing si Carl? Saan galing si Carl? Saan galing?
All right. Okay. Kaya nga natin pumunta sa casters. Grabe yung energy natin. Sabay-sabay natin sabihin na 1, 2, 3, casters! Pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara and Odin, with an amazing crowd cheer battle that went throughout of everything. And just to go back on just what happened, the energy is off the roof, ladies and gentlemen. It's off the roof.
I cannot fathom what I just saw. But that's the kind of energy we're going to get for the M5 World Championship.
I'm just glad we have medics on standby. I'm very happy that, we have a lot of security here.
Yeah. But I just got to say, that this season, we are starting to grow this awesome cheering community in all teams who is just ready to do a friendly battle. And we've just witnessed it a few moments ago, and somebody was dancing, so I got my wish.
Yeah, you got your wish. Finally, someone was cheering and someone was dancing.
Yeah, there were too many dances, actually.
Yeah, and that it went from them performing their prepared and already made chants to just them coming up with stuff on the spot. A lot of that was improvised, especially near the middle and near the end there. That was amazing. Wow.
It was like a street fight.
I can't recall my presentations
with words.
back.
I feel like that's how musically inclined and creative people street fight. Not with fists, but with words, with bars, dance moves. That was a trip. I'm not dead, right?
No, you're not.
Like I didn't die and I woke up in a different.
Rockhart.
They pinch me. I'm alive. Okay, I didn't die and go off into a different universe. All right.
It felt like I was flying there for a moment.
What's happening? It felt unreal.
Those were the flashbacks of your grade school last-minute performances.
Yes, exactly. That's what I remember those from. Yeah.
Or those performances when you're like 7 years old and your mom goes up to you, "Hey, son, so
your
we're fighting out for
pushing you in front.
Yeah.
Do something.
Do something. There's a 1,000 peso prize for the best dance. So, son, you're gonna go dance and sing." Even though I know you don't do that.
Get that 1,000 pesos from Tito right there. Yeah.
Do not put shame in your family.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
What a trip.
That's what happens on Christmas Day, folks.
And it's still like around roughly 4 minutes away from the draft to start. The team's still recalibrating, talking about what needs to be done because, well, for BREN Esports, there needs to be a recalibration somewhere in terms of how they want to play if they really want to force this game number 5, the drafts, overcautiousness and an aggressive lineup, them not being able to reach Sanji. I think BREN Esports might actually shift one of their prioritized bans here against Echo. If anything, they might end up opening up the Yu Zhong.
Oh yeah, it has been banned all throughout the matches that Echo is going up against a different team. So probably now they could actually use that in their own way. Because at this point, we were expecting the Fanny and the Krufa to be more aggressive as a normal combo would do. So maybe now, if instead of being cautious with Echo now being on match point, maybe they just need to go all in.
For me, it is going to be maximum comfort for BREN Esports. If they have to be on maximum comfort, because we saw Kaltizi, I have to be honest, he was kind of slipping there. He slipped with more than a few cables in that Fanny, which should not happen. And for that to not happen, you need to be in a hero where you're super duper comfortable with and make it happen for BREN.
Someone tells me that they set up that Fanny really good, and it has been banned in game number 2, so possibly they were trying to give out the comfort picks. Who knows? And in Kyle TZ's hero pool, Lancelot could still be used. What more possibilities could show here, or what would be the possibility for Kyle TZ to be utilized here in this game?
Like in terms of his heroes?
Yeah.
Well, I think we already saw a good amount of it. we're talking about possibilities. We're talking about his hero pool.
Yeah.
Helkert, Hayabusa, Fredrin,
Lancelot.
Lancelot, Martis. That's why I think Echo is actually prioritizing taking Lancelot away from Kyle TZ. And at the same time, it's just the presence of the Franco alone should have been, the fact that it was open, should have been enough sign that a Fanny might not have been the best pick. Especially
okay.
if you know, okay, if they pick the Fanny confident against the Franco, that means they should have played confident against the Franco. But the way it looked like with how Ogwin and was getting into shrubs, trying to set up plays, get vision, and how Kyle TZ was flying around, they looked overcautious of the Franco, knowing that if they get caught, they don't have access to Sanji's Farsa, who became the MVP of the game.
Yes.
It's like a double-edged sword. They overthought it and were overcautious, trying to play safe, to the point where they just couldn't play.
It was a hard game. It was a really hard game for Kyle TC to bounce back. And then just how our cameras are pointed out in the two amazing junglers of Echo and BREN Esports, but just on the player head-to-head. On those KDAs, Kyle TZ is higher than Carl TZ, but in kill participation, there is the adjustment that Carl TZ did with his Fredrin rather, with his Akai. He's more of like in a utility mind that he was doing throughout the season that he wanted to go for.
In terms of that matchup, I just hope we don't see what we saw before when the first time Kyle TZ faced off against Kyle, right?
Yeah.
When those two TZs faced off, the newbie TZ there was a lot of nerves. And here in the playoffs, in the regular season, obviously we saw a better Kyle TZ. They dominated the regular season. But here in the playoffs, it's like Kyle is back in his shell. He's back into the old kid that used to idolize Carl TZ here.
Yeah, it's strange how BREN Esports changed going into this playoffs. It also feels like partly that with how they're drafting, based on what we saw in their performance and their drafting style against Blacklist International, they feel like a team with a lot of ideas, that they want to do a lot of things. There's a lot of possibilities in terms of which hero goes where and how the draft order will go, that because they want to do so much, it seemed like they're overwhelmed by their own potential in drafting and hero picks.
And all of these are actually on the shoulders of that guy right there on your screens, man.
Yeah.
So much weight on the shoulder right now of you as we are starting to slowly descend into the draft. What must it feel like to be at the helm of a team that you need to force these four players on your left and on your right to perform at their maximum against the world champions? That must be something.
Few, the leader, the shot caller of BREN Esports,
the captain,
the legend himself, needs to rein BREN Esports in if they want to force game number 5. And let's see if there are any adjustments. The Yuzhong, still banned. Lancelot, taken away.
No risk being taken here by BREN Esports, which normally we would see them, try to pick it up for Kyle instead.
Yeah.
And they give away the glue because of that.
Yeah, it has been part of their winning recipe in game number 2. And going to the hands of Echo once again. They're not changing what's broken, but now Fredrin and Eve right off the bat picks.
I like it.
Very optimal picks here for BREN. Oh, look at the speed of the draft right now.
These two teams are feeling it right now.
This is on normal speed, 24 FPS, and you're looking at the right time, ladies and gentlemen. They're not wasting any second.
Pro players count skills, OSX counts frames.
Yup.
And Echo are counting down their possibilities that they could end this quick and end it at a 3-1. The Kadita and Franco.
This is a pretty start, ending it the way you started it.
Yeah.
Right? These are the exact picks that we saw from Echo in the first game of the series, which won them that game in a pretty convincing fashion.
Could this be a carry, though? There's an Eve. Will this be the prio pick of BREN Esports before they head in for the second phase of banning? But no.
It's a Grok. Ooh, that is something new. A Grok that will either go to Flap TZ or Ogwin. Still cannot turn off the possibility. But considering that he's up against the Franco, he might actually be picking up the Grok in the roam, just so that he has that controlled immunity with the power of nature charged up next to the wall.
Here on the very serious on their potential fall from the playoffs. Decisions are actually pretty good for BREN. If I think about it, it's a pretty good frontliners.
Yes.
Although, of course, these can be slowed down by Kadita, by a Franco. These can actually, they can be very decisive with these frontliners. They just need a good follow-up hero, maybe a Beatrix, maybe a Melissa, someone to protect with this real-world manipulation as well.
Oh yeah, marksmen are on the ice of BREN Esports on their 4th ban, but while Echo has trimmed down that option for Kyle TZ to use that Fanny once again.
Yeah, and now this is why Echo drafted out the Fanny, because with their first 3, it's a very telling sign they're going to be aggressive. They're going to dive. That it might get to the point where the marksman will not have enough peel for him. Benny Cutie might just have to rely on his own instincts to survive, maximizing his dashes and escape. So BREN Esports are going to be looking into drafting something that can disrupt even more, and that's why they banned the carry. They're playing it safe. The marksman, it's right now looking like Super Marco might end up with a Melissa in his hands.
Unless Echo bans it out, which I think is a very smart move if you think about it.
Yeah.
Benny Cutie might have a better time being the more veteran player here.
Yeah, considering that there's dive, that there's ultimate, that there's rough waves, and also there's a glue. What better way to have an own shield and protection as yourself, as a Melissa? But Hayabusa, they're eyes on Kyle TZ's heroes now.
Yeah, they're forcing the Fredrin into the jungle because Echo are feeling that that might be an XP lane switch on that Fredrin, where the XP laner will be the Fredrin, and then it's going to be another pick in the jungle.
Get that Melissa, man. I think BREN should. I think the Melissa's a prime pick right now.
Yeah, but
obviously, the Beatrix still available. I completely forgot about Beatrix. For the moment there.
Still play it safe. That's a Martis.
Brody. Mincitar.
There's the Mincitar. They will try to run it back. The Mincitar gold lane.
Hook City with the Mincitar gold lane.
Focus down Super Marco and Few. Just flicker ultimate. That is the job of Benny Cutie. But this time around, the last time, Echo played the Mincitar gold lane, they lacked damage. They paired it up with a Kagero. It takes time. Kadita doesn't need that time.
Will they
She
finally
just needs to hit
Atlas?
level 4 and that item. Maybe.
I mean, they need a pretty beefy option as well. Or maybe some damage. I don't know.
Damage would be good. It's a Terizla.
Terizla. All right.
For minion wave clears.
Okay.
So it's a jungle Fred.
Okay, still looking good for the XP lane on Flap TZ. Now, is this a good answer of BREN Esports for Echo? Because as you guys discussed, Echo is still, you wanted to still try this composition that they failed yesterday.
This is actually pretty smart, right? Because if there's a Mincitar in the area and there's a King's Calling, instead of trying to escape it, maybe just try to fight into it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a bad idea. You don't want to fight under King's Calling, but you're forced into those moments where you don't have a choice. It's better to get heroes like the Terizla. He works well under pressure, and he can maybe eke out a miracle here for BREN.
Theoretically, it could work in terms of the Mincitar gold lane this time around. This might actually be the lineup to make it work. But they're going to have to watch out for Few. It's Few's Eve here who'll be the X factor. His positioning, timing of the real world manipulation, and of course, if Ogwin can disrupt the team fight of Echo with one stun or knockup from the wild charge. And of course, you also have to look at Flap TZ. Can he handle the minion wave fast enough, clear wave, and then be more present in the map compared to Sanford's glue?
Okay, while they were leashing Kyle TZ, 2 members up top are on the hidden part of this bush. Have eyes on Super Marco. They didn't want to leash in Carl TZ, but they really want to have an edge here on the positioning on where Super Marco could be.
Yeah, actually, look what they're doing. They actually invaded there. Yawi and Benny Cutie taking away that Crammer from Kyle TZ. And they're just going through the jungle of Kyle right now and giving Benny Cutie a little bit more farm. It's a dual gold start here for Echo.
Yeah, what a great way to start your engines early game. Amplifying 2 members for damage.
Yeah.
In my XP lane.
This duo from Echo on the top side is very deadly, so what BREN's trying to do is maybe we can make something happen on the bottom side of the map, which again is also a little difficult because that's a glue.
It's one game changer, one, especially in the hands of Sanford. Things could go different. Things could get nasty. But on that moment that Kyle and Carl Teasy are the one just to keep poking one another, looks like right now they're just about to bounce or retreat back for that pokes.
What I didn't expect here is the lack of progression here on mid. It's a little slow here on the mid for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Which normally if you see a Franco and a Kadita, the fight's always there. So right now the fight is going to be happening around the turtle area this time around, and obviously Echo, they can have zone better. They have a better zoning potential.
Yeah, look at Sanford.
They got some pretty good damage on the back foot, but again, they don't need it right now. Although BREN might be in trouble. Here's the rest of the Echo squad. The flicker in by Yowie straight into Kyle Teasy for first blood.
Flap Teasy is not letting go of Sanji, and Carl Teasy is just aiding him for defense. Sanji, on the other hand, being trapped in 3, try to swim away. Not going to go away from the hands of Few, takes the kill.
Sanford, Flap Teasy, again, we were talking about the XP laners, the big X factors for this matchup. The start of it all. And now you saw there the team fight. Flap and Sanford. First kill there of the Terizla, stopping the recall of Sanford's glue. And Rockhard, you mentioned earlier why it seems a little bit slow in the mid. It's because Yowie's prioritizing helping out Benny Cutie. And in turn, because of that, Ogwin is looming more around topside to make sure he can help Super Marco.
Yep, it's all about upping the damage and getting the items early for Benny Cutie. That's why Ogwin as well has eyes on this lane. Could still be a ganking possibility because being all over this river, Yowie and Sanji are trying to get information even on those missing seconds that they can have, because at this point in time, ganks could happen. As you said, level 4 and 5, Sanji could just freely go around the lanes and take one at a time.
Yeah, that's
You can actually kind of feel a very fragile balance here, right? It
Yeah.
seems like a bubble is about to pop anytime. Like, it's just a matter of who's gonna make the first move here.
Yeah, the first big team fight between these two, potentially in the second turtle, will be devastating. Multiple deaths, at least 2 on each side potentially is what I'm looking at here.
Okay.
Right. And again, no one's getting caught by the breath of the ocean. No one's getting hooked yet. So maybe that's why, right?
Yeah.
We have to wait for those moments before anything happens for Echo. But for BREN, they are trying to play the waiting game.
Okay, waiting for the right time to strike. Still a good discipline. With the M2 World Champs, now the second foothold is up. Carl Teasy and Sanford trying to pull one in. Flap Teasy, though, in the middle.
Oh, seems to be very happy to go and take it with a penalty zone. But Carl Teasy will still secure the first turtle, or second turtle rather, of the game. And we do see that BREN is starting to have second thoughts here. Echo, they're starting to really dominate and snowballing into this fight. And this is exactly the fight that you're looking for, Reptar.
You mentioned it, Rockhart. The bubble could burst anytime, and there it did. At least 2 deaths per team. Sanford and Yowie fell. In BREN, they lost more. And it was a late entry by Benny Cutie to the back line of BREN Esports with a King's Calling, securing a double kill for himself. That really put the exclamation point in that fight in favor of Echo.
Yeah, the close encounters right in front of Benny Cutie. Hook will miss. They just in par on getting that Lethal Wanderer in. Regen, Kyle Teasy is on with the movement, but they haven't spotted Yowie yet. Just at a point, they're going for the laning, but this is just Yowie looking for the right time. That's Bloody Hunt connecting to Kyle Teasy.
Oh, there it is, and that's going to be, I think, Kyle Teasy going down again. Before he can do anything in the fight, he is taken out by BREN, and by Echo rather. And it's going to be Yowie, who's on position. He's on the conceal. Ooh. He misses on the hook.
Sidestepped by Super Marco. Item update, Benny Cutie with a Demon Hunter sword already on this Minotaur. Looks back, Ogwin, look at the damage of the Ogwin!
Oh boy.
Benny Cutie.
Walking down the rock!
This is why you pick up that Minotaur gold lane Oh my goodness!
Yawi's on the bush.
Hook
Yawi's
City.
by the Yawi. Hook right in.
City! And there it goes. It's a good
Ogwen.
cancel with a wild charge, but they're locked in. And there it is. That is the reason why we are looking at Minstar gold lane for the second time in this tournament.
Oh, Sanji managed to outlast and outplay.
A regen. Passive helping him out there.
All right.
Oh, Benny, look at Benny.
Oh, that was a beautiful flicker out, but in the end, it was actually Few who was in trouble. And there's the counterattack as well. Coming in from both of these teams. It's a slaughterhouse here, ladies and gents, at 6 minutes in the game. We will see that Yawi is boxed in. He's got nowhere to go. Kaltizi, though, he's going to be able to take him out. Sanji, will he have enough damage to clean it out? He does not have the rough waves.
Oh, sidestep by Ogwen.
San Duo coming in right in the turret.
Ogwen
still
my
lives.
goodness.
It ain't Ogwer till it's Ogwer. Ogwen yet again surviving. Well-timed stun with a wild charge.
And that was just the second time. Look at that. Ultimate dropping into Sanford, still sustaining. Kyle Teasy, Appraiser's Wrath. Still survived it, though.
Yeah, with all of the scraps that we saw topside, Echo secured the last turtle of the game for themselves comfortably. And now Benny Cutie's in the bottom lane alone. Again, I mentioned it earlier, this is the draft to make this Minthithar gold lane work. And so far, it's working. But BREN Esports, they can counter-punish. They just really need to watch out and time for their entry because Benny Cutie playing with his hero, doing his signature late entry play is devastating for BREN.
Oh, they need to have the good sight here on who's to catch on Echo. Meanwhile, down bottom, there could be a trade here. But no Kyle Teasy versus Carl Teasy still doing it. Out in the middle.
Yep, Battle of the TC still. No assassins available. But they are actually very, very deadly still.
Okay.
Oh, they couldn't get the hook in.
No, it was
Too many
far.
hooks to watch out for here if you're BREN Esports.
Yeah, there's 2 hooks and 1 mermaid submerging into the land, and that's just burst right into your land.
Sanji, glad that he's not up against those 2 fishermen. But right now, it works very well for Echo. And that's why, again, BREN Esports are so cautious with their lineup, with how they want to play this. Counter punch will be their key. Or a surprise setup coming in from Ogwen. Set up for a nice real-world manipulation. Set up for Super Marco. Setups on setups. But is it them starting or them countering? The timing of the setups for BREN also is what to look out for. But because of this, because of the lead, because BREN knows that if they lose here, it would be devastating, Echo will rush the Lord, get it without a problem.
And there's the hook. It's going to be go time here, folks. There goes the penalty zone, but it is a huge rough waves combo here. Ogwen with the knockup. Echo still standing strong. Ogwen might actually be in trouble. He goes down. That's a double kill for the GOAT. Make it a triple for Carl TZ.
Decimated was the lineup of BREN, the young GOAT. 7-0-2. Again, perfect entry by Benny Cutie on the King's Calling Minthithar. And of course, Sanji with that knockup, Breath of the Ocean. 3 of them is what he got.
Kyle Teasy being hooked in. Oh, there's so many hooks, there's so many grabs for Echo. With that point happening all over again, you need to have a good defense to hold the line. And as you said, who's going to react first? Will they overload Echo to make those mistakes happen? And that's where the time to strike back.
This game might be going way too fast. Way too fast for BREN's comfort. They want to slow this down, make it an even trade. But so far, Echo, they're actually ahead by quite a lot of gold.
8,000. Struggling is this Beatrix against the Minthithar. And if you replay, go back into the draft. Once that Minthithar was picked up by Echo, you saw the wins on the look of Super Marco. He knew how much difficulty he'd have in this game. It's as if Super Marco foresaw the future. And exactly that's what's happening. We've talked about Carl Tusok. This is Benny Tusok now.
Talking about the blade being passed on to the members of Echo.
Which somehow turned into a spear.
Into the marksman of all roles, right? I mean,
with a sharp and deadly tip.
the last guy you would expect the TZ blade to go to.
Benny QTZ. Benny Q2
Is this the evolution from TZ to QD?
but at the end of the day, he is still the Storm King of Echo. And BREN Esports, all they can do is watch, try to get vision as the world champs are creeping closer and closer to victory. Benny Cutie has rapid boots.
No, that's crazy, man.
Imagine how fast.
Boots. This is his thing. He will just late entry time and time again. He will run, he will flicker, he will ult, and he will kill.
Classic Daddy Benny. And that is the threat now that BREN needs to see. They need to catch, they need to isolate. They might need one here to go down. Orange will go still to Kyle TZ.
But this might be the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the big lull before the big Lord fight. And it can be a coin toss right now, but right now Echo seems to be the one who wants to take charge.
Yeah, Kyle TZ and Few and Flap are the only one here could actually hold off some damage. But right now we're talking about how damage can go up against Echo. Almost half.
Oh my goodness!
And Yawi is not letting him go.
That was a tank, man.
Yep.
He was doing that to a tanky boy of BREN.
Yep. Oh my goodness, BREN has to run, or BREN will try to counter. Let's see.
Now he's trying to close in with the wall.
Nice movements here from Sanford. He's going to pull back Kyle TZ. On the back, Super Marco is actually pretty far away while they're whittling down on the HP of Ogwin in Kyle. That might be trouble. Sanji's able to swim away before he goes down. But then again, Echo's just waiting for the Lord to get
the
into play.
ultimate of that Kadita. Save the life. Save the life of Sanji at the right moment.
Bro, this Mincetar.
Oh
it
my
hurts.
goodness, he hurts like a truck.
It's pain.
It's so much
It's a
pain.
hook.
Oh, there it is. That's Ogwen. He goes down before he can do anything. The penalty zone goes down for Terizla. Flapteezy doing as much as he can to counter the pain that is being given to them by Echo. That's not going to be enough to slow down the Echo Express.
Right now, they're still holding through their last tier turn in the mid. Who is going to be the first target here? Who is going to be the target now? It's going to be... Oh! Kyle TZ falls down in the hands of the GOAT. Make it 2, and that is Few. Echo still gaining that one.
Time is ticking for BREN. #1 in the regular season. Here in the playoffs on the brink of
Big
elimination.
penalty zone! Flapteezy tried to make a play happen, and Super Marco takes a pick. It's a 4v5. It's a 4v3 rather.
Few 10 seconds. Kyle TZ and Nate. Here comes Echo.
They want to go for the photo finish.
They want to go. They want to go all in. No more wasting any moment, any second. Ogwen still holds the door. Still holds the base safe. Trying to clear. And they still waiting for another chance here.
BREN holding on for dear life here in the playoffs.
Echo backs off. Look at this build on this Benny Cutie. Scythe, sword, staff, roar, talker, and rapid boots.
Run for the hills if you want to, but he's going to catch up to you for sure.
Oh, man.
His shoes has wings, it has damage, whatever you call it. Right on your screens, folks.
It's like a Greek hoplite. But I also know Mincetar is a key mythological figure in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. Or is that Malaysia?
Could be, yeah. That's why you also have Lapu Lapu based on...
Yeah.
So this is one here, since we're trying to look at the lore. But now, Echo is on 11,000 gold lead. 17-6. This is match point. World champs against world champs.
I'm going to have to correct myself. Myanmar.
Myanmar.
There it is.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. Again, over the Lord we go. Ladies and gents, I know it looks really scary on the gold lead, but this is really anyone's game here.
Not looking good for BREN Esports.
Not looking for BREN, though.
There will be... Destiny is sick for this poetic moment. If BREN Esports, in their best regular season, will get taken down by Benny Curie's Burmese School. As Echo, Freelord, Sanji, Holy Crystal, 12,000 in gold lead. Can BREN hold again?
After winning almost every game of the regular season with a huge streak, is this how BREN will fall here?
Being the #1 team comes with a lot of weight on its shoulders, on a team's shoulders. Will they crumble here, BREN? Will Echo eliminate BREN Esports now?
It's going to be a flicker being used by Yawi. He goes straight for Flap. Cancelled out by Ogwin. And Sanji takes out Super Marco. That could be it. And just like that, the world champions will win and take out the top contender, BREN Esports.
From being submerged down deep from all of the losses, the kings of the world has now returned to its prime form. Echo has eliminated BREN Esports.
What could have been the fulfillment of a long-delayed promise, of a dream to be champions yet again, they face the nightmare of being eliminated. 4th place yet again from the upper bracket. Top 1 falls to the 2nd place team, who also happen to be the champions of the world. The Echo Express have stopped the dream of BREN. 3-1 for the Orcas.
But the hope still lives for the black and yellow. They are still our representatives for the 32nd SEA Games Seaball MLBB Men's Division, who will represent the Philippines in Cambodia. Heads high, hearts still high.
Esports.
Now let's take it over to Maro with their interview.
Now, final words for all the fans that are supporting you, Coach Ducky.
Maraming salamat sa patuloy na pagsuporta sa amin. Please continue supporting us sa paparating na SEA Games sa Cambodia. Thank you.
Once again, one more time, everybody, BREN Long! You've wowed us throughout the regular season, and we're waiting for you to come back even stronger in Season 12. Thank you so much, Coach Ducky. You may now take your final bow and walk towards the fans. And now, BREN Esports. Give it up, everybody. They fought hard throughout the regular season, sweeping their opponents. But it's now time to say goodbye. And our winner, Echo! Ikaw naman muna yan. Yawi Ethan ka pala. Yan ang nickname mo.
Opo.
Okay, nakausap ko kasi si Tita Ye. Now, I know you guys are so happy for today's win, pero anong klaseng pressure ba yung naramdaman nyo pagkatapos ng kahapon? And now na nasa lower bracket kayo, na kailangan nyo ng gumapang pataas?
Parang all in na po kami. Bale, hindi na po kami matatakot gumalaw. So high risk po talaga sa mga galaw po. Parang inisip na lang po namin na scrim po. Yun po.
So, para mawala yung pressure, just think of it as a regular scrim. Ito naman, Carl, kamusta yung finger mo? Wala ka ng band ngayon. Ay! Oh my gosh, that looks serious! Kamusta na? The entire time ba? Was it throbbing? May nararamdaman ka ba?
Opo, pero okay lang po. Ayoko lang po magsisiyan na matalo kami dito dahil dito. All in na po ako.
All in, syempre, from the young goat. Pero eto, wait. Kahapon, na-interview ko si Irad, and there's a possibility na magtapat muli kayo, right? So, ang sinabi niya, mas magaling daw siya sa'yo mechanically. At sabi niya, hindi daw sa malaki yung ulo niya, pero alam niya na mas magaling daw siya mag-lance. Alam naman natin, ikaw kilala sa Lancelot. Anong masasabi mo dun sa comment na yun, especially na possible na magtapat kayo?
Kita-kits na lang po yung huli na ganyan sa akin, nagpahinga.
All right, and we'll leave it at that. And now, Benny Cutie. Benny Cutie. Oy, it's Mincetar, Hindi namin usually nakikita yung Mincetar sa Indo. Actually, ngayon lang siya ginagamit. Sa Indo ginagamit siya, sa XP, sa Rome. Pero ikaw lang yung nakita namin na gumamit ng Mincetar Gold. What is it about you na ikaw lang ang kayang gumamit nun? Ito ba yung patunay na mataas na talaga yung Philippine meta?
Di ko po alam. Siguro po effective lang din para sa akin na gamitin ko yun. Kaya ayun, tinry na rin namin ngayon gamitin sa MPL.
Ano ba yung nakita mo doon sa Mincetar? Kasi ikaw lang ang gumagamit ng gold Mincetar.
Secret po.
Secret! Now, the people are happy. I don't know if you guys saw the cheer that the Echo fans made earlier. Anong gusto niyong sabihin sa suporta na binibigay nila sa inyo?
Maraming salamat sa pagpila ng maaga. Pagpila ng maaga and sa pagsigaw niya, thank you. Susuklian namin ng panalo yung suporta niya.
Thank you din sa mga maaga pa pumunta. So yun, supportahan nyo lang kami kasi gagawin namin best namin. Tapos, sabay-sabay tayo mag-iawis food up.
Congratulations once again to Echo! You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory! Ang daming ang nakalinya, maaga pa lang para subaybayan ang laban na ito. Once again, everybody, Echo loud! Echo is doing it right. We're gonna break that down for you. So balikan tayo sa ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you so much, Mara, but that interview is just spicy! Sheesh! Carl, to translate a bit for our international fans out there, Irad yesterday said that he is more mechanically or higher, he can play more mechanically good.
He had better mechanics, dude.
Better mechanics. Man, against Carl Teasy. But now, Carl Teasy replied that the last time that he remembered, the last one who said that to him had a great time for a good rest after a season.
Basically retired, so we'll see who says who here.
Yeah, hot. Echo have secured top 3 for themselves, at least. But with what they showed against BREN Esports today, with what they said about them no longer being too hesitant with engaging, with them finding the right mix to make that Mincetar gold lane work, Echo, watch out for them.
An amazing day, but now Echo wins. Let's sort over through our analysts to break things down on how Echo has just bounced back from all defeat.
Maraming salamat, casters, and nakakabaliw. Officially, sa Echo, lahat ng players nila ay nanunuhog na with the debut of the victory kay Mincetar on Benny QT. Ngayon, marami nangyari sa game na yun and marami ring inabuso na aspects ang Echo dito sa game number 4. And natin kita-dissect yan dito sa analyst stand. O nga para sa Midnight, and titignan natin dito bakit nga ba gumana this time around yung Mincetar pick ng Echo. Now, for one, if you think about it, yung Mincetar ay nabanggit ng mga Filipino casters, parang marksman din naman. Parang different lang yung archetype niya kasi melee form. Pero I feel like sa Echo, sa mata nila, pwede mong gawin to kasi nagkakaubusan ng marksman sa drafting stage. And yun yung ginawa actually dito sa game na to. Inubusan ng marksman yung magkabilang gold laner. And sabi ng Echo, okay lang yan. Kahit maubusan tayo ng marksman, may mga nilalabas pa naman tayong mga side lane mage. Pero this time around, Mincetar yung napili nila kasi nagbabasag na rin ng Torre. And it's a very good pick kasi parang assassin na rin siya in a way na kapag nakikita niya yung Beatrix, meron kang pampitas dun sa gold laner. And it's also a backliner na pag humarap sa BREN Esports, hindi ito yung typical na gold laner na kapag nagpunta sa may backline ay pwede mag-focus yung kalaban mo. Kasi if you're BREN Esports at nakakuha ng backline access si Benny QT, hindi ka rin basta-basta lalapit kasi lalapag niya yung King's Calling and magdadamay-damay pa kayo dun sa loob ng clash ng Echo and tatamaan pa kayo ng maraming sibat or maraming spear na nanggagaling kay Mincetar. Kaya naman yun yung naging stress sa draft ng Echo rito. And BREN Esports, they were forced to adjust on their draft. Nakita natin, nung nakuha na to ng Echo, napilitan na mag-Terizla ang BREN Esports. And actually, yung battle spell ni Flap TZ, it was a smart choice, I would say, na mag-tenacity. Kasi siya na yung parang, ang concept is tatangkihin niya yung damage output ng Echo and magiging enough yung kanyang HP. Pero without the survivability coming out from Festival of Blood, it just means na wala kang reset factor for the side of BREN Esports. So Echo, again, similar story from their previous games, pwede sila mag-all-in. Kasi yung punish, non-existent basically. Lalo pat si Ogwen dito, hindi rin pinapayagan ng Echo na mag-reset ng mga teamfights with wall charges. Kasi isang mabilis eh. Yun yung threat ng Kadita at Franco na kapag meron kang nahuli, i-burst kagad. And gusto ko dito yung itemization ng Echo. Again, punong-puno sila ng Radiant Armor, counter against Eve. And then still leg plates lang kasi majority ng damage sources would be physical. Ang dilemma ng BREN Esports is even though nag-build ng Radiant Armor, yung mga key heroes sa side nila, actually si Flap TZ, nakisip siya na bumili pa ng Fury Hammer pero sabi niya kailangan ko ng sustain against this glue. Bumili sila ng Radiant Armor para lang ma-counter yung constant magic damage poke na nanggagaling kay Sanford para lang mabawasan yung peel effect ng Echo. Ang dilemma is, meron kang multiple source ng magic damage sa side ng Echo. Meron kang instant burst and meron kang multiple instances. So parang ang hirap para sa buhay ng BREN Esports to itemize against the early game strength of Echo. Kasi iisipin mo, kailangan mong tanggalin itong mga factors na ito eh. Kasi ito yung mga nag-aalaw kay Carl TZ na ma-abuse yung decimate sa early game. Kahit pa sobrang lalaki ng HP nyo, hindi nagmamatter yan. Kasi nandyan yung burst coming out from Sanji on the Kadita. And hindi nga sila nakabuild ng Athena Shield. Kaya naman umabot tayo sa point na naging malaking problema yung Minsitar ng Echo. Ito yung effect na meron kang ganitong klaseng hero. Again, na-discuss to yesterday na conceptually, it's a fighter assassin. Pero in a way, para din siya marksman because of the natural build-up. Pero kung titignan mo paano nilaro ni BNQT yung kanyang hero, lagi siya nasa bush. Pag nakikita niyo yung Beatrix na nasa kabilang side ng mapa, tsaka lang siya nagpa-farm ng mga minion waves. Pero insta-clear kasi, yun yung strength ni Minsitar. Napakabilis siya mag-clear. Para siyang Moskov din in a way. And na nakakatakot sa Minsitar is, dahil nga naka-high and dry emblem siya rito, hindi ka pwedeng mahuli mag-isa. Naramdaman niya ni Kyle TZ kanina, yung Fredrin, mind you, na ubusan kagad ng HP, 4 na sibat lang yung naramdaman. And you cannot itemize against this. Kasi looking at the items of BREN Esports kanina, puro magic resist yung kanilang na-build. Wala silang masyadong pang-counter doon sa Minsitar, lalo na't lumabas yung Demon Hunter Sword. Kasi even if you itemize with physical defense, yung HP na lumalaki as the game prolongs, ay na-abuse pa rin ni Minsitar. Kumbaga parang hindi mo siya theoretically nare-reduce talaga. Ang ginagawa mo lang is pinaparami mo lang yung required number of hits ni Minsitar para makapatay ng mga hero. Kaya din naging important yung Malefic Roar na binild ni BNQT rito na kahit pa hindi na ganun kalaki yung HP na tinitira niya, hindi na masyadong nagre-rely sa passive ng DHS, which is yung Devour. Yung normal hits lang ay nagiging enough na. And it also supplements yung damage output ni BNQT para makatulak ng tower, which they lacked nung last time na hindi natin nakakita yung marksman coming out from this gold laner. And si Echo again, ito yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, early game talagang full commitment, I would say, yung naging tema ng laro ng Echo. And nabanggit naman ni Yawi kanina na parang hindi na sila nag-e-estate. Go na talaga sila, risk na kung risk, basta makuha nila yung reward. And BREN Esports, they had nothing against the early game strategy of Echo. Even yung Minsitar, parang conceptually walang papatay sa kanya kasi theoretically speaking, yung mga gustong lumapit sa side ng BREN Esports, it's only the Terizla and the Fredrin. And these two heroes cannot even itemize against the burst of Sanji. Kaya naman, for the entirety ng early game, Echo lang ang nag-dictate ng tempo and umabot tayo sa teritoryo ni Minsitar and hindi nga rin nakapaglaro si Super Marco kasi laging pag nakikita siya ni Minsitar ay tinataronan siya at nakalatag yung King's Calling. And mahirap yun kasi hindi na rin sila makalabas sa teamfight kasi may reset si Minsitar dito. Actually, may try again strategy ang Echo. Kapag nag-miss yung hook ni Yawi, may hook pa na nanggagaling mula kay Minsitar. So all in all, maganda and effective yung naging overall strategy ng Echo. It makes sense, kaya naman ito nila ginawa kahapon. And ngayon, ay nagbunga na yung kanilang hard work sa kanilang research laban sa BREN Esports. GG's sa dalawang magkalaban, BREN Esports, they drop off from the playoffs contention. And habang si Echo naman ay buhay pa. Speaking about buhay pa ang ating mga champions with Blacklist International, the defending champions of MPL Season 10 and ang defending champions naman ng MSC. Labanan para sa MSC ticket later on. That is Blacklist International and RSG. Coming up next sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 11.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors.
Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number?
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
See the world! Both in playoffs mode. Can the Golden Boy Owl take Blacklist International back to MSC, or will Amin and the King Slayers secure their chance of defending their title? Now to answer that question and more, SMX Convention Center. Let's give a warm welcome to our panelists, Butters, Rockhart, and our special guest, Baloyski. Hi guys!
Hello.
Ayun. Baloyski, kamusta na?
Okay lang, excited.
It's so nice to have you here. Ako, Butters, Rockhart, na-miss ko talaga siya. Isa sa mga pinakamabait na manlalaro na iniwan tayo.
At pinakapaldo.
Ay, hindi totoo.
Boss ko yan eh.
Si Boss Rockard.
So how is it like back here in the MPL? Nakikita ko, syempre, na-recognize ka pa rin ng mga fans. People are swarming. Gusto magpa-picture sa'yo.
Masaya po kasi kahit nasa Indonesia na ako, parang hindi ko naramdaman na umalis ako. Parang nare-recognize pa din nila ako. Yeah, shoutout sa mga fans na Pinoy.
Kami naramdaman namin yung pag-iwan mo sa amin. So guys, kahapon, kinamusta tayo ng ating kapitbahay from MPL Singapore na si Cheryl. Ngayon may mensahe ulit ang isang kapitbahay natin, this time from MPL Malaysia. Let's check it out.
Hi Mara and hi MPL Philippines. This is Rose from MPL Malaysia. Now I know that you guys have not chosen your winner yet. But just because you guys have been holding the title for the past 3 years, it does not mean that Malaysia cannot catch up. So maybe Malaysia can sweep the championship this time around. We will see you in MSC and SEA Games.
Thank you, Rose, but that's a big statement because as far as I know in the history of MPL, Malaysia hasn't been able to do that.
And ano na to? Wishful thinking. Kasi best talent nga nila, may dugong Pilipino eh.
Oh, yeah. Okay, to say that in English, their best talent has Filipino blood.
Kasi syempre, papasok ka sa tournament, kailangan positive win.
Tama.
Win.
Hindi pwedeng pantalo yung mentality.
Oh, Pinas lang malakas eh. Nabaloy kahapon kasama namin si Delar at si Marky na I'm sure nag-meet na kayo, no?
Apo.
Nag-reunion.
Nung first day.
Nung first day. Ay, oo nga. Now, how does it feel to be back here in the Philippines? Be reunited with Onyx? Ano yung mga ginawa nyo? Kwento nyo naman, chika?
Medyo hindi naman po bago kasi nakakasama ko sila lagi sa Indonesia. Pero yung nag-interview kami for the first time since season 9, sobrang na-goosebumps kasi sabi ko, grabe yung feeling, parang na-feel ko nakakampi ko ulit sila. Yun. Masaya.
Naiyak ka ba?
Hindi na.
Hindi naman. Okay.
It's nice to see them Sobrang nakakatuwa to see them all together.
And actually, Baloy, meron kang achievement na nagawa doon sa MPL ID. For the first time in history, yung Geek Fam na patungtong mo into the MPL ID playoff. So, kuwentuhan mo naman kami, kamusta yung journey mo?
Ay, masaya kasi syempre na napa-playoffs namin yung Geek Fam for the first time. Pero hindi naman namin magagawa yon or ako nang hindi sila kasama. So talagang collective effort. Yan, sana next season mas mag-achieve pa kami more than that kasi yung season 11 para sa akin underperform run.
What more sa season 12? With Baloyski.
You never know. Of course. Kahapon din pala, nandito si Dilar. Kinausap namin siya. Tinanong namin, Dilar, sino ba yung mga tingin mong kayang sumabay na XP-laners doon sa Indonesia? Sabi niya si Luke, teammate mo. At ano naman ang meron sa kampi mo at agree ka ba doon sa sinabi ni Dilar?
Siguro kasi si Luke sobrang aggressive. Parang hindi natatakot. Kaya nagustuhan ni Dilar yung playstyle niya. Tapos totoo naman na kaya niyang sumabay sa Pilipinas kasi sa scrims, pinapahirapan niya din yung mga katapat niya.
Ooh.
Now guys, okay, pag-usapan natin yung mga XP-laners sa Indo. Now, let's talk about the upper bracket matchup that's happening today. Now, itong dalawang koponan na to made history by kicking the top seed of the regular season down sa lower bracket. Ano ba yung pinaka-malalaking pinagkaiba ng Blacklist at RSG noong regular season? At ngayon, Baloyski, sinusubaybayan mo ba yung MPL Philippines?
Yes. Para sa akin, sobrang laki kasi siguro isang pinakamalaking factor na din doon yung long week break ng playoffs. For sure, minmaximize nila yun. May mga time pa na nagpapahinga yung ibang team pero sila hindi. Yun. Kaya tingin ko yun yung nagpaibasa.
Actually, 2 weeks, napahinga. Malaking bagay din talaga yun eh. And on the stats, I think it's important to see ang laki ng pagkakaiba ng Blacklist regular season to Blacklist playoffs mode.
And kung tatandaan natin, isa sa mga susi ng tagumpay ng Blacklist lately ay si Owl. Baloy, ang tanong ko, nakalaro mo na si CW ng Onyx Esports at nakalaro mo din si Brands ng EVOS. Sa tingin mo, kaya ba makipagsabayan ni Owl sa mga to kung sila ang makakapag-MSC?
Tingin ko, sigurado naman yun kasi napatunayan niya naman na yun doon sa gold medal match run nila nung last SEA Games. Tapos, pak lang na pagka nakakalaro namin sila dati, nung wala pa si All, medyo maganda yung laban. Pero nung dumating siya parang di namin manalo. Ayun. Feeling ko, sobrang big factor niya din na dumating dito sa playoffs naglalaro siya.
What is it about him? What is it about him that's so hard?
Feeling ko yung aggressiveness niya Parang hindi siya takot tapos maganda siya position.
Okay.
Alright, so in terms of playoff ready, tingin mo, Gina si Owl ngayon, ito na ba yung form na kailangan ng Blacklist para manalo?
Tingin ko hindi lang si Owl buong team nila nag-iinit na
Oh, okay. Now, pero syempre, para maging posible ang matchup na yan, kailangan mo nang lampasan ni Ao. Ang finals MVP ng nakaraang MSC, tinalo na niya si the gold standard Kelra. Now, tinalo na niya si the best gold lane of Season 10, Super Marco. Ngayon, kaya ba niya si MN the Marksman?
Bala hit list. Kung may hit list si
May hit list no? Down the list. What do you think, Baloyski?
Magiging magandang laban to for sure. Kasi si Eman, respected din siya for me.
What about you, Butters? What do you think about that?
I think in a way, itong dalawang players na to really rely on the early stages of the game sa kanilang mga teammates. Pero kung papansin natin dito, mas nagiging consistent si Owl pagdating dito sa playoffs. Kumbaga, nakakamdaman natin yung impact na para bang this is Blacklist playing with OHEB once again.
Ooh, like parang yung the old form.
The old form.
Which is I think medyo dikit dun sa sinabi mo. Yung sinabi ni Daki din na parang mala season 7.
Yun nga yung nakakatakot Kasi kalaro na nila si OHEB ngayon, yun yung pakiramdam. Pero bagong dagdag lang siya. So ibig sabihin, pwede pang maangatan yung form na yun.
May siga din no?
And if you take a look, let's take a look at the player role ranking sa gold lane.
Actually, that's significant considering na medyo bagong pasok pa si Owl, di ba? So imagine mo, yung stats sumasabay agad sa kanya with Eman na naglaro buong season.
Ngayon, for Emma naman, hindi din ganun kainit yung pinakita niya. Pero in terms of team play, I think si Eman talaga pinapakita niya ngayon yung best form niya na kung paano nga ba makisama doon sa teammates niya. And with Irad in, dumagdag kasi yung problema. So mas free si Eman gawin yung pwesto niya.
Parang kahapon, di ba? Nanood ka kahapon for sure, Balorski. Nakita mo yung Melissa ni Eman. Ano masabi mo doon?
Pinaka nagustuhan ko sa performance ni Eman ngayong playoffs, parang nag-aggressive siya kasi yung mga past matches na napapanood ko sa kanya, parang sumasabay lang siya sa tempo ng team. Pero kahapon parang nagtatry siya na mas lampasan pa yung energy ng team. Parang yun, sana ituloy-tuloy niya para maganda yung series, mama.
In your perspective, sabi mo nga si Owl aggressive. Now you're saying si Emma. Sino mas aggressive sa kanilang dalawa? Anong pinagkaiba nila?
Di naman po. Parang feeling ka mas aggressive pa din si Owl.
Mas aggressive pa din si Owl, okay.
Pero go ahead.
Baloyski kasi yesterday also, Oh My Venus said that they're not just competing and to complete the championship titles. They're also out to prove that they could remain consistent as championship contender. Na as a pro player yourself, gaano ba kahirap ito?
Para sa akin, sobrang hirap kasi twice ko na siya naranasan Nung season 5 after namin mag-champion, pagdating ng season 6, wala kaming nakuhang kahit runner-up. Tapos ng season 8, runner-up ulit kami. Tapos parang ang early din ng exit namin. Yun, kaya sobrang bilib ako sa blacklist kasi yung consistency, yun yung pinakamahirap kunin Yes, yung ibang team kaya mag-champion, pero yung consistency, hindi mo yan basta-basta makukuha.
What's so hard about it? What is it that's so difficult to do that?
Siguro kasi sila, yung ego nila hindi nila tumataas. Tapos yung tag dito, yung gutom nila manalo. Tapos, wala. Tinutuloy lang lagi nila yung routine, walang nagbabago. Siguro yun yung ginagawa nila.
And actually, tama yung sinabi ni Baloy dito coming in from 11 seasons dito sa MPL, parang lagi kang may kitang bagong player na malakas bigla, tapos mawawala yung lakas na yon dahil nag-iba yung meta. So parang ang hirap makahanap ng consistent na player. But for Venus and Wise, parang it's second nature
Actually, napakadaling maging explosive, napakadaling gumawa ng isang big play. Pero ang mahirap, again, yung 11 seasons dito sa MPL is yung maging consistent. Kaya mo bang gawin yan day in and day out kahit sinong kalaban mo?
And let's see if either one of the teams are consistent with what they've shown yesterday. So it's time to answer the most significant question of all for this matchup. The question is, sino nga ba ang unang Filipino team that will #see the world? Okay, mag-ingay kayo lahat dito sa SMX Convention Center. Do you think it's Blacklist? Maingay. Who thinks it's gonna be RSG? Ay, sinong mas maingay sa kanila? Ulitin natin. Is it Blacklist? RSG! Okay, we heard the crowd. Now, I want to hear all of you. Baloyski ko muna, RSG or Blacklist?
Tingin ka po ang hirap sagutin pero ang siguro masasabi ko na lang sobrang long series.
So, mahirap sagutin pero ang sa tingin mo, it's going to be a long series. And if you can predict kung ano yung makikita natin today, what you're expecting also to see, what would that be?
20-minute game. Parang feeling ko mga 3 games na 20-minute game tas isang one-sided na game.
Oh, okay. Let's mark that. 20-minute game tas isa na one-sided talaga. What about you, Rockhard?
I think a lot of them will be more than 15 minutes kasi pareho to lalaban for SEA Games, for MSC. So they will be more careful. So more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
More than 15, pero nag-vote ka na ba, Blacklist or RSG?
Blacklist, tingin ko 3-2.
Blacklist 3-2, Butters!
Ako, iniisip ko, since nag-blacklist si Rockhart, I would say 3-1 RSG.
3-1
Oo,
RSG!
Kasi para sa akin kasi kung sino mananalo dito, siya yung winner. So,
Okay.
ayun. Yun, mainit ang RSG ngayon. And sasabihin ko din sana blacklist, kaso nag-blacklist si Crackert eh. So, RSG ako.
And I'm really just excited kasi itong dalawang to, alam naman natin, besties sila. But pagdating dito, sa Lanavdan, walang friends. At para naman sa ating mga online viewers, let us know who you're voting for, if it's RSG Philippines or if it's Blacklist International. At may tanong ako, gusto niyo bang manalo ng diamonds? Because we're gonna give it to ya. Just comment a photo of yourself watching the MPL Philippines playoffs na hashtag of the day post. Matatagpuan natin yan sa official Facebook and Twitter accounts ng MPL Philippines. And get a chance to win how many diamonds?
1,000
diamonds! Now our hashtag for today ay hashtag MPL-PH now or never. So sali na kayo. All right. SMX Convention Center. It's now time to find out the first Filipino team that will get to hashtag See the World. Let me hear you, agents! Raiders! This is Blacklist International versus RSG Slate Philippines. Reptar, pasok!
Agents and Raiders! From heartbreaking elimination and victorious relief, this next match will determine the first grand finalist of the season. Who will see the world first? Let's welcome our teams. They may not have been as dominant in the regular season, but the code has been patched, revamped, and they look dominant in the playoffs. Allow me to remind you that they are the reigning, defending champions of the MPL Philippines, Blacklist International! And now, coming from a victorious 5-game war against the world champs, they now look to solidify themselves as the championship contender. In case you forgot, they are the reigning, defending Kings of Sea, RSG Slate Philippines. And welcome our coaches to the stage. Coach Master the Basics and Coach Panda. For the first time ever in the playoffs, it's Blacklist and RSG.
It's the battle of the defending champions! RSG versus Blacklist International. Welcome to the upper bracket finals. Excited ako, punong-puno yung venue natin. Napakainit ng pinaglalabanan ng dalawang koponan. Unang team na papasok sa MSC. Will it be Blacklist's fourth grand finals appearance? Or will RSG be able to defend their MSC title? Once again, nga pala si Midnight and ating ihahayag dito kung gaano ka-intense ang laban between Blacklist and RSG Slate Philippines. Mainit yung magiging matchup natin dito. Una sa lahat, very, very similar play style on both sides. Fundamental approach and systematic MLBB gameplay. We have the refined Ube strategy on the side of Blacklist International. The Golden Boy Owl, the one true King Wise, Agent Zero Edward, Uinatics, and of course the Queen, Oh My Venus. Matagal na natin hinahangad tong matchup na to. Ngayon, papakita ng Blacklist International sa RSG na ito yung wala last time na nag-MEC kayo. The Royal Duo is back, backed up by two amazing standouts on the form of Yue and Owl. Marami nagsasabi dito, si Yue deserve niya yung Rookie of the Year title. And I would say, he is making a huge case in this match. Sa kanyang performance on the Valentina and the Farsa. Something that RSG needs to check kasi nagiging immaculate din talaga yung pagsabog or pag-pop-up ni Owl kapag maganda yung game ng kanilang tank support. While the defending champions of MSC, the Sea Raiders on the side of RSG Slate, Philippines, Eman, Irad, Nats, Exhort, and Light. Ang kakaiba naman dito sa lineup na to, nag-evolve na ang Raiders. I would say this is a more ignited Raiders. Yung mechanics na pinapakita ng ating mga players, specifically the mechanic Irad on the flexible jungle role. Nagagamit niya rito yung mga pure assassin, hindi lang utility assassin, kundi may pure assassin din. And of course, Nuts with his entertaining plays. Yung pag-shutdown niya ng kanyang mga team fights sa kalaban ay very crucial against Blacklist International dahil ito ay ipang tatapat nila sa Ube, Strategy, and si Light. Ang laking gumagawa ng paraan, ang light at the end of the tunnel for the side of RSG Slate Philippines can make or break the game here for RSG Slate Philippines against Blacklist. Nandyan yung kanyang mga roaming heroes, yung mga Franco, yung mga Kufra, na alam nating delikado kapag pinapatako ng Blacklist International ang kanilang Ube strategy. And look at how close the game between these two teams are. Very similar heroes. Nandyan yung Fredrin, nandyan yung Valentina. Again, this was a hero na 100% ang win rate kahapon, and both do play it on the jungle role. May flexibility pa nga sa XP between Nuts and Edward. Nandoon din yung factor. Of course, hindi natin makakalimutan to, yung Estes ni The Queen. Something na talagang marami nag-try na i-break. Pero at this point, iba pa rin talaga kapag si The Queen ang may hawak ng Estes. Nabanggit na mga panel natin kanina na important din ang gold lane matchup between these two teams dahil nagpa-pop off ang The Golden Boy on the side of Blacklist International. Pero nandun pa rin naman yung consistency ni Eman, and dahil dagdag pa yung problema sa side ng RSG, nandito rin si Irad to provide more support against Blacklist International. Looking at the overall stats between RSG and Blacklist, pantay na pantay. Objective is really, really high. Lalo doon sa tower. Pero ang pinagkaiba, yung Lord Secure ng Blacklist International. Dito talaga sila lamang above any other team. Yung kanilang Lord Control, yung kanilang Lord Dance, or yung kanilang Lord Turns, as you would say, ay kakaiba talaga. And this is something na kailangan isipin ng RSG. Kailangan nilang kontrahin yung nagiging control ni Wise, ang isang nag-iisang hari for the side of Blacklist against RSG. Ngayon, marami silang kailangan gawin. Tingnan natin kung ano ba yung mga kanilang keys to victory na hatid sa atin ng Infinix para manalo dito sa game na to. For Blacklist, thou shall not do his job. Meaning, kailangan nilang i-shutdown yung entertaining plays na ginagawa ng XP laner on the side of RSG Slate Philippines. Nabanggit kanina yung importance ng performance ng gold laner on both sides. And alam naman natin, yung mga XP laners yung talagang humahanap ng mga gold laners sa game. And Nuts has been consistent yesterday on finding these key positions para ma-take over yung performance or yung presence ng kalaban nilang gold laner. So yan ang kailangang abangan ng Blacklist International. RSG naman, raid the king during objectives. Bakit nga ba raid the king? Kasi Blacklist, they have shown an exceptional skill in taking control of the Lord. May bago silang sistema na ine-employ dito. And I would love to commend Bonchan, yung sinasabi niyang perfect Ube strategy around the Lord. May ibang ginagawa ang RSG dito at the helm is the King Wise. Yan ang kailangan titigan ng RSG. Kailangan nila i-shutdown kung naman itong systematic gameplay na ginagawa ng Blacklist around those Lord dances. And for both sides, nakita na natin ang Wise a lot, pero nakita din natin ang the mechanic using that hero, Lancelots or Lancenot. Will it be Blacklist International picking up the Lancelot or RSG playing the Lancelot on the hands of Irad? Or maybe, baka maisip na lang natanggalin na lang ito sa matchup na to para walang kakaibang hero na magpapakita against each other. Although matitira pa rin naman dyan yung Fredrin threat on both sides. So it's upon them kung pipili sila na kalabanin ba yung Lancelot or gamitin nila mismo para sa kanilang benefit. Again, mainit ang laban ng dalawang koponan. It is Blacklist International vying for their 4th Grand Finals appearance and RSG fighting their way towards the first ticket punching into MSC. Let the battle begin, fans! Blacklist International and RSG game number 1. Ang question is, sino ba ang magwawagi? Let's find out as we head on to the battle with our casters.
Here be the tale of Codebreakers and Kingslayers. They who stood on top of the world, they who conquered the seas. Tonight, one takes a step closer to immortality. Welcome, my boy, at your service. My name is Leo. It's us, We Bear Bros, bringing the action here with Naisu in Renmar, Santa Cruz. Brethren, what doth ye yonder think of the matchup we have tonight?
Methinketh that it be Hoth.
Hoth!
Welleth. I'm so happiest to be here.
Before the match begins, we would like to remind everybody that this is for the chance to go ahead and punch your ticket to hashtag See the World. Which Filipino team will go ahead and fly out to Cambodia for MSC 2023? For our viewers out there, let us know your thoughts. Who do you think among the remaining teams? There's only Echo, RSG Slate Philippines, and Blacklist International left in the running. Comment your predictions on the official live streams and get a chance to be featured on our broadcast. Imagine that, you, part of the MPL Philippines community, on the show.
Hey, man, I love it. Again, I know how we all feel about our predictions so far for this season's playoffs.
Yeah.
It's kind of out the window at this point. And I
Like
think,
your derps.
Yeah, and I think even the audience here doesn't exactly know exactly how this game will go. And then tomorrow, right? So I know there's favorites out here, but still, it's anybody's game.
Yes, I have gotten every single thing wrong. But if Blacklist International and RSG Slate Philippines want to get the right result here, these two men on your screens, Edward and Nafs, the XP laners. Similar to the last series, somewhat. We talked about Flap and the XP laner that he was up against earlier. Sanford as being very important.
My boy 40.
For their series.
He's waiting.
Equally, Edward and Nafs need to reach a different level of gameplay here because hero pool, same. Impact, same. Ability, same.
Were we on point?
Yes.
Totally not rehearsed.
And they need to be as on point as well.
Here's the thing. Both players have a clutch gene that is activated in different times.
I love it.
I
Yeah.
believe Edward just wakes up and decides to do so, especially when it's the playoffs. Nats, though, I believe has more of a specific trigger. But when it does go wild, when it goes crazy, he gets Grand Finals MVP.
You know who I feel like Nats is? Nats is like if you guys are fans of certain anime out there, multiple ones do this, where they get beat up more and more, and they get stronger and stronger. Like, that's Nats.
Right.
And then Edward is just locked in. Like, if he decides to get that clutch gene going, he's just razor blade locked in.
Yeah, Edward's like that final boss who's just,
always on.
Always on. Oh, everyone's fallen. All right, I'm going to finally join the fight. And then just when you thought that their opponents have it in the bag, no, Edward just shows up and ruins your hopes and dreams. Blacklist International here are taking out the Fanny from Irad. In the MDL, when he was still there, that was one of his favorite picks. They take out the Kaja as well. They don't want to give that to Light. And after watching the series against BREN Esports, when they face Blacklist International, RSG Slate says, we're not giving the Estes at all.
Okay, I like it. Right, first phase of the bans here, almost done. Franco has been a menace, man, and we have, just like we saw in the previous series, that combination looking pretty deadly, right? Franco paired with the Mincetar. Now that we've seen it from Benny Cutie twice now parked in the gold lane, that's a threat, and I'm expecting to possibly see it again, if not here in this series, maybe tomorrow.
So far, withstanding, only Echo is able to execute. Now, it might become a meta thing, but not so sure if that's something RSG Slate or Blacklist have in the bag. We're going to wrap up the first phase with a Fredrin ban taken out of the hands of the one true king, as our good friend Midnight calls wise. Now, what's the first pick here? A Joy, of course.
Yep, definitely has to be this. And with the Franco and Kaja out, this is a lineup or a pick that is well prepared for by Blacklist. So it'll make Exort think twice of picking the Eve and the Farsa. His favored character pick is up and still available for him, but without the Franco or the Kaja, they don't have their usual pieces that they pair with the Kadita to get for those pickoffs. They can play it safe. They can pick up the Valentina, just go for power picks if they want to. The glue is still also open, but in terms of map presence and pressure, will the glue be able to stand toe-to-toe with Joy? That's a big question. Another pick that's open for Nats, the Arlot, still on the table.
I like it. Arlot. I'm thinking maybe the Arlot here. They take it. There's the Lancelot, though. They just go with Lancelot and Eve here for the response from RSG.
It looks like they're just arming the mechanic with the tools immediately. If they need to, they will just break out the mechanics. That might seem to be a oxymoron, the mechanics with the mechanic. Regardless, this is before it gets banned out, and it's a safe check of what else Blacklist might be rocking.
Yeah, and at the same time, picking up the Eve also takes away a power pick from the hands of Yue.
That's right.
But it still has a lot of power picks available. The Valentina's up. Usually what Blacklist like to do is pick up the Valentina in this scenario so that they have a Valentina and an Eve on their team in the hands of Yue. And the Faramis maybe might be the combo with it if the Valentina is going to be locked in. But yes, the Faramis for sure is the pickup for Blacklist International.
They're going with the combination that we've seen a couple times, especially, even through the regular season. So how's this look in the Valentina, the Veramis combination with the Joy?
With that turns off the idea of a glue going to the hands of RSG Slate. Arlot's available, but they can also go for Claude here if they want to.
If they do pick up the Arlot, it gives already not just the RWM, but also the final slash to Yue.
That's the gambit that you pose when you have these heroes picked in that order up against a Valentina. So many beautiful ultimates that you're giving. It'll just be up to RSG to play the better game if they really want to, which is a tall order against Blacklist International. Nay, a tall order for any team fighting here in MPL Philippines.
And this is going to come down to if the last phase of picking goes as expected. It's going to come down to, as you called last night, Reptar, pagalingan pumindot. Who can press buttons on your phone better? But so far, yeah, he did.
I tried to translate it once again in my head. I don't think it's going to happen today.
Yep, just we'll let it sit. I think people are familiar. I was driving last night, couldn't have taken my eyes off the screen. Amazing matchup. They ban out the Baksha, taking out of the hands of Wise. A lot of choke coming in for V-Wise. As well, the Kufra. Now, it's a lot of light heroes for Blacklist.
Yeah, that's they know who to focus on in this scenario. Are they also going to take out his Cho? But we don't see the Cho anymore.
It's Lolita.
The Lolita is available.
Ban that out.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be the ban. But, oh yeah, Lolita. A sensible ban, but what the heck is Light going to end up
I was going to
playing?
say, that's what I'm sitting here thinking. With all those light bans, who do you opt for, right? They do decide to take out, RSC takes out the Claude here for that marksman option. The gold lane still up in the air for Owl.
This
So
might
we'll see.
This might be an Emon pickup for a Melissa pickup for RSG Slate Philippines.
Synonymous.
If they want to. It's synonymous at this point. It's going to be the Lancelot, the Arlot, and whichever the roamer will be for RSG to provide space for an Eve and Melissa backline.
will protect you.
As Blacklist International take away the Lolita, as
There it is.
expected. Good call there, Leo. So Light's hero might go last, or even the Melissa might go last later, because the Melissa doesn't really stack up that well with the lineup of Blacklist.
I'm thinking about how Coach Theo and Coach Panda are approaching this, because were they expecting the choke on Light? Or do they even answer back? Do they respond and say, "Oh, go get Eman right here," because Light's already choked out, anyways?
Yeah, this has to be something different. Oh, they got drafted into a corner. If it's going to be a Grok, if it's going to be a Ruby, we saw that Yue with the wild charge on him.
Yeah.
Equally deadly.
Grok sounds all right. I mean, you can overload the choices of Yue.
That too.
At some point, you just don't care.
Yeah, you can also consider that. So they do pick up the Melissa.
The
there
Eman.
for Eman. The Eman
There
for
it is.
Melissa.
Okay. I like the idea too. If they do, depending on what that last roam option is going to be for RSG, in a way, it actually makes things difficult for UA, right? To really decide which ultimate am I going to take, right? And it also becomes to the point where you really want to save even that evil, that real world manipulation, but on the switch back, Akai's going to be locked in, plus the carry here So now we've got the painted picture for what Blacklist International wants to do for Game 1.
Wow, the roam pickup for Light. What is he gonna pick up? It's a.
You named a couple solid picks.
Yeah.
What if he goes Angela? We've seen this before where they really like focus on the roam options, and then you see an Angela pickup. Now the debut pickup wasn't very good.
Under Omega.
It was it was not good.
It's an understatement.
I don't like how a Angela would look for this. Grok might end up becoming the option, but I think RSG Slate also know that, yeah, we can't. But they thought about it a long time. They still pick it up anyway. Last best possible option.
Yep. Most likely the simplest way is a straight line, and Grok is the straight line in this situation, in this equation against Blacklist International. Locking in their Game 1 lineups, folks. Not much flex in here. Again, even by banning out the Baksha, Wise gets his hand on the Akai. Good old reliable there.
Good old reliable indeed. Because of the presence of the Joy, I am going to think that. And Talents Midnight. I'm going to post there my prediction, actually. There's a spreadsheet out there that has my name on there, and it says Blacklist International. But we got our analyst prediction.
At this point, I don't think anybody's going to take my predictions.
I was going to say, at this point, what are predictions?
That's right.
What are caster predictions?
It's a blank. You look it up in the dictionary, it's blank.
It's blank.
No one knows. All right, here we go. Loading into the Land of Dawn. The MSC 2022 champions going up against our defending MPL Philippines champions. I wonder what early rotation is going to look like. Are they going to barrel down on the jungle or maybe even the XP lane? How's Nats going to respond?
It's XP lane again.
Whoa.
Similar to how Blacklist played against BREN. It's an early first level pressure onto Nats. And they're going to be sharing XP in the XP lane so that they can get quick levels, level 4 for Yue.
I like that. You know, get that early level that you can and then try to be aggressive. Even though my Venus is going to go ahead and get some of that vision here. But Light will most likely take care of that, push them out. And, yeah, interestingly enough, how these rotations kind of dictate this Game 1. Again, a lot of this, too, can be up to momentum. And that's what we saw RSG do yesterday, right? Momentum is huge for them. And so we got to see if that plays the part here for this matchup.
We see here, Extort gets a little bit of time to breathe, goes on and recalls home. Down bottom, though, Emon seems to be in trouble.
Emon's going to be in trouble here. Heavy spin already going to be used. He's trying to hold on. Should be fine. Luckily, Light was there. And Emon will survive that one.
Great positioning by Emon to make sure that he gets heavy spun into an area that isn't way too deadly for him to handle.
Irad.
I think Edward wants to chase this down. Irad a couple hits away. First blood going to the hands of Oh My Venus. So RSG trying to get some space there in the enemy territory, but they get punished.
Did Irad spend his Phantom Execution?
He did not, actually. I think Irad just really trusted that he'd be able to get away with it, saved it up. But then the cooldown of that anyway isn't way too long.
That's right.
So I think Irad just kind of confident that he'd get away. But we commend there the rotation of Oh My Venus and Edward to ensure that they got that kill. That's, again, it seems like since yesterday when they faced BREN, Blacklist just know so well how the opposing X-Planer and Jungler and Roamer rotates. And that was a prime example of it.
You can ask the question whether they know or they're forcing him to respond a certain way.
All right, they're ready to get the flicker out. Going to be fighting for the first turtle of the game. RWM going to come down too. Light quite low, has to flicker out defensively. Phantom Execution will help secure first turtle of the game for RSG.
Good to know that the young John Tuazon, despite the early fumble on the first blood, maintaining his composure.
Oh, Nav's hungry for a kill here. Will he be able to grid it down? Oh, no! Agent Zero able to survive with a sliver of health, and Navs is the one to get punished.
Ooh, fancy footwork there by Edward. He thought he was going left, but then he went right. He thought he'd go down, then he went up, and then he just survived through that. Couldn't even kill onto Navs. What a play there, the micro showcase by Edward.
Well, still going to be going Light, using the wild charge here. Oh My Venus. Ooh, still playing around. Edward going to help out here, forcing them back. Nav's there as well. doesn't want to make the same mistake. Will poke down Edward a little bit.
Oh!
Knows that he doesn't have the ultimate, but will back off ultimately.
Nas is so eager to go for round 2 so quick.
The confidence there of Nath. Still early game though, but seems like a lot of pressure is being placed on him and his lane. Meanwhile, bottom lane, here comes RSG in the gold.
Yeah, Owl, see if he can survive this. There's the Cult Altar response. Like going to get dragged back. Real world manipulation comes down. Not going to be enough as UA gets the kill. Going to force Exort to flicker out. Emon working on that turret as well. Still on the run. The flicker comes through. There's the Stampede. Emon trapped in a bad position. Going to get terrified here. Still up. UA now has to flicker out. Survives with 1 HP. Irad on the hunt. He knows the information is there. UA not going to let it happen. Recalls there. Irad thought he was in the bush, but still, Oh My Venus left. Herself here on the bottom side. Now Owl joining up. Not sure if RSG wants to commit to anything else.
Here's how long that sequence went. Light died at the start of that engagement, and then now he's back, and he's threatening another gank.
Let's run it back, boys, says Light. RSG Eman again. Fantastic positioning, acknowledgement of when to use his dash at the right time, when to use his ultimate at the right time, just to give him that little bit more inch of room to work with. And again, Blacklist failed to take down the gold laner of RSG. Let's see what happens here for this next turtle.
Edward and Owan is going to push back Navs here. He's about a half health. He's going to get the stun off, trying to get out of there. The final slash comes through as well. Here, Rad joining the party, looking for a kill. Can they grab it? Vengeance going to be popped. Edward runs away with his life. Irad a little bit too late.
There's just too much damage coming in from this Joy early on with the Vengeance. Down bottom!
They're still going to be going. Wild Charges committed. There's the Cult Altar response, and Light will fall under the turret. Time and time again, Blacklist International coming out with wins. Wise will secure the turtle on top of it. Still on the hunt. Edward, how does he survive again?
Always just a sliver of health. What a showcase by these two teams. Blacklist International, though, in the lead. 2,000 gold. And you have to commend the timing again of Oh My Venus and the usage of that Cult Altar, waiting for the last possible moment she could use it. And of course, Edward just finding ways to survive and thrive.
Oh, Nap's going to get locked down here. Not going to be able to escape that one, even using the final slash. You can see really the focus on the XP lane of RSG here.
Here's what's so difficult about the situation RSG Slate are in right now. Yes, they're losing a lot of the upper quarter fights, but if it paid off by having Eman farm freely, then that would be all right. It would be a good trade. But no, even Owl is barreling down. They only have half health on this tier 1.
Oh, they get the wild charge off here. Oh My Venus going to flicker out.
Wow.
Can Exort grab the kill? He can't. Meanwhile, the turret was being worked on by Owl. RSG just cannot find that kill they're looking for here. Now 2 members up top side. Nas will save that turret from going down, but meanwhile, bottom will fall.
So the gold laner of Blacklist gets out of lane first. Slight advantage here for Owl.
Oh, Grand Theft Orange!
And Wise takes the buff off Irad. Ice Queen Wand picked up there by Exor should help with securing the kills with those slows. No pull will be found there by Blacklist. 4K gold lead. Slightly getting out of hand here for RSG. But you see them, they're getting to trap Blacklist. They're just lacking the damage. Once they get the damage, question is, they have the defense because Blacklist at that point already has the damage and is midway through getting most of the defense they would want.
As far as I'm concerned, this 6-0 with a 4K almost gold lead for Blacks International is something that RSG Slate have to address immediately. I'm not so sure if it's going to be off of Eman when he gets his farm, or if Exort here with the Impure Rage. I'm wondering if he's hoping that there was a mystery shop so he can get that key item much sooner.
Yeah, would have been better. But I think he was just hoping that the mana might be able to help him stay longer in fights in the map.
Okay, they're going to poke down Blacklist a little bit. Oh, final slash going to miss there from Nath. Still going to be working on the turtle, half health. UA dropping the real world manipulation. Who's going to be able to secure it? It is Wise that grabs it. Looks like RSG's on the defense. The run here. Exor trying to get out from Edward as he does. Blacklist furthering their lead.
Oh, man. It seems to be another story of nothing to hold down the Joy.
Blacklist took away all of the best possible picks, the Franco, the Kaja. Good priority ban. Set everything up for their joy. Here in the bottom lane, though. Owl!
Wow, Nav.
Oh, look at
Just
Owl!
going to get deleted. It's Owl City. He's looking for more. Won't commit to Irad, but here comes Yue. Goes in with the flicker. The Terrified comes through. Couple hits away. Owl running to get the kill. Now it's Oh My Venus. He's trapped. Irad will fall.
Eventually, it still goes into the hands of Owl. You will not believe your eyes when this young man gets into the zone.
And RSG cannot believe this is the situation they find themselves in. It slowly ballooned to a 5,000 gold lead. A story of Blacklist just having the right utility to stay alive, and RSG lacking the damage early on to finish the job. Look at Owl!
Naf once again, the 1 versus 1. He will lose it as Owl gets the kill. Again, Naf struggling here, 0 and 5 on this Arlott, a signature pick of his.
All right, we were talking about how Nat's clutch gene possibly comes in when he gets beaten up.
This is
when
beaten
the
up.
situation is dire. I don't think it's an understatement to say yes, this is getting beaten up.
Welcome to Owl City, a comfort carry pick, a laning stage that, although it was difficult for him, Blacklist got a victory in the bottom lane, in the gold lane for Owl at just the right time. 27,000 damage dealt by him, 26,000 by Edward, 25 for the main man of RSG in this lineup, the Melissa, Eman.
Now the Lord has spawned about 6K at 10 minutes. That definitely feels like about a light year ahead.
Yeah.
Right? No pun intended. Light still playing that Grok. I'm guessing Raiders and the rest of RG Slate in the back are hoping that maybe there's a chance. Oh!
Looking to beat him up some more. Naf's going to go 1 versus 4. Will get taken out. And that's going to be the tier 2 as well, going down for RSG. Blacklist International is relentless against RSG.
So the answer here is, yeah, let's have Nats buy time down bottom so Irad can split push. I wonder what the next step was, if ever that was successful, right? And if eventually they do get tier 1 on top.
At that point, it really was just to find a win, as little as it could be. Oh, look at Wise!
Okay, Irad going to get locked down with a heavy spin. That's too much damage to deal with. Owl will get the kill. And now Blacklist International in a good position to just take this Lord. Edward will force the rest of the team of RSG back. Nav's not going to be able to commit to that one. Lord secured for Blacklist International.
This has gotten out of hand for RSG. Completely dominated in this game number 1. No kills on the side of RSG. Already 3 main items built by Al, all the way up to the DHS alongside the Golden Staff and Corrosion Scythe. Only 2 items built so far for Eman. Exort struggling, only has the Ice Queen wand, still only about to build the Genius wand, while Edward already has a Divine Glaive on him. This Joy, again, it was drafted perfectly for Blacklist to let Edward shine on this role. And he's doing it in flying colors. Irad gets trapped by Wise.
Yep, Irad going to get locked down once again. Owl grabbing the kill. And that is now another tough situation to be in for RSG as they have the Lord to deal with the bottom side.
Blacks International have taken all of the tools away from the mechanic. There's too much hold. All the angles that Irad can get to have been closed off. He is cordoned off. He is unable to do anything against Wise's Akai.
Right now, Blacklist International might possibly punch this game 1 in. They're looking to get the last inhibitor turret. They've already got 2. No minions, though, to help them get that. But right now, this is just outgunned for RSG.
Outgunned, outmanned, outplanned. The way Blacklist has played here put RSG in a situation that they haven't seen quite yet in this weekend's playoffs. This is the toughest situation RG Slate has been.
Oh, Emon already have to escape that one. Owl going to be working on the turret, gets it. Looks like they get the discipline call to take off and leave RSG here. Again, scrapping for any type of XP, any type of gold they can find. They're forced to stay together. Light, pretty much the walking vision here for RSG.
The pulls, the real-world manipulation. Edward and Wise together, the patented and signature 3-2 split trade in major objectives, where Edward and Wise will just go to a turtle, while the rest of Blacklist will help their gold laner most likely. And they did that time and time again, and it worked.
Gonna be tough for Light. He has to use the flicker plus the ultimate. Edward, though, look at that, gonna whittle down Light. And again, he is that front line for RSG here, and you can see both their frontliners having a very difficult time even finding any angle here.
What's happening is Light is trying to check which lanes are free and forcing Blacklist to pay attention to him so waves eventually do crash and Eman can get to them. I believe that's the insurance policy here. You gotta hold on, Eman. Times are tough, but when they do, the tough get going.
See if Irad will be able to get the orange buff here. He does. So that's a slight, very, very
Small
slight
victory.
win for RSG. In the grand picture of the solo Exort.
Oh,
is bad.
Edward gonna chase down 2 members of RSG. Exor gonna flicker into his death. UA will grab the kill. Emon falls as well. And now they're just unleashing on the Raiders here. The lockdown comes through. Irad is next. Triple kill for Owl. And once again, Blacklist International is dominant game number 1, 16-0. Now the next target will fall. They take game 1.
Tis but a clean victory for the Codebreakers in the first chapter of this best of 5.
17-0. You're facing the defending champs. We're not gonna make this easy for you, says Blacklist. Dominating, signature, Blacklist International RSG slate could not get anything.
That was rough for all the Raiders out there, for everybody rooting for RSG, man. That was rough to see, because after yesterday's performance, you're thinking again, where is Irad sitting today? Where is Nath sitting today? Right? There was a lot of build up there, and unfortunately, that game 1, hey, they got snuffed out, man. There was nothing that RSG could do in that game.
Irad last night was very different from the Irad here in game 1.
Oh, yes.
I'm hoping that it was more because of the tools given to him. There's a lot of mechanical potential in this young man, and I'm guessing there's still time left to calibrate, all right? Far from match point, but I'd rather that RSG slate get going rather than later, because Blacklist are wasting no time. Let's go and throw over to our solo analyst for him to break it down real quick for us. Talk to us, Midnight.
Maraming salamat, casters. Blacklist International. Mukhang nagpakita ng masterclass dito sa ating game number 1. Simple and clean. It's methodical and surgical. Yan ang naging approach ng agents against RSG Slate Philippines. Welcome back dito sa Analyst Stand. Ako nga pala si Midnight. Na natin idadisect kung ano ba yung naging story dito ng Blacklist at paano nila na-execute again ang perfect ube strategy against RSG Slate Philippines. Well, let's start off with the draft. I'm actually quite surprised na pinalusot ng RSG yung Joy without any form of control. Nung nakita natin na nakaban yung Franco at nakaban yung Kaja, they opted to go with the Fredrin ban. And it's very considerable nga naman for RSG na tanggalin tong hero na to kasi napakataas ng win rate, lalo sa kamay ni Wise. Pero nung binigay yung Joy sa side ng Blacklist International, nakita natin yung translation into actual gameplay. Sabi ni Edward, wala kayong hold, wala kayong control, akin ang early game. And yan yung naging number 1 problem nila. Number 2 problem nila, alam ng RSG to when they picked up the Arlot against Joy, alam mong mapapahirapan yung XP lane dahil nga kasama yung sa Keys to Victory ng Blacklist kanina and also nakuha ng Blacklist International yung carry. Now, the thing about this matchup is sa team fight, lugi na nga yung Arlot sa carry sa late game and ang problema is hindi pa nakuha ni Nuts yung kanyang victory against the Joy. So, kinailangan nila mag-switch ng lane. Unfortunately, yung lane na pupuntahan niya is essentially a counter to him as well. Walang pakialam yung carry kung gaano kakunit yung Arlot, kahit gaano karaming beses bumalik yung kanyang HP. As long as nandyan yung attack speed, he will be able to shred through the defenses of Nuts. Yan naman ang nature ng carry with the passive, and dagdag pa natin dyan yung slows coming up from the corrosion site na una niyang nabili. Also, RSG, they were not able to make any moves and amplify this Lancelot's performance. Most of the time, pag nakakita tayo ng successful Lancelots, sineset up yan ng mga teammates niya, nakakahanap siya ng mga crucial fights. Pero in this case, in a way, parang nag-react din sila sa XP lane dahil nga nahihirapan na si Nats. And hindi rin nila nagamit yung hero ni Light on the early stages of the game. Nakailang try sila, nakailang bisita sila sa gold lane. And Owl was defended by the Royal Decree. Sabi ng Blacklist International, guys, hayaan nyo si Edward sa may top lane, 1v1 sila doon ni Nats. Tulungan natin yung ating carry. Kasi ito yung late game assurance natin. And laging nakakatapat ng RSG yung mga heroes ng Blacklist sa may bottom lane. Laging nandun si Oh My Venus, laging nandun si Yue. And ang kinagandahan dito, hindi sila agad nagpapakita. Kumbaga nakapwesto lang lagi si Yue at si Venus dun sa mga bushes. Once na mag-engage yung RSG, dun lang sila magsasave. Kumbaga, counter-engage yung ginagawa nila dito versus RSG Slate Philippines and Blacklist International were able to defend their own gold laner. And naganda rin ng mga naging ikot ni Wise. May mga moments na tinulungan niya si Edward dito para lang lalong ma-shutdown si Nats. And of course, yung mga Turtle and Lord fights. Paulit-ulit natin nakita yung reset and turn ng Blacklist. And this allowed for an incredible space para sa ating MVP na si The Golden Boy, Owl, on his performance sa carry. Again, naging very crucial yung kanyang early game dito, yung kanyang success. Nakakuha siya ng momentum and nag-translate to into a very quick late game for Blacklist International. And na-secure niya yung ikatlong 17-0 na stat line natin dito sa ating MPL Season 11 against RSG. And nabanggit ko kanina, yung Arlot versus carry matchup. Alam na alam to ng RSG Slate Philippines, pero nawala kasi sila ng choice. Hindi rin naman pwedeng itapat mo yung Melissa against Joy kasi pagtitripan lang lalo ni Edward yung Joy kahit pa merong go away. Basta makapasok siya sa loob ng vicinity ni Eman, kahit ipop mo yung go away, ay literal na tatakbo lang din naman yung Joy at wala kang choice kundi i-let go yung chase. Na makita natin dito sa highlights na ilang beses nag-attempt yung RSG na magpunta dong sa lane ni Edward pero the Joy was just too big at that point. And ang daming beses din in-outplay ni Agent Zero yung XP laner ng RSG. One hit na lang, patay na sana siya. And ito yung mga moments na, again, si RSG nagtatry ng maglagay ng band-aid solution against Blacklist International. But what was happening on the bottom lane was much more important for Blacklist to deal with. Kasi ito nga yung late game nila. Mas importante na protektahan nila si Owl at this point. And nung na-hit na ni Owl yung kanyang timing, which is yung first item corrosion site, naramdaman ni Owl na, okay, kahit sino man magpunta rito, pwede ko na labanan. Although, I would say na medyo critical yung choice ni Ira dito to go with the damage, War Axe. I think it's forgivable kasi kapag nag-build ka ng HP item, it's all the same against carry. Pero ang naging problema was wala siyang katulong. He was trying to deal with the carry against himself and at that point, mas snowballed na yung carry. So parang in a way, hindi niya na rin kayang abutin yung damage output na nilalabas ni Owl and hindi rin kinaya tapatan ni Ira. As Wolf has mentioned, hindi na kinaya ng RG tapatan yung shred na binibigay ni carry. So kahit sinong tumayo sa harapan ng side ng Blacklist International, kumbaga kung may nakaharap, kung may katabi man silang objectives, mas wala na silang paki doon. Mas gusto nila na maubos yung heroes ng RSG para may panalo nila ng teamfight, para makakuha sila ng objectives, and para matapos nila yung game. Again, this was a very clean game by Blacklist International. And I feel like it has to go back to the draft. It has to boil down to those important prio picks between these two sides. Nung nakuha ni Edward yung kanyang Joy, essentially there was one lane na hindi na kailangang intindihin ng Blacklist International. Edward won his XP lane and sabi ng Blacklist, okay, amplify na lang natin yung late game natin para ma-secure natin yung victory in game number 1. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi ba ang RSG sa game number 2. Pero bago lahat, kausapin muna natin ang ating host na si Mara Aquino.
SMX Convention Center! GG!
RSG!
Kasama natin ngayon ang pamilya ni Light. Buong row right here. Okay, let's introduce yourselves and tell us kung anong relationship nyo with Light. Starting with you.
Ay, Poblete po. Pinsan ko po si Light.
Pinsan! Okay.
I'm Emil Katipon, father of Dylan.
Father! Si Father. Hello, Dad.
My name is Lance, older brother po ni Light.
Older brother, magkamukha sila.
Hi, ako si Reggie. Ako ang long-lost brother ni Light.
Long-lost brother. Magkapatid ba talaga kayo?
Sa multiverse.
Sa multiverse?
Yes.
Okay, kayo po.
Hi, I'm Camille. I'm the tita of Light.
Tita! Okay. Lahat po ba kayo naglalaro ng ML?
Di po, nanonood lang.
Nanonood lang?
Nanonood din
Nanonood? Nanonood lang din. Ikaw?
Naglalaro.
Naglalaro. So, magkasama kayo maglaro ng kapatid mo?
I remember nag-start kami mag-play together season 2. Ngayon, during that time, kami ng mga kababata namin naglalaro. And then, kaya from that point, na-witness namin yung progress niya as a player.
Oh, so siya nag-pursue ng pro player. And ikaw naman, bakit hindi ka nag-pursue?
During the time kasi, since papasok yung pandemic noon, nagkaroon ng way para ma-showcase niya yung talent niya, ma-enhance niya. And nang time naman yung kailangan kong mag-focus sa college.
How proud are you that your brother made pro? Dati naglalaro lang kayo sa bahay, nag-aaway kayo. Ngayon, nandito na siya sa stage.
Extremely proud. During the time na papasok pa lang siya sa work, actually sabi ko nun sa mom ko, kasi medyo doubtful siya na kung papayagan niya. Sabi ko,
Yung mom mo, doubtful?
yes,
Okay,
kasi...
ano sabi mo?
Kasi yung mom namin noon before, sabi niya, hindi siya ganun ka-open-minded when it comes to esports. Kaya sabi ko sa kanya noon, I really can tell na ito yung passion niya, ito yung gusto niyang gawin. Kaya may support is talagang boost para sa ma-pursue niya yung dream niya.
So si Mommy ayaw, tapos ikaw yung dahilan kung paano niya convince si Mom.
Kinulit ko.
Ay! Good job! Paano mo siya kinulit? I mean,
Sabi ko, malaki yung pera doon.
Daddy, ikaw ba? So si Mommy, hindi daw doubtful daw, medyo natakot. Ikaw, Daddy?
Actually, ako hindi ako doubtful eh. Kasi alam ko yung talent niya. Lagi ko nakikita, go lang silang go. Kaya, sige, go na, go.
So, kayo po hindi naglalaro, si Mommy hindi naglalaro, pero bakit niyo po pinili na suportahan si Light kahit hindi niyo naiintindihan yung laban? I mean, ano po ba na? Okay, perspective actually. Pag nakikita niyo yung screen, di ba? Anong nagka-clash? Ano yung nakikita niyo? Anong interpretation niyo sa nangyayari?
Actually, tinitignan ko lang si Dylan kung nasaan dun sa game na yon. And then, pag nakikita kong maganda yung laro niya, pumapalakpak lang ako.
At hindi po alam na maganda yung laro niya.
Hindi, may mga time na yung...
Pag nakapatay.
Yeah, yung lahat may stop niya, tapos dadating na yung mga kakampi.
When he's able to fully that protect his players is... Ngayon naman po, yung sinano ko po sa inyo kanina, bakit niyo po pinili na suportahan siya kahit wala kayong idea ng nangyayari ngayon?
Actually, sinuportahan ko siya kasi gustong-gusto niya eh. Anytime na pagka yung ayaw namin, siya parang malungkot. Kaya sinuportahan ko na lang.
Ayaw niya malungkot si Light. Daddy's why ba si Light?
Parehas lang, ano?
Nasaan si Mommy? Nasaan si Mommy ngayon? Mommy,
Wala,
nasaan ka?
hindi siya kasi nanonood pagka ng game eh. After ng game, tsaka lang siya lumalabas ng kwarto.
So, nagtatago si Mommy sa kwarto pag may laban. Bakit?
Basically, every time na may skirmish or clash, natetense kagad siya, nasigaw siya, tapos tatakbo sa kwarto sa loob.
Oh, Mommy, don't worry. Magaling ang inyong anak. Eto po, how tough do you think, ikaw kasi naglalaro how tough do you think this matchup is kontra sa Blacklist International?
It's going to be extremely tough. We need to take into consideration na yung Blacklist kasi world champions sila. And given na kumbaga parang may matindi na rin yung band nila as teammates, talaga magiging challenging siya. Pero based on what I know, RSG is a very resilient team. No matter what happens, they'll be able to bounce back.
Kamukha talaga. Kamukha. Daddy, okay, nandyan si Light ngayon. It's going, sabi nga niya, it's gonna be a tough one. Kung meron kang gustong sabihin kay Dylan, kay Light right over there, what do you want to tell him?
Alam niya naman yun eh, win-win-win. God bless.
Win-win-win. Ikaw naman, anong gusto mo sabihin?
And always remember na we have your back. Pray hard and play hard.
Ikaw naman.
Ako naman,
Yung brother niya in the alternate universe.
my brother, galingan mo lang. Nandito lang ako para sumuporta sa'yo sa Game 2. Bumawi lang tayo. Let's go!
Eto, now, ayan, magsisimula na ang ating laban. Pwede ba natin iba to sa casters? Kaya niyo po ba? Kayo din, Daddy. Kayo. Si Tita ba? Nagpapasahan. Tita, ikaw naman. Casters, pasok.
Casters, pasok.
I have had Light as my player before. I don't think he has a brother who looks like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I mean, I see the semblance somewhat. Maybe that's why he's the long-lost brother from an alternate universe. Which, by the way, how do we get him here? The flight tickets for that must have been expensive.
Not this timeline.
I'm your guys' long-lost brother.
In what timeline?
That's a consolation.
Yeah, that's...
Before we get back into the matchup, let's all enjoy the
Mom?
power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smart.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Now, talking about Blacklist International and RSG slate, there's a lot on the plate for Coach Pan and Coach Theo. to start fixing up. That's 17-0. Almost nothing on the board for the Raiders.
Ouch.
Where can we start? Like, they got a turret. At least, for sure, they got a turret. That's what I remember.
A turret and a turtle.
And a single turtle.
Yeah.
But, all right. I don't think I'm putting much on our players here, but they could have done better. I'm pretty sure, starting with the draft.
Yeah, it was a clear draft victory for Blacklist International. You cannot dispute that. With the picks that they got, the Kaja and Franco taken away. Good news for the Joy with a vengeance.
Great news.
Great news. Akai will make that Lancelot struggle, although it is a quite even duel at times. In that scenario, Wise was just perfect with his heavy spin timing, and then Ira just could barely get objectives, especially when Blacklist would do the 2-3 trade across map. And then, of course, RSG, outside of the draft, going into the game, just look. Although I do like that they were courageous and brave and wanted to make plays, not overly cautious. There were some moments where you could really look at and think RSG just can let this go. They've brought down a member of Blacklist low. They're going to be forced to recall, that's fine. But they still chased for kills, and they got horribly punished for it.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is I'm expecting the flip sides here, right? So if they get that priority pick, they might want, I don't know if taking the Joy would solve their issues or not, but it's just, yeah, it comes down to just the fundamentals of the draft, really, because we were talking about it when it was unfolding, right? How much focus was actually on Light, and that really showed through the gameplay, that struggle to really utilize the Grok, especially when they were behind for quite a bit.
Yep. More on the ongoing series in just a bit. For now, we're looking for our smart game face of the day. Folks here at SMX, you all know the drill. Flash the hashtag PowerSmart on your devices. Make sure you got a green background going. And when the camera gets to you, show us that game face. And here's this young, dashing gentleman. He's our winner. Folks, you know the drill. He wins a redeemable in-game code. He's just happy to be here.
The entirety of the SMX crowd is chanting for the two good friends to kiss.
Hey, if they're that close,
if they're that close,
no harm.
Might as well.
Lesson for our international viewers. Here's a new phrase for you to learn. When you come here for M5, it's called tropa time.
Tropa time.
Yeah, good times with your friends.
Tropa time.
Yeah, this is tropa time. Offcast, also tropa time.
Yeah, it's a lot of tropa time.
Yeah,
Always.
Always.
So, back into the action here. Now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You just leave it hanging there.
Yeah, that's right.
For people to think about what tropa time.
Because tropa time continues.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Never
meaning
ends.
of tropa time is in enjoying it.
Yeah.
So, we go on. Now, we mentioned how in the draft and in the execution, I'd like to say we go back to the fundamentals, the pandamentals, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because, again, to be able to solve the Joy problem, that might be trying to go too deep into the details. Maybe just go back into like the macro and look for what makes you who you are. Now, I'd hate to get all sentimental about this, but the players of RSG Slate Philippines didn't look like who they were, right? You would know. You would know.
They didn't look like Raiders.
Yeah.
I don't know what the opposite of that is, but like
It was whatever.
Surrender.
Yeah.
That's backwards.
You just put it backwards.
I was gonna say, I don't know
I'm
if the
getting good
answer
at
to
this.
everything is
I'm
just
getting-
putting it backwards,
I'm
man.
getting good at this. All right, I believe we are about to get into the draft. Here we go, game 2. What better way than to put all the thoughts that we mentioned into execution? Indeed, RSG Slate does go back onto the play blue side. Blacklist answering back. If I'm not mistaken, we have some preliminary bans already.
Yeah. RSG, I think with the Estes, the Faramist, good
Okay.
ban, and the Arlot. Now, because Blacklist went Hackalite, RSG can pick up the Joy, which doesn't necessarily need to go into the hands of Nas. It can be a flex pick for RSG in 3 roles. So, of course, they're going to pick that up. But Blacklist, I'm pretty sure they thought about this already. They can go either Valentina or Eve. Although, again, static artillery mages against Joy, it's a struggle. They're going to need a good amount of root, crowd control. There's crowd control. And there's the 1-1
Oh.
that was open in the
Jeez.
draft. Wasn't picked by RSG. Blacklist pick it up, and the 2 best heroes that you can use to answer the 1-1 was banned by Blacklist.
You have one more out. You can give Extort the Farsa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blow her up.
Yeah, the Farsa. That makes sense. Farsa Lolita might actually be the play here for RSG. Just so that they can answer the 1-1. But then I feel like that'd be... Even though that sounds like a bit of an overreaction, come on, we know what Blacklist are going to ban out in the next two bans if Light doesn't have his hero going to the second phase.
Yeah,
Or
that's why they
Blacklist
need to
can
lock
even
it down.
pick up the Lolita by themselves.
There it is.
So RSG pick it up.
Lolita.
Lolita.
Lolita. You go ahead and pick that in, secure it for Light. We know what happened. There's the Farsa. Like you boys mentioned, good high IQ gaming in the draft right now.
If I know Dexter, if I know Dylan, and if I know Brian, that's where it's going to go.
That's where it's going.
Brian is Coach Panda for,
Yeah.
for those.
I was going to say, some people are like, who's Brian?
Who are these?
Who's Dylan?
First name basis? Really?
Yeah,
All right.
They have first names, guys.
All right. Here we go. The Valentina to answer again the big ticket ults.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
a comfort for you, eh?
Yeah, and that means there is a Numenon Blast on the side of Blacklist International. The roamer here is probably... I think RG is going to ban out the Matilda later on.
You know, the every time that I see this kind of across from each other, the Lolita and the Valentina, I always get worried because we had some of that in the regular season where, you know, you're looking... Your job is so much harder when you're working against a Valentina because you could easily just get canceled out with a Terrifying.
True.
And that is so, you know, Light's probably the best one to do that, to work around with, but still I feel like Blacklist International will also play around that, right? They will try to force some of those situations where they have that advantage where Light, yes, 100%, he's going to have to rely on the Bush, Numenon Blast setups with the Flicker. So if they burn the Flicker early on, or something, they know that they don't have to worry so much because in the back of their hands, they've got the Terrify mechanic to work with.
Okay, so RSG, will they ban the Akai or the Guinevere? Because I'm thinking or the Matilda. Because the Guinevere looks great for Blacklist International alongside the Matilda. The Matilda usually gets picked up by Blacklist International in these scenarios. They're up against a Farsa. And let's see if that'll be the player for Blacklist. RSG, the options were presented. They took away the Lancelot. Fredrin is still actually in the table here.
Yep.
So Fredrin, Matilda, as the last two picks of Blacklist sound good. RSG might look to take away one of them, but know that the Guinevere is still in the pool for Blacklist. If not the Gwyn, maybe even the Alice in the jungle makes a comeback.
Something tells me they should take out the Fred.
The Fred,
There it is. Not here, Fred.
Not tonight. All right, so does that mean Wise is forced to play either the Baksha or the Barat? Yo, Barat's Matilda doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah, the Barat's Matilda. Classic combo as well for Blacklist International. But it's the
That's the
Baksha.
Baksha.
You pose the Baksha up there. Fast rotations here.
I'm 3 letters off.
How is RC going to match this? Well,
Last 3 letters.
Yeah, last three. Close.
I like phonetics.
I was going to say, you're so good with letters. I can't think that fast enough to reverse words and then come up with this with this saying, but
acronyms are funny.
You know,
weren't you a teacher before?
I was, but
not that kind.
not that kind. Not that kind. We didn't do that in my classroom.
That's generalization, man.
Well, maybe that's you should have taught it.
No.
RG's late. Come on.
No, Renoir. I was hoping.
He just shut it
Martis.
down.
Martis.
Martis.
He's not letting you.
Their Wayfield's fine.
All right.
Oh, they're
What
hovering
are
at
they
Turizla. I like this.
hovering?
Turizla Eve. What? No. What?
Turizla carry.
Oh, it's a carry.
It's a
Oh,
JJ.
Okay.
It's a JJ.
Yep. Joy Jungle.
So
Okay.
it comes down to the character of one young Irad. John Tuazon likes heroes at dash.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm with it.
I think it's going to work great. The JJ, the Jungle Joy. The one thing that I'm wondering about is this the Matilda that's going to be locked in here? Because
I like it.
Hey, that mobility, man.
Go old school.
Old school.
100% in the playoffs.
100%, yeah.
Yep, in the few times it showed up.
In before Oh My Venus surprises us and picks up an Atlas. Which honestly sounds really good here.
Yeah.
Excuse the way you play.
Oh,
it's a
not.
Florin.
All right.
The president of the anti-healing club.
So, like, Florin for playoffs hasn't had the best showcase,
It's
right?
been spotty.
Yeah,
But
spotty.
At best.
Spotty. But when Florin came out for the debut, it was Oh My Venus that played it, right?
Yeah.
I think during the regular season. So we get to see it in action once again here. With this lineup, though, it's very interesting to see how it's going to work.
I've manifested this hero for years. Upon her release,
Florin.
I believe I said, yo, this is built for Oh My Venus. And we have not been so blessed to see her play this as often as we thought we would.
Yeah, it took us a long road until
Yeah.
we actually got to see the first game of Oh My Venus in the MPL as a floor, and that was earlier this season. But as we look at the draft, the Therese will pick up. It's just there for wave clear and the penalty zone. That'll be the job of Nats up against the glue of Edward. He gets a lot of regen from the mini glues once that up, so there's a tanky presence on the side of RSG to hold the front line. The Lolita will provide the shielding. Exort needs to have godlike positioning here, and if he can, maximize the stun to force an early Needles and Flowers out of the 1-1, which should be one of the main goals of RSG Slate. If he can trigger that key ability out of the 1-1 in the situation where he doesn't want to use it, that'll be great for them. And the ever-consistent Queen, after winning the previous game, Oh My Venus, is now third in terms of overall wins in MPL-PH career.
They're back to the usual XP lane rotation, as you can see. They did the same thing, man. They're pressuring Nats, but it looks like Nats is better off this time. I think he's okay. He survived the minute gut check.
And this rotation by Blacklist just ensures that Oh My Venus always most likely will be level 4 by the time the first turtle comes up, and Yue as well will have level 4. So we've been seeing it since the BREN Esports matchup yesterday that the roamer that Blacklist international is up against is always a level or at least quarter of a level behind of level 4.
Yeah, and I think this is just a better start, right? In terms of there wasn't so much pressure on the XP lane that they had to deal with, but they got to be careful, especially in moments like this.
Oh.
So Irad gonna be fine, but once again, all this kind of poking back and forth, fighting for any lead that they can really find leading into that first turtle.
Okay, besides passing the first minute gut check in the XP lane, I think RSG are doing much better given the fact that this lineup scales much, much better early to mid. Like earlier, they were so top heavy. To be honest, they were very top heavy. Now they have, again, Eman on the carry. They have Irad, who has a mystery shop, so should scale well as long as he's farming at least a moderate amount. Already looking better for the Raiders.
Unevolved Flower actually in the hands of Edward, given to him by the Florin.
Oh,
we can get this first turtle. Positioning of Yue, very good right now for a Numenon Blast. RSG needs to get vision, they get it.
Yep, Light has it. UA also has the Numenon Blast here, so there goes the penalty zone. They're going to set up. Wise goes in from around the corner. First blood going to the hands of Wise. UA will fall, though. Wow. And Turtle will reset on top of it. Now still going to be going Edward, holding on to Light. Light will survive for now. And now still the focus on Edward this time. Can't get away. Irad with the kill.
But this whole time, look at Dannery. He's committing Grand Theft Orange. I wonder if Irad is aware.
Buff down. Turtle, let's see if RSG can get it to balance out the fact that the orange buff of the Joy is gone. And RSG will get the first turtle of the game, plus 2 kills.
Okay, so they secure the turtle finally after all of that. Like Leo mentioned, Wise, though, able to take the buff from Irad. So he did have the 2 kills. I don't think he's too worried so much about the buff for now, but we'll see if he can actually play with this advantage that they have.
I see what Irad is doing. I believe this should be a...
That's the advantage I was talking about. He's going to go ahead and take down Oh My Venus. Now on the run here, Wise trying to find some revenge. The lineup from UA goes in with a Numenon Blast. Not going to find it, though. Irad's still on the run. A dash and a dash. And he will survive.
He used the most of the rhythm and beats immune CC window. That was amazing.
Owl under the feathered airstrike. Going to look for Emon. Gets the crossbow of Tang off. And in a situation where he was outnumbered, comes out on top. Now Naz going in with the penalty zone, 1 versus 2. Wise and Edward waiting for Irad to get there. but will be a little bit too late. Edward goes in with a split, will be cut off a little bit. Erad gets the flicker out. Still going to be committing here, uses the beats, gets the kill with the retribution as well.
Seems like this series might boil down to who gets the joy will get a good time. Because Erad right now, 4 kills on this joy.
Oh, 4.
Oh, 4 of it.
Only for John.
John John's his name?
John Tuazon.
Okay, I thought it was, for a second there, I really thought John.
I've gotten fond of the young jungler, but wait, Wise, they're trading this top lane tier 1 for the buff, and eventually they'll trade hard. No, but this still has shields.
Yeah, they're putting some pressure across map here. Feathered Airstrike going to be used by UA.
Oh!
Exort in response as well. The full plate of those golds are gone now on the bottom side, but they trade top.
That's a lot of money in Owl's pockets, man. He's eating good.
Yeah, this 1-1 will be a problem later on. But we've seen before how Blacklist International deals with 1-1s. Light just needs to really time his shield really well. And they need to layer their crowd control abilities well enough. And once the 1-1 ultimate has been expended, that is your time to turn. Conserve your abilities. Erad might get caught out here.
Erad, 3 members, going to be forced to use the ultimate out of there. Still looking for that turtle. Going to be pulled and started. Half Belgian Flicker comes in with the Doom on Blast. They do find Waz. Penalty zone to follow, but the damage not there just yet. Turtle secured, but Light will fall to an objective that they take. Meanwhile, still in the mid lane, UA in trouble. Erad going to go in. He jumps in, dashes through, gets the kill. He's unstoppable. Now going to be working on Owl. Owl will be fine, but Erad has lost his purple buff as well.
What's the count now? 3 buffs stolen by Wise so far?
Yep, 3 buffs, but all 5 kills on the hands of RSG come from the hands of Erad. And even Wise wins the battle. In the mid! Exort!
Dunked on with the Feathered Airstrike.
And just like that, as we say, the action just keeps going, man. I think this is exactly what RSG wants to be. It's a messy team fight everywhere.
This aggression that RSG is playing with, despite being dominated in that game number 1, this is what you want to see from RSG if you are a Raider. And if you are a fan of our sport, you'd want to see a team that just gets dominated fight back like this. This makes the story, the series, all the more interesting as we look at the items. Corrosion Scythe and Demon Hunter Sword already built by Owl. Second item should be coming up in just a bit for Eman. So the struggle of Eman in lane somewhat balanced now by the efforts of the other members of RSG. Exort's timing with the stuns alongside Erad's entries. Of course, Light's Numenon blasts. They just need to time and layer their abilities perfectly.
Best case scenario, what RSG Slate wants for Blacklist to do is to answer back. They want Blacklist to get scrappy as well, because in that realm, in that situation, RSG just win about 9 out of 10 times. But it's so far, in the 7-minute game, 7 minutes, 3 seconds, Blacklist have been picking their fights.
Yeah, like they're trying to do here too, right? The crazy thing about this, with Erad having pretty much the majority of the kills in gold in his favor right now, if he does get shut down, that's going to be a big pickup for Blacklist International. So you see them kind of avoiding that, right? They just go ahead, get a little bit more space to work with as they took the tier 1 in the bottom side, but they trade it for the turtle plus the tier 2 in the top lane.
He will make like a piñata. Once the code breakers get to that joy, I'm guessing if they put it to Owl or they give it to Yue, that's a lot of good.
Well, a lot of candy, a lot of sweets, but life looks sweeter for RSG right now. Blacklist International are getting wins by opening up space in the map for themselves, making the right call. They're avoiding the scrappiness, the fights that RSG wants to take against Blacklist International by splitting the map instead. And they're just waiting for the right time. And once they feel confident in that Owl has his items, but look at Erad.
Yeah, he's going to poke down Owl a little bit here. You got to respect that damage too. He does have, I believe that Holy Crystal is the last item he picked up a couple minutes ago. So, you know, this is just RSG kind of playing with that advantage they have. They also have the space advantage like you mentioned. But all this will lead into that first Lord. So if Blacklist International takes up a kill, possibly a shutdown if they can get it, it gives them some of that momentum back. But right now it's just RSG having a much better game too here.
That's right. RSG is going with the zoomies, let's just say.
Yeah.
They want to go ka-chow. But for Blacklist International. It's a game of inches. Oh my Venus.
Feathered airstrike gonna come down.
It's
He also used the retribution. They get the heal out. Irad gonna get stunned though. A little overextended, and the kill goes to Yue. And you see that too. Big defensive items being picked up here for Owl and Edward.
The animation of the penalty zone was stopped by the stun of the floor. It actually was got off. Nas couldn't jump. The animation didn't jump forward. It stuck to where Nas was standing. That would have been a sure kill onto Oh My Venus. But just unfortunate for RSG. Good response by Blacklist.
Owl just going in. Exort gonna fly out a little bit with wings by wings. Penalty zone.
That's smart.
Not gonna.
Cheeky.
Yeah. Not gonna work for him that time.
All right.
Made like a bird and flew out of the map.
Yep.
Given how Irad played the first 8 minutes, he always had the rhythm and beats in check so he can get away. This time around, he didn't.
One of the things to consider as well.
That's what caught him off.
I think Blacklist have just found a timer for them. Irad, look at him, so brave, just trying, but he's going to get trapped.
Oh, he's gonna get stunned here. Too much CC. Irad will fall. Biting a little bit too much off. And now that's the signal. Blacklist International flip the game in their favor. Will start up the Lord here. The heals come out as well. RSG might have to just give this one up. Still going to be fighting for it. Al goes in, zoning them out a little bit. Yue takes quite a few hits. Lord will be secured by Wise. Irad going to have to check himself here. Now they're on the defense.
That opened up just because Irad was caught out by Blacklist International. It looked like the right play to send them back, but with Wise already in Shield Unity form, he did not hesitate to go to the mid, stun Irad, and Blacklist just finished off the jungler of RSG. Now RSG's early game lead that they found, they'll now have to play from behind and from the defense.
Man, Irad has to step on the clutch a little bit. He went a little too fast in the first 10 minutes, and then right now, I hate to say it, but slowly he's showing signs of burnout. He needs to slow down and then wait until the rest of RSG slate are ready to respond. He can't go in too deep alone.
Yeah, just because you're playing, someone like this Joy, who is very kind of finicky and evasive, you can still get layered upon layered of CC, and that kind of just takes you out of the picture, right? So you need time for Emon to really farm up here. You had an amazing early game, into the mid game even, but you got to let the rest of the team catch up here. So they handle the Lord as they should, but right now it's completely flipped in favor for Blacklist International. Now they're the ones with almost a 3K lead.
Here it is again. Careful now.
You're going to be giving your teammates a bit of a heart rate spike.
Okay, all right.
With how he's positioning himself.
He gave us one.
Yeah. Now RSG, I mean, it is still close enough for them to swing back, but again, it'll boil down to them just really taking their time, picking the right moment, picking the right fights.
Yep. Big team fights, RSG has that as well. It's not just how the little skirmishes off of Irad can start. They have Light with the Numenon Blast. He's made a career out of catching 3, 4, even 5 members with his Numenon Blast. So let's see, it's about the 12-minute mark. Big Lord's Dance should trigger that.
Yeah, skill conservation, because even though it looks good to just put down everything onto every member of Blacklist, if they're in the right position, they still have to leave enough room to make room for Emon. Oh, here comes Blacklist for the chase.
Yeah, looking for the cutoff here. Wise gonna find Light. They get the flicker out. Now they're on the run here, but unto they go. Exort still trying to fire off. Won't find it. Light falls. The next one's gonna be Nats. 2 fall for the Raiders. Irad trying to buy some time. Blacklist International in a split second decide to come in with their own counterpunch from the pressure on the tier 2.
Unfortunate. The angle that RSG were looking for was maybe a second or two late to be able to be anchored onto.
Yeah, and Exort just decided to try and use the feathered airstrike to take down Oh My Venus in the back. Yeah, just for salvaging. But Oh My Venus already has the right items to survive through the onslaught of that. Now RG again pick the right moments and really watch their positioning, because Blacklist could just be looming as 4 anywhere in the corner, anywhere nearby, and they did exactly that with a quick response to help out Edward in the bottom lane.
Lord Dance began. Oh, here's the gauge.
They're already going to give the green light here. Feathered Airstrike going to come down. Emon trying to unleash in the backside. Irad goes, forcing UA back, but Light will fall. Irad on the run. Edward goes down as well. The 1-for-1, the roll for the XP. Lord's still going to be juggled between both teams here, but Irad quite low. Going to be very risky for him to fight this one.
There's also still an ultimate on the 1-1 for Blacklist International. No more Feathered Airstrike here for RSG. Not good news for the Raiders. Could be another Lord here without a problem for Blacklist, and they found Irad again!
Oh, Irad going to get chased down. Bobsy weaves, but he's not going to be able to get away. Buys a little bit of time, but will fall. Now a Blacklist International still in a position. Emon trying to buy some time, make the most out of it. He gets Oh My Venus, but will fall himself. Now it's Nats and Exort on the defense. They got to give up this Lord. Blacklist International once again, time and time again, comes out on top.
Outplayed and outgunned for RSG in that scenario. Al so far having the series of his life. From an amazing performance earlier to now on the 1-1. Timing of the crossbow of Tang, the reason why the Winter Truncheon was popped immediately by Irad was because he had the crossbow of Tang mark on him, and he thought at that moment that's when Al will let it go, but Al conserved it. His sidesteps to avoid the key abilities of RSG have been crucial to the success of Blacklist.
Y's been doing that pretty much this entire game number 2. Just taking buffs, taking resources. Now they're taking turrets, getting space, and RSG has to deal with the Lord top side.
Taking buffs, getting stunts off at the right time. He's like a roamer with how he plays his Baksha. Wise is a definite unsung hero of this game. A tremendous performance by the king of the jungle.
Turret top going to go down here, still going to hold on. They're going to clear it out just now, but base slightly exposed here for RSG. And they find themselves in a similar fashion from before where they've got to defend. They got something. Something has to happen here. Something has to break for RSG in this match.
So far, Blast International have denied the angles that Light are so good at finding, right? So I'm guessing if it's going to have to come down to it, if the clapback, if the shrinking of this gold lead is going to happen for RSG Slate, it's got to happen inside the base. Like, you just have to find that 2-man, 3-man. I'm being very conservative here. Doom it and blast. Because Blacklist is not having any of it.
Not at all. Even when they do get set up, the Blacklist just has the sustainability survive through whatever RSG can dish out. The timing of Exort and Light's ultimates together will be crucial. But the space, and look at the sandwich. RSG has to be careful here.
That's just a little drive-by from Wise.
Uh-oh, but Light, way too deep.
Light gonna have to go on the defense here. This team's gonna have to respond. He already flickers out. There's the Feathered Airstrike. Goes in, UA lands. The Numinum Blast, and Exort will be punished. And now it's Nas taking the brunt of the damage. Irad trying to run away. Edwards, Immortality, and Wise will pop. Emon survives the fight. So only Exort will fall there. Quite messy. Everybody's splitting in different directions. But RSG, they only lose one.
Yeah, and Blacklist read Light's tendency to be in a very off angle so well. Actually didn't even realize Light was there, but that's classic RSG, classic Light, to put himself in places that you don't expect for him to be, and then you just get set up, and he might get set up here and get burned down.
That looks like at least he's able to survive, but Irad gonna go in 1 versus 3. That's tough. He will fall. Now Owl getting the crossbow of Tang. He's got airtime. Nas with the penalty zone will go down as well from UA. 3 fall for RSG Slate.
Here's the reason why RSG were forcing the issue. They only had the immortality window to work with. If they let Blacklist build up back and let them do exactly this, then it's too late, and I think, oh no, Blacklist knows.
I think this is going to be too late here. They go in, looking to cap off game number 2. The crystals being worked on. Owl will lock in, and they take game 2.
A roar from Owl and the entirety of Blacklist. The management, the entire team celebrate. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. But as the crowd says, one more win, and Blacklist will see the world and seal their grand final slot this season.
RSG Slate picked up a few things from game 1. But it seems like mid-game 2, they suddenly just go, all right, what can we do with this now? And they forgot, and it's just that window of, I'm not so sure, a lapse of judgment or a lack of direction. You know how like you get confused for like a second?
Yeah.
Blacklist just took that and punished hard.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest reasons why Blacklist counter-punished so well is the Terrify from you and his timing, maximizing the two that Valentina can dish out.
Yeah.
And maximizing his dashes as well, the wisps that come out with a dash. You, again, we talked about Wise as an unsung hero, definitely in this game. Owl doing really well, but Yue, his timings as the Valentina was massive here for Blacklist, and it's one of the biggest reasons that stopped RSG from finding their flow.
I just think, you know, it's tough to deal with UA. Now you got a lot here to check off. They're now at, what, match point. And yes, it looked like there was a little bit of life there for RSG, but still, they got to recollect because they're running out of time with this, being at match point. And also, like you mentioned, I think, you know, Irad just needs to settle in a little more and take that disciplined approach. He had a great start.
Yep.
But mistakes will be punished for teams, especially against a team like Blacklist International.
We're going to have a full whole segment to talk about exactly how it went sideways for RSG Slate here. Because, yeah, it's not a secret that this is one of the best starts for a Joy in the jungle, right? So I'm going to leave it over to Midnight to tell us exactly the story of Game 2. Because, honestly, it was in RSG Slate's hands. How did Blacklist claim it back? Midnight, talk to us.
Isang match na lang for Blacklist International. And they might punch their way towards Cambodia. Once again, welcome back dito sa ating analyst stand. Ako nga pala si Midnight. And grabe yung performance na pinakita ng Blacklist. Again, masterclass na nga. Mas masterclass pa ng game number 2. And para i-breakdown yan, kailangan ko ng tulong kaya ni-invite ko rito sa ating stage si Coach Scholar from TNC. Coach Scholar, kamusta ka naman?
Hello. Okay naman.
Ganda ng boss ni Coach Scholar, grabe. Isang karangalan na makasama ka rito sa ating analyst stand.
Thank you.
Ano bang masasabi mo sa naging match between Blacklist and RSG Slate Philippines?
Sobrang makikita natin kung gaano ka galing yung Blacklist na mag-maximize ng mga error ng kalaban.
Most of the time, hindi natin nakikita yung 1-1 na napipick. Ano sa tingin mo yung idea ng RSG dito? Bakit pinalusot nila yung 1-1 ng Blacklist International?
Usually kasi simula nung regular season, yung Blacklist yung nag-open ng 1-1 sa pool, sa draft.
So parang advantage siya kanila if ma-open. Kasi kanina parang nalasan sila na may condition kasi tayo tinatawag. Parang nung game 1, natakot yung RSG sa Joy. Ngayon nagkaroon sila ng chance makuha yung Joy and nakuha pa rin ng Blacklist yung kanilang 1-1. Gaano ba kalaki yung effect nung 1-1 dito sa game na to?
Siguro actually, nung early, hindi mo masyado nararamdaman yung 1-1. Nagpa-farm lang siya. Siguro, nagkamali lang din talaga yung RSG. Bandang 9-minute mark, si Irad, napalalim siya, and then napanish siya. Tapos, after nung mapanish siya, yung gold lead ng RSG nawala.
Oh, so may turning point pagdating ng 9-minute mark. And actually, gusto ko i-point out dito, yung adjustments na ginawa ng RSG, they did naman, however, to try to adjust against Blacklist. Kasi si Farsa bumili ng Enchanted Talisman muna and bumili din siya ng cooldown boots. I think it's to yung makapag-provide ng aerial support. Yung ultimate nga against the 1-1. Pero bakit nga ba hindi nag-work to for RSG? Sa tingin mo yung mga mishaps coming up from the Raiders, bakit nag-pop off pa rin yung 1-1? Kasi usually ba parang yung Farsa, enough of a counter na
Siguro nga, yung mga error ng RSG na napapalalim sila, si Irad tsaka si Light, madalas sila yung napapalalim. Nache-check sila ng Blacklist.
So would you say it's more of Blacklist's way of defending nung early to mid game? Medyo iba din kasi yung parang movements ng Blacklist. So parang may mga times na nakikita natin silang hyper-aggressive, pero may times na pag alam nilang kailangan nilang protektahan si Owl, laki silang sama-sama Ito na ba yung defensive ube ng Blacklist?
Siguro ito yung sinasabi nilang new ube.
Kumbaga parang bagong identity ng Blacklist. Parang dati, yung King, si Wise ngayon, parang protect the King naman. And ang kinalalabasan si Owl
Si
na.
Owl.
Wow. May iba na ang Blacklist International in this game. Again, RSG, they had the right tools and I feel like medyo may mga counterintuitive picks lang on their side. Kasi usually, we don't see teams picking up the carry against the 1-1. Pero sa tingin mo ba, bakit ito yung naging priority ng RSG versus Blacklist International? Kasi crucial dito yung presence ng carry.
Ano ulit yun?
Yung presence ng carry. Ano sa tingin mo bakit nila pinik to for the side of RSG?
Yung carry pick ng RSG. Siguro pang na lang din sa backshot pick ng Blacklist.
So
Pang
parang
tunaw.
naging reactive yung RSG Slate Philippines. There you have it, MVP of this game for the side of Blacklist International. It's the Golden Boy. Welcome to Owl City, ika nga, with a 1-1 performance, 4-1-8, 86% kill participation. And gusto ko i-highlight dito yung defensive choice niya, yung pagbili niya ng Athena Shield. Gano'ng kalaki yung impact nito para sa game ng Blacklist?
Syempre yung hero pick kasi na Farsa, para hindi siya basta-basta mababurst pag binagsakan siya ng Farsa.
Ganda nung ganda nung naging sagot, coach, kasi parang si Exort ganun din yung idea, kaya siya bumili ng Enchanted Talisman.
Para easy siya, ang tawag dito, easy poke.
Oh, para ma-pick off kagad. Pero sabi ni Owl, pili kagad ako Athena Shield para walang sense yung feathered airstrike. And aside from yung Athena Shield, ang important din dito ay I feel like pansinin yung target selection ng Blacklist International. Mostly nagre-revolve to sa front line, which is likely gonna be Irad kasi siya yung Joy. Yung 1-1 parang ginamit nila as a bait in a way sa side ng Blacklist International. Usually ba ganito yung play style kapag 1-1 comp yung kalab mo? Or ano pa ba yan? How do you counter this? Kasi parang sa side ng Blacklist International, hindi nga sobrang offensive nung 1-1. Kumbaga, siya yung nag-i-enact as bait para ma-bait out yung RSG. Paano mo ba lalabanan to if you're RSG?
Siguro tawag dito, balansin lang nila yung pagiging aggressive nila kasi nung early naman nasa kanila yung lead nung game. Sadyang nasobrahan lang sila sa pagiging aggressive kaya sila na-punish ng Blacklist.
Yeah, which did happen nung nabanggit mo kanina yung 9-minute mark nung na-pick off si Irad. And nagkaroon ng stop dun sa momentum ng RSG. Now, would you consider na may chance pa naman yung RSG sa late game considering this type of lineup?
May chance naman, kaso sobrang lang din talaga ang lakas mag-maximize ng Blacklist sa mga error ng ginawa ng RSG.
Bibigos defensive ube strategy. And ang masarap i-point out dito yung movements ni Wise. I would say parang siya yung nakikita kong king na medyo selfless. Kasi ilang beses natin nakita si Wise na laki-laki na sa frontline, willing mag-commit ng kanyang buhay. Ang daya din kasi nung back siya. Yung pag nagamit niya na yung ultimate niya, yung Tortoise Poisons, if you're RSG, tapos nakikita mo yung back siya na Romorolyo, ano ba dapat ginagawa ng RSG to deal with Wise? Considering na may 1-1 pa silang kalaban.
Para sa akin, talaga pa-atras lang talaga yung pwede nilang gawin.
So in a way, parang pagdating na late game pala for RSG, mahihirapan talaga sa kaya.
Mahirap talaga, dahil din talaga sa 1-1 pick.
So would you say this was a draft problem for RSG Slate Philippines?
Sa akin hindi. Lang din talaga, yung mga error lang nila.
So early game talaga. Very crucial yung early game. And that is it for Coach Collar. Very important nga yung early game for RSG Slate Philippines. Kasi nakita natin na nagka-momentum yung Blacklist International pagdating nung error na sinasabi ni Coach kanina ng 9-minute mark. And kanina naman, nakikita natin na may glimmer of hope coming off from RSG Slate Philippines. Now, for siguro last few adjustments coming into Game 3, ano ba yung tingin mong dapat i-adjust ng RSG?
Starting siguro sa draft. Kailangan nila pag-isipan mabuti yung gusto nilang ibigay na hero. Isa na kay Oh My Venus.
Wow. So, pwede nilang i-bait yung Blacklist on game number 3. Tingnan natin kung yan ang gagawin ng RSG mamaya sa kanilang game number 3 or if magiging successful ba ang Blacklist International sa kanilang campaign. Abangan natin yan mamaya. Pero bago lahat, kausapin muna natin ang nag-iisang very own Odin ng MPL-PH.
Thank you so much para sa wonderful analysis na yon, Midnight and Coach Scholar. Pero bago yan, Agents Magingan! Ayan! 2 points na ang Black Blacklist International. And ramdam na ramdam ko yung dagundong sa seat ko. Dahil sobrang daming agents today, halos pinuno nila tong SMX Convention Center. And here with me ay ang kanilang buff ngayon, ang Blacklist Academy. Ayan, kasama natin si Coach Lembot, si Rindo, and si Dom. Ayan. Kumusta naman po ang ating mga players? Kumusta naman?
Okay lang naman po.
Kinakabahan ka ba for Blacklist International?
Hindi naman.
Hindi naman. Hindi naman daw siya kinakabahan. Pero bagay, tatanungin ko muna si Dom. Dom, ikaw daw ang pinaka-consistent na player sa MDL team nyo and ikaw din ang XP laner. So parang si Edward yung katulad mo dito sa Blacklist International, no? Tingin mo ba makukuha na ni Edward yung Hall of Legends na award bukas?
Sa tingin ko si Edward, sure, All of Legends na yan. Idol ko yun.
Idol mo si Edward. So, name-mentor ka ba ni Edward?
Nabibigyan naman niya ako ng mga
Oh, wow. Nabibigyan ni Edward ng tips. Yan. At ikaw naman, Aeon. Ay, sorry, Rindo. Medyo magkamukha sila pareho pogi. Ano? Rindo, sabi nila, nag-step up daw kayo sa regular season ng MBL Philippines dahil kayo ang tumalo sa 10-game win streak ng Game Lab. Tingin mo ba ngayon dito sa MPL, nag-step up rin yung Blacklist International from regular season to playoffs?
Para sa akin, nag-step up talaga sila. Tapos, para sa akin, ang layo ng laro nila compared sa nung regular season. Tapos, I think, malaga din yung, yung naging two-week break nila. Nakapagbatak sila ng sobra at yun yung pinapakita nila ngayon.
So parang na-recharge sila nung 2-week break, no? At ngayon, pinapakita talaga ng Blacklist International yung effect sa kanila ng pagpapahinga at pag-grind every day. And ngayon, balik ako sa iyo, Dom. Sabi nila, kayo daw ang naglaglag sa RSG Ignite sa playoffs with a 2-0 sweep. Tingin mo ba, same yung magiging result ngayon dito sa MPL Philippines? Masasweep ba nila tong larong to?
Sa tingin ko kasi nasa momentum din sila.
Oh, nasa momentum. Yes, of course. Gusto ko sanang tanongin si Coach Lembot pero wala daw siyang boses ngayon. And ano naman message mo ngayon para sa Blacklist International?
Good luck guys, galingan nyo. Isa na lang, MSC na.
Uy, isa na lang! Ticket na para sa MSC. Pero bago tayo mag-throw sa ating casters, pwede ba namin kayo marinig mag-chant for Blacklist International? Yan! 3, 2, 1!
Blacklist!
Blacklist!
Break the code!
Isa na lang! Blacklist!
Break the code!
Thank you very much, Blacklist Academy. Again, this is your very own Odin. Balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Nice to hear from the extended family of Blacklist International. Back on stage at your service, my name is Leo. Here with Weber Bros, Naisu, and Renmar Santa Cruz calling the action. And just like that, we're at match point.
It's been rough for all the Raiders out there. And, I feel like it's kind of weird when you look at Game 1, how dominant it was. Game 2, they had a good start. Now you're wondering, where's Game 3 for them?
It's incoming. But before we continue this matchup, we would like to ask for all of y'all to support our Seaball men and women MLBB delegates in the upcoming 32nd SEA Games. Happening from May 11 to 14th in Phnom Penh in Cambodia. Go for gold. Hashtag muling lumakad matatag. Meaning, let's walk strong again. Because we've been doing that since what? In MLBB 2019 now?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, still going strong. And our representatives, of course, most of them coming from the BREN Esports squad, knocked out of the playoffs here. But watch out, world. That's even more fuel to the fire for Team Philippines, for Team Seaball.
Yeah. Silver lining for the gold medal. Yeah. They have more time to focus now.
Yeah.
Yeah, technically you can look at it that way, right? It's unfortunate to see them bow out of the playoffs, but now they've got time to prep up for the SEA Games, and now we've got time to talk about Game 3, how we can possibly get us to a Game 4 and 5, hopefully, right? Because right now, man, I am not hoping for a sweep here. I don't think anyone, I think a big group of people are not hoping for a sweep, right?
There's
because
more people who don't want to see a sweep.
Yes. And
I think.
especially at this point, because, man, so far, though, I just got to say, this is a different Blacklist International from what we saw in the regular season to where they are now up to this point in the playoffs, and how clean their gameplay, their shot calling, everything, even the drafting looks.
And let's see if there will be adjustments made to the draft. The last time they were in these sides, still following the same pattern. Last ban here for Blacklist International might actually be the Kaja.
Yes.
For RSG slate, could be the 1-1. And then instead of the Fredrin, maybe something else.
The Eve.
The Eve
Yeah.
looks good.
Oh.
Just to not give it. Oh, they still decided the Faramis is an even bigger problem. So 1-1 still up there in the table. Let's see if that'll be the last ban for RSG. Well, Blacklist, Kaja Franco ban again really does sound good.
Likely the Kaja, then they're going to threaten the Joy.
Yeah. The Blacklist will first pick the Joy, or if RSG decides to go in a different route and ban the Joy last, it'll be a decision by Blacklist. Are we going to pick the 1-1? Are we going to pick the Joy? And then RSG just can pick the other.
Yep. You can change the names, change the faces, but this is old school Blacklist International. Iteration after iteration until you succeed, and that's what's been working for them.
I love how, in a way, though, too, even for the previous game, like you see those classic Blacklist International picks, and they still find a way to make them work. I mean, the Baksha is not a jungle pick that you see often, but when it's picked by Wise, the man who has pretty much brought it to the forefront for a great option in the jungle, and the way that they play around that, the way that the dynamic of the rotations change with just a single hero, the Baksha, it works so well. And again, that was Florin being successfully used, right? Who we haven't, again, seen work out really well for other teams. So last ban's going to be the Wanwan here. This is most likely just, Joy's secured priority pick probably for Blacklist International.
It'll be a massive flex by Blacklist if they don't even pick up the Joy. They pick up something else like a Valentina or a Fredrin, and it just gives RSG like 2 really strong power picks there. And then if they do later on go on to win the game, that's a flex. But I'm still in the camp that RSG should have taken that gambit of just leave both open, because you're secured one or the other. And now you're in put in a position where it's like this. Earlier, they first picked the Eve alongside the Lancelot. They can go, instead of the Eve, they can pick up the Valentina and Arlot here instead if they want to play a little bit safer and just get 2 strong power picks as well.
Yep, I'd like to second the motion. The game 1 first pick on the red Lancelot may have come a little too early with a premature pick there.
Yeah.
So, Arlot definitely has to be one of these. No doubt. Unless, there's no reason to rush the Arlot because you already know the XP lane on the other side. So, this makes sense.
Fredrin and Valentina. if Blacklist has a jungle Joy, this is their time to show it off.
The flex.
The flex.
From out of nowhere.
I mean, at this point, just start. You can flex. A Wise Mouth there on Master the Basics. Seems like there's a light air to Blacklist today. There's a swagger to Blacklist. You can even see it in the player camp.
Today?
Today.
The whole damn weekend.
I was going to say, I think it started with day 1 where, I would say when they entered the playoffs, it was like, okay, we're very serious. We need to get past this. And then I feel like they relaxed a little bit on their way through that to the point where now they've just kind of set in this, this rhythm, basically. So, and it's paying off so well. So now Blacklist International, they round out the first phase with the Akai and the Eve pick.
This might be an Arlot. The Akai pickup here for Blacklist International does look good, but I think RSG are a little bit happier with that, considering that now they also have a heavy spin that they can pick. It's like the idea that you mentioned earlier, Leo, of overloading a Valentino with ultimates. That's what Blacklist did. But it seems like any ultimate that RSG gets here, as long as they play it right, does sound really good. So they go ahead and decide to pick up the roamer here. They don't want to go into the second phase without a good roamer for light. They pick up the Kufra. So now it'll be probably take out one gold laner. They'll probably take out the carry here. And then at the same time, take out an Oh My Venus pickup as one of their other bans.
And just like that, we're back to somewhat Hack of Venus.
Yeah.
You always just, all right, it's not hack of it. It's more like show respect for the queen.
Exactly.
Like you can't just take everything away, but you have to make sure that you're prepared for what comes through.
Biggest thing is, I feel like for a lot of teams, ban the Estes here, but now what we've seen is even when the Estes is banned, you see Oh My Venus opt for that Florin pick now, in times where it's like, okay, we want that. It might not be the Estes type heals or, technically that Ube strat that they kind of coined there, but Florin, in a way, it doesn't change too much of their playstyle. I feel like they complement the Florin pick if they decide to go that route. So you can really try for it, but that's probably the reason why RSG's like, you know what, we don't want to give them option B either. They take out the Florin.
RSG's lineup is seems to be leaning towards a draft that's very dive heavy though.
Yep.
And that could be a double-edged sword. It again adds more pressure onto themselves again to just play better. We saw a glimpse of it in the early game of the previous game, but they cannot slip. They can't afford to slip now. With Blacklist taking away the Claude, last best options here for RSG would be a Beatrix for wave clear. Maybe even Melissa if they want to. I'd want to... Oh, they can pick up the carry for themselves as well. But then again, that's just the lack of range and everyone just going super close. That's good for Edward. That's good for Yue.
They're threatening the lack of re-engage. Like, it'll be too risky. That's what's bothering us. And at this point, RSG cannot leave any gaps at all. Like, every single decision they make has to be either 99 or 100% correct, or they hope that Blacklist is the one who slips up, because Blacklist has been so good on the clapback. They've been so good at punishing.
So good carry ban here by RSG. So they'll be left with either the Melissa or the Beatrix as their pickup. Blacklist International doesn't need to ban another gold laner here. They do still have a Moskov available for them. And right now, this is a lineup that looks good for one Moskov. With that, the last pick of Blacklist might be the marksman I just mentioned, maybe even a Lolita. There's a lot of crowd control to stop a Numenon blast coming in from the Queen. But RSG will... We've seen Blacklist be brave with that choice. Like, that doesn't stop them. But they take away the Arlot. One of the last best options here for Nats. Which, by the way, with Emma picking up the Beatrix, this might either be a Terizla or, dare I say, even a Toms for Nats as the XP lane. Actually, unless that Fredrin goes to the XP lane instead.
Oh, yeah, actually.
Oh, what about a Hayabusa?
You think they're flexing it?
Yeah. XP lane Fred,
yeah.
Haya jungle. You're up against an Eve.
That's how I would actually. Now that you say that, I would love to see that.
Yeah.
I would actually love to see Hayabusa in the hands of Irad once again. The way that he played it against Onyx Philippines, that could help them to secure themselves more time in the series and not get swept here by Blacklist or National. Their last two picks, though, for Blacklist, yeah, Lolita's great option there.
Oh,
There's
there
the
it is.
Moskov. Let's see. It's Angela. The Angela comes through again. And this time we'll see if it works better.
That's spicy. So I'm gonna change what I say. If that, they can go Baksha.
Put it in the jungle.
Yeah, put it in the jungle, put the Fredrin in the XP lane.
Okay, so what's going on here is a revival of the nice one baby meta.
Yeah.
Despite
Nice one, baby.
Yeah, despite the less than stellar showing earlier in the playoffs, maybe, just maybe, it takes the Queen to pick it back up.
And it'll depend if it's Nice One Baby, if it's going to be onto Wise, or if it's any other member of Blacklist, Nice One Nakshoes.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, that's right.
Oh!
Talking about revivals.
Wow.
How about we go ahead and put into the hands of Nats an old flame in these very halls in SMX in Pasay City, Philippines. With this hero, he won a championship.
I didn't think they'd actually pull the trigger. It was in the back of my head, but I thought, nah, they're probably going to go something safer. Because the last time we saw an Esmeralda from RSG earlier this season didn't turn out so well. Because we were reminded why
Why she's
Esmeralda
out.
fell off.
She fell off, yeah.
She's not as effective and as strong as she used to be. But maybe just against the lineup that Blacklist drafted with all the shields
Yeah.
that they have, maybe this just might be the right time for the Esmeralda to shine.
Oh, this is going to be very interesting to see how the Esmeralda plays out. Like you guys mentioned, in theory, it should work great, right? But we've seen why she has glaring weaknesses in the way the current meta is played here. But what other person to do it than Navs himself? And even, you know, the kind of mastery that he's gone through in that hero alone, where early on we saw him get a little overzealous sometimes on the Esmeralda and get punished for it. I'm sure you'll see that mastery come into play here this time.
That mastery and that discipline. If his clutch gene is going to engage at any point in the playoffs, ideally maybe now. It's not dire straits. They're not going to get knocked out. They're just going to get knocked down if they lose this. But I think the fact that they're throwing it back when Blacklist threw it back as well means they mean business.
In the beginning of this game, you're going to have to look out for Light. It's all up to him to set a nice hot tempo for RSG Slate PH up against Blacklist. Sana all, as the members of Blacklist have or Rome Angelo on them, if they can get those pickoffs early on that forces Blacklist off of their tempo, RSG Slate can ride a wave of momentum that'll take them to a potentially longer series. But again, it has to be executed better because Blacklist might just counter-punish them. This hurts. This hurts.
That's a burger.
That's a burger.
Oh, he took a bite out of it.
It was a burger.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Took a bite out of it, too.
I love our community. They're so creative, and they're so game for everything. Speaking of game, I believe we are just ironing out a few kinks so as to make sure that our athletes get the best competitive experience. There's a lot to digest, though. This is good timing, actually, that we're given this moment. Because, look, the Esmeralda, it interacts with even the Akai. The Akai gets shields.
Yep.
So Nats can play what? Like a threat magnet. Like, all right, how about me? Sandwich me instead of the Fred.
The biggest question is, can he just, despite all the shields he can steal, can he actually survive long enough? And can RSG deal enough damage? The Esmeralda will need help. When Nas goes in, Nas needs to temper his, as you mentioned, his entries, his aggression. Yeah. If he goes in way too early and the other members of RSG aren't there, he's going to get melted down.
His dancing's going to stop.
Yeah.
He's going to get gassed.
Yeah, and if this is a close game where Owl is playing comfortably, the Moskov needs to be a priority target here for RSG Slate. They can't fight it slow front to back because Blacklist won't fight it like that as well. Edward and his Joy are just going to be so disruptive to the backline of RSG. They need to match that tempo and see what happens.
Yeah, that's my thing, too. The Moskov is the scary part because we know what happens when Moskovs just get that, whoa, little close-up there.
That was a transition, I think.
Yeah, transition.
Hey, I know this guy.
Coach him a DJ.
There it is.
Smart Omega Neos.
They got the burger, too.
No, that's not a burger.
What is it?
That is a heart, my good man.
That was an actual heart.
That is his paramour.
Our community you mentioned, so fun, so great, and they all seem to be in great, loving relationships. Good for them. Yeah.
You are married to the game.
Yeah, I'm married to the game. I'm married to the craft. This is my relationship.
There you
I'm
go.
happy.
There you go. We all are, you know? And they keep going, man.
Yep.
This is the best. Oh, she's giving them thumbs up, though.
All right. I think that they're playful.
They're playful.
But in love.
They're both...
He gives the thumbs up back.
Sweet revenge.
Oh, there you go.
He got so shy.
That close
Little known secret, Dylan is actually quite the outgoing person. He's loud. He can get loud.
I was going to say, I've seen him, like, behind the scenes. He's always talking, man.
He's so rowdy.
When you get for a second there, I don't know why I thought that was Santi in the phone. So when you were coaching Light, was he the loudest out of all the players you had?
Yes. After being triggered by SDZYZ, they would both just turn the whole 3-story boot camp upside down.
So it was SDZYZ who
starts it up,
and then Light just makes sure it doesn't end.
Yes. Oddly enough. throwing back to as far back as season 8, season 7, folks, when they were together. SEZ was the last seen playing for Impunity in Cambodia.
That's great.
All right, so we are back to making hearts, making burgers. I can only imagine really what's going on through the minds of RSG Slate Philippines right now, because this is, again, the shortest way towards the grand finals is right here in front of them.
Yeah. I mean, and you think that
they gotta climb.
In a way, yeah. It's like, hey, Blacklist International right now, not only are they match point, but it's a huge match point in the fact that if they win this, what that means for them, right? Again, it's a slot in the grand finals. It's a chance, not a chance, it's a sure ticket to Cambodia.
To defend their title?
To defend.
Oh, no!
Oh!
It's a baby friend! Oh, Lord.
We are all winners here today.
I miss my son.
No one Oh, yes, of course.
It's a fan of MPL also.
Yeah.
The good boy or girl.
The most popular and beloved cat in MPL Philippines history, mind you.
Cups.
That's right.
Cups.
My son. Rice left him with like water and food, but I miss him.
Hey, I feel you, man. Wow, they...
Tropa time. That's Tropa time right
Tropa
there.
time at its finest.
Tropa time. Exemplified. If y'all been listening what Tropa time is, there we go.
We are in it.
Tropa time, good time with your friends.
You watching at home, you are part of Tropa time.
Yeah.
We are in it.
By the way, chat, y'all can comment if you want to see teams come up with merch for pets.
I
would.
Imagine if you see cups or your multiple pets, Naisu.
My multiple.
You have so many, okay?
My multiple children.
You have a really cute chubby kitten and then a huge dog. Imagine if they had jerseys of the teams.
Hey, that's a whole untouched
market,
Renmara.
Exactly.
I think you might be onto something.
$1 billion peso industry in the making.
Undeniable. John Wick will have one for his dog.
Yeah, actually.
His dog is untouchable unless you want trouble.
No, I was kind of surprised at how like the merch of the teams have evolved as well. Like before, it was just like jerseys, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And now it's like, all right, not only do we have jerseys, but we have clappers.
I picked up RSG slides the other day.
You have slides.
Yeah, I got those too at the end of the regular season.
You've
The
got
slides are
Echo
so comfy.
socks.
They have socks
that you can wear with the slides.
Woo. Look at all the merch you're missing out on if you don't come here to SMX. But I know our grand finals are sold out, so people going to the grand finals tomorrow won't miss out on anything.
Technically, like this matchup, I would say there's probably a handful of seats left.
There's like patches of seats, but they might be belonging to people who just went to the bathroom.
Who went to the bathroom.
Yeah, 'cause there's a lot of foot movement going around.
Yeah, like a movie, there are moments here that you don't want to miss, so you just go when you can.
Yeah. I know there's people even looking for tickets, like still, right?
Still, yes.
Even though it's sold out, they're like, hey, if you can't go, I got you.
My phone's blowing up. Folks are asking me for tickets, and
Yeah.
I can't. I'm sorry. You see the situation.
People are asking you. People are demanding me. if they're going, may I have tickets, Sir Leo? They're telling me, Reptar tickets. Hui.
Really? Are they sending you like video messages?
Dude, I'm not even joking. There's like 4 people who message
Your
me
phone's ringing right now.
just demanding me tickets.
Your phone's vibrating.
Please
Hey.
ask nicely. We'd appreciate that better.
You shout at the teams for their entrances, you can probably give me tickets. Hey.
Yeah. I guess that's why they're so adamant about it. You're that guy? You can get me tickets. All right. So,
Oh, my
folks, unfortunately, the teams might take a little bit more time to actually get ready. So for now, we're going to have to go throw it over to Midnight. He's got a bit for us. Hopefully you're ready for it. Robert, talk to us.
Maraming salamat, casters. Dito nyo lang matutunghayan sa MPL Philippines ang pre-game draft analysis. Dito natin makikita na itong matchup na ito ay sobrang importante. Bakit? Kasi ang storya ng series natin ay ang storya ng Joy at ng Fredrin. Bakit? Joy, mukhang kondisyon na yung dalawang teams natin na pinaglalabanan talaga nila ng hero na to. Ito yung maagawan sa first pick kasi may 1-1 trade-off din naman. Pero sabi ng RSG, tanggalin na natin yung 1-1 at kunin natin yung Fredrin. One of the highest win rate hero dito sa ating liga, and it's very important na makuha nila itong dalawang hero na to. Kasi si Edward ay nagdidictate talaga ng malaking pressure dito kay Joy kapag nakahawakan ng Blacklist International yung pillar ng XP lane nila. Again, masabi ko na si Edward yung pillar ng Ube strategy kasi meron siyang wave clear capability at lagi siyang sumasama sa mga mid lane rotations ng Blacklist International. Samantalang sa kabila naman, nakuha ng RSG yung isa sa mga pinaka-stable na jungler when it comes to contesting objectives. And kapag inisip mo rin kasi ang ganda rin na meron kang Fred rin sa inyong lineup, meron kayong sustain, meron kayong soft catch, and meron ding enough damage si Fred rin with the Appraise Strat. Alongside with yung sustain na nakakuha niya, habang tumatagal yung team fight, lumalaki yung crystallized energy, mas malaki yung damage output na ilalabas niya sa kanyang ultimate. Now, thinking of this draft, no, I would say na medyo balanced yung nakuha ng dalawang side. Kasi si Esmeralda, yung last pick ng RSG Slate Philippines, ang tagal nating hindi nakita. Kasi parang maraming explainer talaga na mas gusto mong makuha dahil meron siyang initial setups, meron silang mga panghabol sa gold lane. Pero sa Esmeralda parang weird yung kanyang placement sa meta kasi parang hindi niya nabubuo yung trabaho ng current explainers ngayon. Lalo pat may mga exotic explainers tayo na gumagamit ng Petrify. Yan sila Benedetta at saka sila Yuzong. Pero what makes this Esmeralda last pick from RSG great is it's up against an Angela and a Joy. Doon sa Joy, medyo balance naman yung matchup na yun. Medyo dehado lang si Joy pagdating sa mga skirmishes kasi yung shields ay napupulot ni Esmeralda. Pero ang pinakamalaking factor dito is kapag na-maximize ang Blacklist International, yung paggamit kay Angela, nananalify ito ng Esmeralda kasi sinisip-sip ni Esmeralda yung mga shields. So essentially, yung Blacklist International dito, yung defensive capabilities sila, pwedeng maging weapon ng RSG Slate Philippines, kaya naman ito ay pinili ng RSG sa kanilang last pick. Nabanggit nung caster natin kanina and analyst na si Wolf na yung last pick Esmeralda, it makes sense even though it's such a curveball from RSG. Kasi ito yung purpose ng last pick. Ito yung mga heroes na kinukuha mo para essentially ma-counter yung buong composition ng kabila. And RSG did do that. Nakuha nila yung hero na, although hindi nagpipit masyado sa XP lane ng talagang maganda, pero essentially yung inherent nature ng lineup na gustong mangyari for the side of Blacklist International, counter na kagad ng XP laner ng RSG. Now, looking into this player head-to-head matchup, importante rin dito na tignan natin yung heroes nila Yue tsaka ni Exort. Again, very similar hero pool. I would say mas malaki lang ng konti si Exort kasi meron pa siya mga Kadita, meron pa siya mga Kagura, may mga exotic options pa for RSG Slate Philippines. Pero one thing is for certain, yung stability and consistency, I would say medyo nag-lean towards kay Yue, especially with the Ube gameplay nga na laging sama-sama ang Blacklist International. So, kailangan ng konting adjustments ng RSG Slate Philippines kasi mas na-utilize nila, I would say, si Yue pagdating sa mga 5v5 engagements and nandun yung laging threat ni Yue na binabawasan niya yung mga HP ng kalaban niya. Although ganun din naman yung ginawa ni Exort nung game number 2, pero hindi siya nag-workout kasi nga nasagot kagad ni Owl with the Athena Shield sa kanyang 1-1. And dito natin makikita yung kanilang stats. Mas mataas actually yung KDA ni Yue, 6.17 versus 4.94. And this is because of the fact na malaking contributing factor yung Ube, pero I would say si Yue kasi yung type ng player na talagang hindi nagtitipid ng skill. Basta nakita niya yung target niya, pag nakita niya yung hero na gusto niyang bawasan, nagko-commit siya kagad. And nandun kasi yung tiwala ng player na to sa kanyang kupunan na pagbaback up sila kapag importante yung clash na yon. Team fight participation is of course higher as well on the side of Yue, 81.68% dito sa mage ng Blacklist International. And si Exort naman lumalamang sa assists per game. Being a killer and damage dealer on the side of Blacklist, mas marami siya nakukuha kills. However, hindi naman nagpapauli si Exort when it comes to participating in fights kasi nandun pa rin naman yung kanyang mga assist with the Eves, with the Parsas, nandyan lagi yung tulong ni Exort para sa kanyang team. Sadyang mas marami lang talagang mamamatay tao sa side ng RSG Slate Philippines. And of course, having an assassin player like Irad, talagang mas natural na makukuha ng ibang role yung kanilang mga kills. But I would say, in this series, mas naging impactful yung performance ni Yue. And mind you, rookie si Yue dito for the side of Blacklist International and he is showing up in this game. Napakalaki nung kanyang importance sa pag-play ng kanyang role para mabigyan ng advantage ang Blacklist International. Malaking challenge to for RSG Slate Philippines, lalo pat 1 game away na lang ang Blacklist from securing their ticket to MSC and securing that grand final spot. Kamusta naman kayo dyan, audience? Kakamustahin namin kayo in just a bit. Pero bago lahat, kakausapin muna natin ang nag-iisang si Odin.
Hello guys, nagbabalik dito sa courtside, your very own Odin, and together with me, ang sinisigawan ng taong bayan. Walang iba kundi si Jesu. Hi, Jesu!
Hello po guys, hello
Yan. Kumusta ang buhay mo after ng playoffs? Ano pinagkakaabalahan mo ngayon?
po. Masaya naman po, tamang TikTok lang, tamang TikTok.
Ay, tamang TikTok. At isa lang ang naririnig ko nung narinig ko yung mga audience. Oh! Wala pa. Wait lang. Wala pa. Ang naririnig ko lang na sinasabi nila, Jesu, kaldag naman dyan. Ay, walang kupa si Jesu.
Si Odin na, Odin.
Sali. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you, Jesu.
Thank you.
Nakikita ko meron ka ditong kasamang maganda. At
Meron.
sikat din to sa TikTok, ha. Tawagin natin si Tintin. Hi. Hello. Very beautiful. Dito ka. Tabi kayo ni Jesu. Oh, di ba? Para mga artista yung kasama ko today. Kumusta naman ang pagtitiktok niyong dalawa ni Jesus? Sikat na sikat kayong dalawa.
Okay lang po.
Pinagpaplanuhan niyo yung mga TikTok niyo, no? Nakikita ko yung mga skit niyo, yung mga sayaw. Wow. Parang sasamahan tayo ni Tintin kaldag. Oh. Sample. 3, 2, 1, go. Oy. Palakpakan naman natin si Jesus tsaka si Tin. Ayan. Sa dalawang koponan ngayon, total, wala mo naman yung team nyo ngayon dito. Saan ang boto mo ngayon, Jesus?
Blacklist po.
Wow! Nako, mas minahal ka ng agents. So ano naman message mo ngayon sa Blacklist International?
Good luck sa inyo, Blacklist. Tapos waiting ako, Ma'am Shu, sa mga nakalista.
Wow! Oh. Mukhang may pinag-uusapan kayo ni Ma'am Shoes, ha? At after ng season na to, ano mga balak nyo? Magbabalik ba ang TNC Pro Team na mas malakas?
Opo, wait po nila.
Oy, wait nyo daw! May aabangan tayo. So thank you very much, Jesu and Tin, for that interview and dance number. Babalikin muna natin ang ating casters.
The Kaldag King and his queen at courtside with Odin. Welcome back to the desk. It's We Bear Bros at your service. My name is Leo. That's Reptar, and this is Naisu.
Hi.
We're about to throw back into Game 3 here. Match point for Blacklist International.
Okay. Well, we pretty much, I would say, exhausted the points of, the draft. And even hearing what Midnight had to say, there's a lot here on the table, obviously, that has to happen here for RSG. Hey, they went through a reverse sweep yesterday. Who's to say that it can't happen here today? I know that's kind of a miracle and a half, as we would say here. Yeah, but we'll have to see if it can happen. Right now, though, bottom lane, again, how will this Esmeralda perform and work in the hands of Naz here for this game?
Yeah, adjustment there actually for RSG. To make this Esmeralda work, they started off with the dual XP lane for themselves, so it isn't just Naz alone trying to deal with Blacklist and two of their members. Yeah, the Exort there to help him. I wonder if RSG is still going to continue that.
So interestingly enough, the way Nats is playing this and building it, it's like he loaded a save file from mid-2022. Like literally just ported that metagames pick into now and Exort.
Oh, Exort, okay. You're starting to see here, again, we really haven't had that much information on how well this Angela can work here. And if it fits that meta, like you guys mentioned, the Go Baby meta here. But I'm feeling that if it's anyone to make it work, it could be Oh My Venus.
Yeah, that's the queen we're talking about.
By charging it up, Enad actually had the vision on Oh My Venus there, provided by Light. So still a steady game here. No one needs to get too crazy early on. But again, Light can if he wants to, but not too crazy. Just get the Tyrant's Revenge off, get a control on, get a bit of pokes, back off a bit, and let the rest of your team see if it's going to be a continued fight or they just retreat and then just go on for the next objective.
Interestingly enough, for the first time this whole weekend, Oh My Venus hasn't hit level 4 on the first turtle. This is the first game this whole weekend that that's happened.
Right. Well, right now, great pickup here. RSG might just be able to grab themselves a non-contested turtle, first one for this game.
That arrow is trippy. You see
Yeah,
that?
I was thrown off in the middle of my sentence. I was like, wait, is that angled in a weird way?
It's a slower projectile when you take notice.
The Spear of Destiny looks kind of wonky, but it is still super cool.
It's going to get there either way.
It will get there either way.
Not sure which way it's pointed.
Oh, up top, check it out.
Okay, up top. There's the hard guard. Owl still going to be able to survive that exchange. Woo. 3 members now of RSG here focusing on the top side, but it looks like it's just going to be called off. Light will go back. Actually, no, he can't. Okay, he is now going to go back here. So not going to commit. No one's still going down at 3 minutes in.
Nah, seems to be having a good time against Edward here, though. After that initial help, ensured that it's quite even there and that Exort will be able to get a few levels in as well. So look at the items. No one getting a full build just yet. Waiting it out.
So far, about a minute until this next turtle. RSG Slate, much like Game 2, are in control of the early game.
And Naf's cutting lanes. They get objectives, and if they can continue this, then later on in this game, the big question for RSG is, can you control the mid game? Can you respect the power spike that your opponents have hit? But here's Wise finding Exort.
Okay, they get the flicker out from Exort. Could have been bad for him, able to respond to it, though. Little poke back and forth. Light getting in position. Will find Oh My Venus. Gets the flicker out in response too. So the tension's there. You can see it on these two teams, the back and forth.
Yeah, and I really thought Light would use the Tyrant's Rage there, but he didn't. Nance and Ed were dueling out here.
They're dancing on each other.
Dancing on each other. Oh, yeah, Esmeralda dances also.
It's a dance-off.
Oh, that's what we wanted to see from Edward and Nas. By the way, Edward clearing the minion wave means there's going to be 4 for Blacklist. The Joy is here for this turtle fight.
Okay, real-world manipulation already expended. There's the spear as well. Now Light going to charge up here. Turtle's still going to be worked on. Light will find 2. There's the hard guard. Wise gets the turtle, though. And still going to be going in. Naz will use that star moon. The first blood going over to Emon. Still under the turret is Naz. Dancing on Blacklist International here.
The young Nathaniel Estrologo of RSG Slate is in a state of flow.
I think I'm remembering this. He loaded the save file and the muscle memory kicked in. Edward avoided it. Edward avoiding it again. But how long can Edward hold to this top lane turret? He picks up the glowing wand. RSG looks like they'll be able to find a win here with a push up top.
Oh, wow. RSG Slate, again, much like they did in Game 2, are not letting Blacklist breathe. They know that speed is on their side, so that's a story of the early game here.
Yeah, trading, they do get that turret on the top side, so RSG, once again, getting that space advantage they can work with. Now, you know, Turtle's still a while away here, but they're going to go ahead and switch things up. Emon doing a great job farming up. Again, he does have that early kill, too, so still something that Blacklist International wants to do. Buy time here, even for that Moskov pick for Owl, but already a nice pickup for UA. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Owl 1 hit away from getting that turret, as he does with the help of the minion. So now even in terms of turrets.
Corrosion Scythe picked up by the Moskov. BOD for the Beatrix. So both marksmen getting their items at roughly the same time. Nas actually prioritized the Radiant Armor on the way to building the Enchanted Talisman. My question for Nas is, what will your third item be? You get a lot of shields. It would be good if you get Oracle, but at that point, you need something to reduce the damage coming in from the Moskov. Will he build more physical defense is my big question for Nas once he's in his third item slot.
It looks like the resolution that RSG Slate have so far for the Joy is to just build early radius armors.
Yeah, they've stacked it. Even Irad built one himself as well. So that seems to be an answer not just to the Joy, but to the Eve, to the Angela as well. RSG, they put themselves in the situation to do that, but this is a big turtle contest. Let's see who'll get it.
Well, let's see if they can find it. Turtle still going to be worked on. There's the heavy spin. They do lock down Wise here. It's going to be secured by Irad. Exort trying to jump out. Edward on the hunt with the hard guard. Exort trying to blast on through. As he does, the stun is not going to connect, but Edward jumps in anyway. Able to secure the kill here. still on the run. Emon grabs a kill himself. Yue will fall. 2-on-2 here. Wise versus 2, and on the bottom side as well. Wise will fall. Still Edward and Oh My Venus on the run. They're going to get sandwiched in here. They're in a bad position, and RSG will punish. Oh My Venus going to flicker out. Light charging up, finds the stun. A double for Nats.
Again, that state of flow that Nats is in. He is so comfortable in this position, and you see how deep he was cutting?
The cut, the aggression, a callback to MSC. Again, they are back in the building where it started it all for RSG Slate. The flow. Hopefully he doesn't go too far back in time and starts calling Ira Demon Kite and Exort Aqua. But he wouldn't. Like, Exort was playing that at that time as well.
Coach G. No, Coach Theo.
Coach Theo, right.
Yeah, it's again, folks, throwing back and the way that it's working out. You can say the same for Light. He is now at about 1,500 assists. This is a rookie from Season 7, a MPL champion and an MSC champion.
It's a lot of assists in just a short amount of time. Wise there will be able to win the Litho Wanderer, but Light, I like the control, the aggression he's been playing. He's getting in key spots. He's aggressive at the right time. He's conserving his Tyrant's Rage. It looks like he's holding back to maybe a majority of the viewers there, but this is so calculated from him. But right now, RSG need to be careful. This is a death rub.
Okay, wow.
Oh, wow.
Irad's senses were tingling there, able to avoid going down. And that would have been crucial if Blacklist International found that pick. But meanwhile, Light's going to line up their shot here. Yue, though, takes a shot, but the Heart Guard helps him out. Now Light going to get zoned out with a heavy spin. Here comes Edward, looking to find the kill. Light will go with the conceal. Able to survive for now, but Irad takes the brunt of the damage. And Nas there now on the front side. No one falls for either team. Could have been bad either way, but Irad going to go ahead and start up this Lord.
Owl almost hit Dylan Light Katipon with the Spear of Destiny, but missed by about an angle. Interestingly enough, they're going to convert into this Lord.
Yeah, Edward going to make his way up too. Might look for his own angle to enter from Light charging up. Lord just above half health here.
Ultimates.
The tier 1, though, is gone for Blacklist International, so they've got some space to work around. Light again with Rage. He finds the target. Wise will fall. The perfect pickoff. Owl can unleash, gets the stun into the wall. Naz trying to zone him out. Lord will be secured by Irad. And so Blacklist International will find a kill. They lose the Lord, though.
Gentlemen, is this not a throwback to the Death Ball, the RSG classic Death Ball?
It is. It feels like, wow, you keep mentioning throwback, but it really does feel like it's old school RSG with Fredrin. Fredrin wasn't there that time. And they just seem so happy with it.
Throwback with Fred.
Throwback with Fred. Fred went back in time.
Throwback to the future.
Yeah. But RSG are in that state right now. With one of the best things about RSG isn't just because they were aggressive in their peak in Season 9 at MSC. They were incredibly calculated, holding for the right time. The moment Light found Wise, the target, that's when RSG said, okay, we will blow our abilities here onto this Akai, and that was the right call. But again, they still have to watch out for that Moskov. Al got the free hit, and once that happens, there's a lot of damage. Purple buff, Wise still gets to keep it.
Well, right now, still, Turret's going to fall here. Blacklist International will hold on the best way it can, but this is that lead RSG has, right? And they're working with it, too. I like that you mentioned this earlier, though, Renmar. You know, the discipline from Light to hold on to some of those revenges, not committing, even when he has the flicker available. But this time, once again, look at the damage coming out from RSG Slate.
Mr. Del Rosario.
They get rid of Wise with a snap of a finger. Exort also holding on to the heavy spin here.
All right, so more on how RSG are not exactly aggressive. They pick their fights, but now in Game 3, 12 minutes in about, they're just so calculated.
Light's going to go in once again. They find the Queen. There's the heavy spin from Exort. Going to push Edward back a couple hits away, and Emon will get the double. RSG having a huge dominant game here. They don't want to get swept, they say. And they're all razor locked in. Liking to charge up once again. Minions pushing into the mid lane. Eyes set. Owl still up, though. Has not died yet on this Moskov. He should be at the point where the damage is a threat, but just can't find the angles he's looking for. And right now, Blacklist holds on. Wise, though, going to go in. There's Light once again. Heavy spin comes down, but he will survive.
Dude, RSG Slate are not letting Blacklist breathe. Like, we are going to force the issue here, and y'all find your window, but this is our goal. It's a one-track mind.
Yeah, y'all got your back-to-back. It's game 3. We're going to fight back. Oh, look at the fact that they couldn't reach. Oh, Nafs!
Okay, Nafs, half health here. Wise, though, as well, has to get back. Meanwhile, Irad, Edward on top, going to go down. They find a kill. It's a double. Emon, just like that, turning the tides once again further in the favor for RSG. Now the Lord is up.
Was that an Agent Zero Piñata up top? I mean, off camera, I can only assume
Yes,
that
it
it
was.
was the Joy with the Angela inside with the Heart Guard that RSG just folded in half.
Yep. Muerto doble. Agente zero. I believe that is very wrong,
Si,
what I
senor.
just said. But RSG are very right in rushing this Lord. Eman 6-0 and 2. Owl untouchable, Eman untouchable, and he hurts. And he's getting kills. RSG have learned from the last 2 games everything that we mentioned that RSG Slate seems to be lacking or doing wrong in game 1 and game 2. They came into this game 3 and said, thank you. It's our time to shine now. And they are shining brighter, or as bright as Light does. But as an entire team, this is just good old classic RSG.
Just as thankful as the theoretical RSG are in your situation, in your analogy, we are too, because again, this is what we were looking for from the Raiders this whole time.
Yeah, I was about to ask Dan Redmar how many watts is Light.
25.
All right, he's only at 25.
That's pretty strong.
That's conservative.
Oh, wait, no, okay, yeah.
I was going to say 60, maybe 60 watts.
60 watts.
That's
let's
pretty bright.
Let's go for 120. There we go.
All right, just crank it up.
Whoa, that's blinding. Malefic Roar, by the way, built there by Al. So that Moskov will hurt if they get touched. And Wise will get punished.
Wise going to get CC'd once again. Has to use the heavy spin out of there on the defense. Edward jumping in with a heart guard. Locked down, though. X-Sword using the heavy spin as well. One hit away, Edward will fall. Navs, unstoppable. Goes under the turret. 1 versus 4 will have to back off. But inhibitor turret now going to be the focus. Owl, though, once again, he has not died yet, so they're still able to defend somewhat. But they've now lost 2 inhibitor turrets to the base for Blacklist International. RSG looking to raid into the base, work on this crystal if they can secure themselves a game. Nat's going to jump in. Right, though. He's shining bright. Will fall. Immortality there. No follow-up just yet. Owl 1 hit away. Will find it. Light the only one to fall here. It looked like it could have been the end there, but they hold on. Blacklist International.
Rome for Rome. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think RSG Slate did well there. Because of the fact that they're keeping the tempo up, means Blacklist have to find a way to recover.
And the key to recovery for Blacklist is really the positioning of Yue and Owl. It's undeniable. We've repeated it time and time again. This Moskov does hurt RSG. They're committing a lot. They're taking down Edward. They're taking down Venus, Wise. But Yue and Owl, if RSG do not play their cards right in a fight, they'll find themselves low against a Moskov and a Valentina Irad.
Okay, Irad going to get heavy spun out of the area. But he should be just fine. Quite tanky, has the immortality as well. So they know those resources are down here. 10 seconds away from the Lord. RSG looking for position.
Gentlemen, note the fact that we keep mentioning Moskov. It's just a matter of time before he starts to hurt, when he becomes the difference maker, the equalizer in this game. Are we going to start seeing RSG Slate build Blade Mails, build Antiqueras? Because that's where I think it should go.
Blade Armor does sound good. Reduce the physical damage as much as you can. Wise. Got the vision.
Look at him.
Wise going to try to come in here. Naz will push him out, though. So they get the call. Lord going to be secured for RSG. And, you know, that's the question. How do you prepare for this Moskov?
Yeah.
Again, the defense potential, the high ground defense from Blacklist International is phenomenal here.
Yeah, very solid. And that's going to be the test
for
RSG Slate. If they get this wrong, it will be devastating to all the progress, for all the progress they've made this entire game. They have to get this right. If they can't end the game, at least don't lose 3 members. 3 members max, or 3 members down would be a massive win for Blacklist.
The only way that that's actually a good thing for RSG Slate is if it's a wipeout.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Here we go. Well-synced waves.
Here we go. Lord pushing in. Bottom turret going to go down here ultimately as well. Light going to charge up. Look for the flicker setup if he's looking for it. Not going to find it just yet. Lord going to be demolished here. Wise will use the heavy spin. Blacklist International so far so good on the defense. RSG though, they are realizing just how hard it is to crack open this base and end this game here despite being 11K ahead.
Gentlemen, I would eat a meal off of that defense. It was so clean.
I would too. Well, it depends on the meal. Well, I'm not picky.
Oh, Nap's going to charge up here. UA dropping the real world manipulation. They clear the waves once again, keeping RSG at bay.
Oh, one more sniper shot.
They get it.
They get it.
Balder than Lex Eterna is the base right now of Blacklist International. And RSG Slate just needs to ride this out.
An MPL veteran of several seasons. Boy, do we miss our old friends.
We're seeing a lot of our old friends here.
They're coming in, yeah.
In the playoffs. Got old friends coming in from Indonesia. It was good to see the Onyx boys back. Even Hate was also here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, wait. Yes.
Malaysia, Cambodia.
Yep.
Everywhere. Worldwide here in
all the
MPL
imports.
Philippines.
Come on over, Trex.
Yeah, that's quite a journey.
Come
on over.
You can make it. It's doable swim.
Now, it's good to see Blacklist at least get a little bit of their map.
Yeah.
Despite all of their turrets getting taken down, it's only the base standing. They're getting a little bit of farm now on UA and Owl. Yeah. I mean, does Owl need any more? Nope, he's fully built. There it is. He's good.
By the way, I love the itemization here of Emma. Athena Shield and a Rose Gold.
Yeah.
Even though people are probably wondering, hey, why not a Radiant Armor? Well, the shields that he'll get.
No, Radiant Armor ain't good on softies anyways, man.
Yeah. So you build those 2 items, and plus there is still a little bit of lifesteal that you're gonna get from the Rose Gold. It's like 5%.
Yep.
But add that to the lifesteal you're already getting from the Haas Claws.
Yep.
No wonder why every time you see Emma go, you see his health bar go up alongside it.
What I tell y'all about sound effects, fam.
Nice one, Naisu.
That didn't sound like me at all.
He was talking, I think.
Yeah.
Fine. It's me.
Look at this immaculate pull by RSG Slate. They're making the most of this 10K gold lead. At least they have that. Now 20 minutes in. This is TikTok timers, folks. Every little bit counts.
We've seen games like this 20 minutes in where a team has a massive lead.
Oh.
And with Lord Steal, it can turn the tide here. Wise going to get whittled down a little bit. Light going to charge up. Edward also making his way to the fight here, looking for his own angle. There's the real world manipulation. Wise will use the heavy spin, pushing Irad back. Lord's still going to be worked on, though. Naz on the backside on Owl. Has the heart guard, but Edward will fall. Irad Immortality going to be bottom. Look at the damage coming out on Naz. Has to get out. Suppressed is there. Irad will fall. Double for Emon. He's unstoppable. Triple kill looking for another. The chase is going to ensue. Emon comes through. Maniac looking for a savage. Give it to him. Naz will take it. And it's a wipeout.
If you're in a state of flow, you kind of forget that you can give a savage, but nay. The Raiders stand tall. We're not going down.
He's
not
laughing.
like this.
He's laughing.
That isn't kill steal. That is kill secured.
That is a game secured here for RSG. And we go on for the series.
The Raiders are on the board, folks. We are not getting a sweep, not in the upper bracket finals.
No sweeps. No end there. No savage for Eman. But yes to a huge victory for RSG Slate PH.
Oh, man. Now, it was It was so close, and I mean, if you got a glimpse of it, rewind if you guys are watching at home. You got a glimpse of the
Check the window.
the window, the players. Nats was probably like, he was laughing. I don't know if that's like ha 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 or my bad ha ha ha.
Yeah, or it's haha we win or haha I got you.
Yeah.
Like,
Better luck next time.
Yeah. Get faster.
I feel like if it was the haha I got you, that's a good sign coming from a team that was put in a really tough situation.
That's right, yeah.
It's like, keep it lighthearted, and again, they ran it back. Classic RSG. I don't know what they talked about, but that was just, wow, the RSG that we always just thought about and imagined what would have been like if they faced off against Prime Blacklist.
Yep, and talking about how Irad had lessons to learn between game 1 and 2, it looks like he has employed these. He has taken them to heart. And it's good to see the good old death ball from RSG Slate coming back to buy them more time in the upper bracket finals. Now you gotta wonder, where does this put Blacklist? Because again, all to be considered, they got a little playful. They picked up the Angela.
Yep.
I wonder where our analyst Midnight stands on this. Neil, it's your turn. Talk to us. Tell us exactly what happened here in game number 3.
Maraming salamat, casters. RSG bounces back against Blacklist International on the back of a pocket pick Esmeralda, and I would say Nuts Entertainment is back in this game. Welcome back din sa Analyst Stand. Ako nga ba si Midnight, and ating i-discuss gaano nga ba ka-importante itong Esmeralda pick ng RSG Slate Philippines. We touched upon this earlier nung pinag-uusapan natin yung draft discussions, but I would really want to highlight kung bakit nga ba ito nangyayari. Number one, yung passive kasi ni Esmeralda ay ini-ignore lahat ng shields na nanggagaling sa side ng Blacklist International. So in terms of dealing damage against Blacklist, ay wala siyang pake kung may shield na nakapatong dito sa mga heroes ng Blacklist. But that's not enough. Ang isa pang kinagandang factor is kapag ginagamit ni Esmeralda yung kanyang second skill o yung Stardust Dance, ay ina-absorb niya rin yung shields na bibigay ni Angela in this case, at pati na rin yung ibang heroes, ina-absorb lang yon ni Nuts, meaning more sustain for the Esmeralda. And gusto ko rin dito yung isa yung battle spell na napili niya, yung Sprint. It helps him reduce the CC and makatakbo rin sa mga heroes like sila Moskov, sila Eve, si Akai. Actually, nakakalabas nga siya sa reload manipulation. It also helps in chasing down the joy of Blacklist International. And ang kinaganda dito sa lineup ng RSG is meron silang frontliner na hindi takot sa entirety ng lineup ng Blacklist International. Meaning, yung Blacklist, may isang hero lang na tinitignan. Paano natin susolusyonan itong hero na to? And their answer was to keep farming on the Moskov. Medyo naging sacrificial lamp, I would say. Sila Wise at pati na rin si Edward dito kasi kailangan talaga nilang pigilan yung momentum na pwedeng makuha ng RSG Slate Philippines against this Esmeralda. And ito naman yung na-abuse ng RSG. For the majority of the mid-game, sila yung kumokontrol ng mapa. And si Blacklist, react lang ng react sa ginagawa ni Nuts. Pero may mga moments naman na si Wise ay nagiging aggressive. Pero again, ang problema kasi is kukulangin talaga sila ng damage dealer kasi hindi pwedeng magpakita basta-basta si Owl. And gusto ko i-comment, yung performance ni Owl dito, once lang siya namatay. And this really tells you na may plano yung Blacklist, mag-late game lang, kayang-kaya nilang labanan yung RSG Slate Philippines. Pero dagdag sa problema ng Blacklist dito is nung umabot nga ng late game, nadagdagan naman yung sustain ni Esmeralda, especially with the Oracle and of course, yung kanyang tankiness against the marksman of Blacklist with the Blade Armor. Kumbaga lahat ng aspect ng game, may solusyon. Si Nuts versus Blacklist International. And even though matagal natin hindi nakita yung Esmeralda, Nuts still showed up to this game. And ito yung na-miss natin sa kanya. Ito yung dahilan bakit tinawag siyang Nuts Entertainment for the past seasons. And ito rin actually yung isa sa mga key heroes ni Nuts during their MSC campaign. Now, RSG Slate Philippines, inabuso nila yung mid-game power spike nila and nakakuha ng maraming kills. Si Eman, he was able to dish out so much damage for the side of RSG Slate Philippines. And in turn, nakapag-farm din siya ng maraming item, 800 ang kanyang GPM. And ang madalas na nakakawawa doon ay ang Akai ng Blacklist International. Kumagat siya talaga yung sumasalo ng damage output na binabato ng mga Raiders. And the MVP of that game, no deaths on this Beatrix. 11-0-4 is Eman with the Beatrix. Ang ganda nung naging item build-up niya rito. Very important yung Hasklo, pati na rin yung Rose Gold Meteor. Kasi yung Hasklo, kapag bumaba yung buhay niya, kaya niya makipagsabayan kay Moskov. Pwede pa siyang gumawa ng mga buy and sell shenanigans, yung mga tactics. Pwede niyang palitan yung Wind of Nature. And yung Rose Gold, ang kinagandahan dito, merong magic defense and meron ding shield na nakukuha from the passive. And ang magandang passive ng Rose Gold Meteor is all source of damage. Yun na mablock nito. So kapag umabot siya sa threshold na yon, may additional layer of sustain for the marksman ng RSG Slate Philippines. And kung makikita nyo sa game na to, again, it was just RSG. Si Nuts diving under towers of Blacklist International. Pero again, ito yung mga sinasabi kong moments kanina na may plano pa rin naman yung Blacklist. May mga moments na nag-engage pa rin sila versus RSG. Pero ramdam natin yung impact na yung Esmeralda, tatabihan lang yung Angela, tatabihan yung Akai kasi wala siyang pake dun sa shields. Kahit na mag-second skill si Akai, wala siyang pake. Kahit may additional HP na makukuha yung mga core ng Blacklist International from the Angela, wala talaga siyang pake. And sisipsipin pa yun. And it means mas malaki yung sustain na nakukuha ng RSG Slate Philippines. Blacklist, however, did a fantastic job of protecting their own base. And nandun pa rin kasi yung threat na meron pa rin silang re-engage and punishing capability if ma-miss position ka, which did happen nung napunish nila si Light when he came in. Pero ang hindi kasi nila abot is yung Beatrix. Kapag tinignan mo yung lineup ng Blacklist International, in theory, meron kang pang-abot with the Joy. Pero that's where the Rose Gold meter comes in. Yung mobility na makukuha mo doon, yung added movement speed na nagde-decay over 5 seconds. Enough yung duration na yun, nag-overlap yun actually dun sa combo na pwedeng ibato ni Joy. Pero dito natin nakita may mga moments of brilliance pa rin ng Blacklist International. May systematic approach talaga sila sa Lord Dance. Pero sabi ni RSG, sige, palagan natin yung sistema nyo. Kung gusto nyo mag-hero, mag-hero din kami, and that is what happened. RSG tried to take out Blacklist International one by one. And again, naging problema yung Beatrix and Esmeralda dahil wala nga sila nagisagot and wala rin silang natural answer versus Nuts on this Esmeralda. Hindi pa papayag ang Kings of the Sea na matapos dito ang serya dahil pwede pa sila maka-bounce back. And Blacklist International, again, isang game na lang ang kanilang kinakailangan para makapasok ng Grand Finals. Mukhang marami tayong may expect talaga dito sa matchup na ito. Mainit yung naging bakbakan natin. Even bringing out some old heroes of the past. Angela and Esmeralda, although nabanggit ni Wolf na napakaganda talaga nung insertion ng Esmeralda. Kasi even if other options to, even with La Lolita, ay ganun pa rin yung mangyayari dito kasi may shield pa rin naman ang ibibigay. And yung Esmeralda pa rin ang makakapag-maximize ng kanyang window. And it also goes back to sa keys to victory kasi si RSG Slate Philippines this time around was able to utilize the XP lane. Si Nuts ay nakapag-establish ng kanyang show, nandun yung Nuts Entertainment, and na-abuse nila yung fact na sobrang lakas ng hero ni Nuts ng early to mid game to be able to snowball and gain momentum para umabot tayo sa late game Beatrix ni Eman. Again, it was very fundamental. Ito talaga ang approach ng RSG Slate Philippines. Ganon ka-fundamental and tactical sila Coach Panda rito. Kahit mga lumang heroes, ibibring up nila kung kailangan nilang counterin. And ito rin yung beauty ng last pick. Nabanggit natin kanina to during the draft analysis. Yung last pick ng RSG Slate Philippines, yung slot na yon, its main purpose is to counter whatever needs countering. And in this case, ang na-counter niya is yung raw sustain and yung kit na binibigay ni Angela for Blacklist International. Essentially, parang natanggal yung buong game plan ng Blacklist International dito kasi hindi na nga nila nagamit ng sobra-sobra yung kanilang Angela. And ang nakawawa dito is si Wise kasi parang fundamentally speaking, yung lineup nila, it's meant to allow this Moscow to farm up on the early game and have this crazy front line that just fights into RSG. Kumbaga yung early to mid, nabura bigla for Blacklist kasi si Esmeralda na lang yung kalaban nila. And mainit yung naging sagot ng RSG kasi again, lumang hero na yung nilabas sila. Pero hindi pa tayo tapos dahil may game, potentially meron pa tayong game 5. Or tingnan natin kung baka force out na lang na Blacklist na game 4 lang matapos itong series. So mainit ang bakbakan pero I'm pretty sure mas mainit pang mangyayari dito as we head on over to Mara Aquino.
We saw the intense battle in the Land of Dawn. Ngayon, meron tayong battle right here at SMX Convention Center. And I'm gonna call H2O and Renegade. Oh. RSG versus Blacklist. First of all, kamusta na kayo, guys?
Okay lang, okay lang.
Okay lang.
Oh, okay lang. Parehas. They're in unison. Okay. Matindi ang laban natin in the Land of Dawn. Kailangan kayo naman ang mag-battle dito sa harap ng ating audience in this segment called Settle This. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, alam naman natin kung paano kayo mag-banter. Now, let's show it. We're gonna do round 1. Bato-topic muna kung sino yung mauuna. Bato-topic.
Ano muna, pre?
Oh.
Ikaw na.
Sige, bato-topic. Whoever wins gets to choose. Bato, pick.
Ikaw muna.
Ako panalo.
Ay, sige.
Siya panalo, ikaw una. Okay. H2, go!
Masabi ko sa'yo, Rene J, alam kong na-trauma ka pa rin sa akin nung regular season sa Hayabusa ko. Kaya di ka na pinaglaro ulit ngayon. Kaya yun.
Rene J, payag ka ba doon?
Nung lumaro ako nung H2 kasi naawa ko kay H2 kasi kaibigan ko eh. Alam ko kasing downers yun eh, kaya pinatalo ko talaga para sa Perd. Pero kasi alam ko naman kami yung makakapasok dito, Perd eh. Kaya patalo ko sa'yo para confident kayo.
H2!
Alam mo sabi. Ewan, di ko alam sabihin ko. Wala akong masabi. Lamang kasi sila 2-1 eh.
Well, I guess, facts.
Kung ako sa'yo, Perd, lumaro ka na. Alam mo bakit? Para MSC na kami.
H2!
Ikaw yung lumaro ulit para laglag na kayo.
Sige, laro ka, lalaro din ako.
O sige.
Papakita natin talaga kung sino mas malupit sa
O
atin.
sige, para makabawi ka naman ulit sa akin kasi wala ka pang bawi sa akin eh.
Kaso pag bumawi ako sa'yo, pre, wala ka nang bawi kasi hindi ka na makakapasok. Tatalunin ka ni Yawi.
Wala lang akong masabi.
Oh, by the way, for the first time in MPL Philippines history, the big three, Rene J, H2, and Yawi, they're in the top 3, everybody! Hindi na 8. Okay, now, meron ba kayong final message sa mga fans? I want you to say something to Blacklist and pump them up. Can you get them to cheer, Rene J?
Maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga pumunta. Napakarami nyo. Yan, tayo sa support sa team natin. Yan, sure ako ipapasok nila to sa MSC.
Rene J, we need your help to pump up the entire SMX Convention Center. Siyempre, dapat para sa Blacklist. Go ahead.
Blacklist!
H2, can you do better than that? Anong message mo sa RSG Slate fans? At kailangan mas mataas yung energy sa ginawa nila.
Shoutout nga pala sa mga pumunta dito sa venue. Sobrang na-appreciate ko kayong lahat. Sa mga sumusuporta sa Team RSG and yun, kaya pa natin i-reverse sweep to. Tiwala lang.
Hindi na. Hindi na kaya.
GG! GG!
Before we go, okay, pwede ba kayong dalawa dito sa harap? Can we see a quick whoa? Okay, in 3, 2, 1, go!
Katrastuhan kita, ba't ngayon ka-vibes na kita?
Pero ngayon, bago mag-umpisa ang laban, meron pa tayong isa pang special guest that we're gonna be seeing. And they're with Odin. Odin, what's up?
Thank you, Miss Mara! Napakainit doon, pero mas mainit dito dahil buhay pa ang dugo ng Raiders! Yes! This is your very own Odin at nagbabalik ako. Kasama ko ngayon ang former jungler ng RSG Slate Philippines. Walang iba kundi si Demon Kite!
Hello.
Hi, Demon Kite! Face bump! Uy! Pumayag! Friends! Kumusta? Ano pinagkakaabalahan mo ngayon na hindi ka naglaro this season?
Okay naman po. Nagpahinga lang po ako ng mga 1 to 2 months ganun. Tapos nagbabalik grind na din ako.
Oy, 1 to 2 months lang ang pahinga. And pwede ba namin malaman kung ba't ka nagpahinga?
Ayun, para sa next season kasi M5 na next season.
Ay! Naku, parang ginagalaw na niya ang baso. Demon Kite, sinasabi ko sa'yo. And doon naman sa usapan ni Irad at saka ni Cartizzi. Alam mo naman siguro yun, no? Very strong ang personality ngayon ng inyong jungler na si Irad. At sinabi niya talaga na mas malakas siya kay Cartizzi mag-Lancelot. And sinagot yun kanina ni Cartizzi, ha? Sabi ni Cartizzi, okay lang. Yung huling gumanyan sa akin, nagpahinga. Uy, para may pinaparinggan si Cartizzi. Anong masasabi mo doon, Demon Kite?
Yeah. Huwag kang mag-alala dahil sa season 12, dudurugin ulit kita.
Oh, sheesh! Nako! Iba talaga! Iba talaga ang junglers ng RSG Slate Philippines. And kumusta naman para sa'yo yung performance ni Irad so far?
Ayun, before naman ako umalis ng Season 10, bali, lahat ng nalalaman ko yun, tinuturo ko sa kanya. Kasi parang ka-brainstorming ko palagi si Irad noong time na yun kasi dalawa lang kaming jungler. So nagtutulungan kami palagi. And ayun naman, nakikita ko naman yung improvements niya ngayong season.
Wow.
Season 11.
Feeling ko proud na proud ka sa kanya. And how about H2O? Nagkaroon ba kayo ng chance na ma-mentor mo rin siya?
Hindi kasi pagka dumadalaw ako sa booth camp, parang saglitan lang ganon. Hindi naman ako masyado nakakapag-communicate kay H2. Pero masasabi ko lang kay H2, galingan mo palalo.
Uy, may backup. Nakakatuwa naman, no? At very good na relationship nyo with the current roster. And yun nga, narinig na natin. Gagalawin mo na ang baso for next season, Demon Kite.
Oo, abangan nila ako.
Hoy, abangan nyo daw! And ano naman message mo para sa Raiders na hanggang ngayon ay buhay na buhay ang pagsuporta sa RSG?
Ayun, salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa RSG, tsaka magkakaroon na ng MSC episode.
Oy, may episode 2! Oh, diba? And kumusta naman yung pakiramdam na kasama mo ngayon ng Raiders? Na-miss mo ba sila?
Oo, kasi isa na ako sa nag-cheer nga.
Ay, isa na sa nag-cheer. And bago tayo mag-throw sa casters, paringgan naman natin sila ng cheer mo, Demon Kite.
GG!
GG! GG!
RSG!
Thank you so much, Demon Kite. Maraming salamat, Raiders. Balik muna sa inyo, casters.
Naisu has a really big smile on his face right now.
Look at that. Massive. Oh, look at the pearly whites.
You're blooming, dude.
Pearly whites for Demon Kite.
Hey, man. I always said this. Back in Season 8, my first season into the MPL, I was like, I love this guy, Demon Kite. You know, he's my favorite person from coming up from the amateur scene, and I saw him, everything that he accomplished up to this point. It's nice to see him here. You know, I understand that he had to have the break, but hey, man, Irad, H2O, they've done an amazing job, you know, kind of filling that role. And I can't wait to, after what he said, I know it was in Filipino, but he pretty much said he's going to be back in the future, and he can't wait to see Carl Teasy.
Yeah.
Why? What's he going to do? What's he going to do?
Said, I'm going to crush you when I get back.
In Filipino, Durugan. Is that right?
Yeah.
Durugan.
Oh, yeah. Very good. Nice.
Durugan Kita.
Close enough.
Our cameraman just shuddered. Our cameraman just said, please don't. All right. So already, despite the hot and intense matchup we have, there's already another rivalry brewing. A rivalry revived because of the, how do I say, spicy words coming in from one Carl Teasy, right?
Yeah.
Dude, again, just for the folks who are catching up to the story here, Carl Teasy said earlier today, the last person who did that to me or who spoke up to me like that had to take a rest, had to take a break, and that's what's happening here. That's the response that Demon Kai had to. It's just a long story. It's been a year since removed, but I love it. Now back into the action. Match point for Blacks International, but RSG Slate are slowly building up.
They reverse sweeped yesterday. That's all I'm going to say. Earlier in that game, when we finally got to it, I was like, hey, this might be a miracle and a half. But they reverse swept yesterday. They could probably do it today. It's going to take a lot, but that step one has already been accomplished. And I don't know if that's because we threw it back to the future, you know, like we talked about.
They threw it back to the future.
Yeah, we were a part of it, though. You know, we went with them because Nath's on that Esmeralda pick worked out phenomenally. And I'm really wondering how do they take that, what they did in Game 3? Because, again, that lead they had was massive. You know, they had, at one point, I think it was, around 9, 10K gold lead at some
11
point.
even.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah, 11, 12. They got that high.
They could have loaned somebody else some gold.
Yeah. But they didn't. They kept rolling with it, man.
That's right.
And, you know, how do they do that? How do they replicate that for Game 4?
They just have to play around. Again, what we mentioned about their patience, their calculated aggression, the fact that so many times, how many times have we seen Light? Always. Once he gets someone with a Tyrant's Revenge, it immediately converts into a rage. But then early on in the game, he got to really save that and save it for the best possible moments. Wherein the Tyrant's Rage wasn't just always being used because he knows that there is still an opportunity for Blacklist to turn this around. This isn't my main target.
And it's that how do I say, situational awareness. It's that also, I guess, you could say state of flow that Light was in. Because again, a majority of them from Game 3 picked up heroes that they've been playing for years now. And again, they threw it back. They employed the classic RSG Death Ball. And I'm wondering, on the other side of this coin, was Blacklist International a little too playful? Was that a last pick Angela?
Yeah,
it was a last phase, last pick Angela. Was that a little too out of their wheelhouse so that they found it hard to claw back in?
The interesting thing is, I believe the pick that we were positing for Blacklist to pick up was the Lolita. And makes sense why they didn't consider it, because at the same time, there were so many heroes on the side of RG to interrupt every Numenon blast. However, you also have to consider Lolita gives shields to her teammates. So even if, I felt like that would have been equal or even more devastating.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, considering that it was still going to be an Esmeralda last pick for RSG Slate. That's why that Florin ban by RSG was just tremendous, because they knew they funneled them into a position where, okay, Blacklist would want sustain. The Angela Heartguard would really buff up the Moskov, the Joy. So that was a good, it seemed like a really great choice. It was playful, yes, but at the same time, it seemed like that's what they were left with to go for.
And that's scary to think about and consider, given that maybe even if you think about it, Matilda still gives shields. Even if you went dug deep, right? Plan C, Plan D, it's difficult to consider. So yeah, is this a way for Coach Panda and Coach Theo to say, Bonchan, Dexter, we're on to you?
Could be.
Yeah, I think it could be. And at the same time, you were talking about this, Leo, of going back to that fundamentals, going back to some of the basics here. And I think that's why they did it, and that's why it worked. And, even talking about, Oh My Venus versus Light, like Light is just, like you mentioned, he was in a flow. And the whole team kind of played around that. And then they got into that point, right?
They followed through the flow.
Yeah, they followed the light, but the flow of light. There you go.
The FOL.
Yep, the
The
FOL.
Oh, dude, the words are just, never mind. All right, so throughout this discussion of what Blacklist could have picked up as the roamer, you'll see that the signature picks for both Light and Oh My Venus, which would have dictated the dynamic that Game 3 had, seems to have really just fallen down to that choice. And maybe if RSG Slate can replicate said situation, replicate the same atmosphere wherein Oh My Venus is forced to play this way, and RSG Slate keeps up the tempo, Blacklist may have to take us to Game 5. They might have to, again, face RSG where they're comfortable in, the reverse sweep, just like last night.
Yeah, and going through like the possibilities in my head, even if it gets to the point where it's similar to what happened in game number 3. And in terms of drafting situation, it's that. Even if they decided to take out the Esmeralda, as we were mentioning, the Baksha was still an option. A Fredrin in the XP lane, put up a Baksha, you still get that anti-heal, you're not against a Florin. And I feel like these are going to be some of the things that we're going to watch out for from RSG. Their bans on the Estes, the Faramis, and the Florin. And that might be the mix alongside banning 2 heroes of Owl and then just leaving the one that you'd rather go up against open.
Which I feel like they could actually afford to go against a Moskov again. Because, like, the majority of the game, Moskov is scary, right? He gets to a point where he has, 2, 3, maybe 4. It was fully item locked, but Al couldn't get the positioning that he needed for a lot of those fights. And, he could clear waves, great. But really, when it came to the team fighting, he couldn't get in the positioning that he wanted to.
What you get with the Moskov is, yes, the reliable damage, right? But by RSG Slate banning the carry in that last phase, they denied the re-engage. The Moskov is so honest. Yeah, sure, you can throw a spear across the map, which again, just playing back in my head, still pretty trippy. But when you get, again, Kufra right in your face, there's very little you can do, especially once you press that Inspire. That's a no-go, usually, about 8 out of 10 times.
Yeah. And if it does get to the point, I agree with that, be able to face up against the Moskov again. It looks like they'll be ready for it. They got used to it. And one of the things that they did so well is even if they're up against a Moskov is that they handle the dives and the engagements of Edward and Wise so well that there wasn't enough time and space for the Moskov, because eventually with the main frontliners, the main heroes that disrupt the fighting of RSG to give space for the Moskov, they went down relatively quickly. That they were always there to respond, RSG, and we also have to commend what Emma did in the last game with how well he positioned in that, being able to free hit, being able to farm up, and every time Wise would got caught off, he would just get melted down that Akai would be forced to use a heavy spin early on just to back away.
You mentioned the Akai in the hands of Wise was the only real reliable source of peel. There was close to none for Blacklist's lineup in Game 3, and that should be something that they consider. Because again, yeah, look, no re-engage, no peel, vision comes at what? A costly price. Again, that's just a recipe for disaster when you're fighting off against a death ball lineup, a death ball execution.
Yeah, and we also saw this in the matchup of Omega versus. Sorry, it's slipping my head who Omega were eliminated. Blacklist
Omega
International.
Black.
There, yeah.
This very
this very one here. We're in
long weekend.
We're back to the present.
It's been a long weekend. We've been time traveling,
Yep.
throwing it back. When Omega picked up the Angela, it forced their explainer and jungler to get vision. And exactly Blacklist felt that. What they made Omega feel, they felt themselves against RSG.
And with the Angela too, right?
And with the Angela too.
Oh, wow. Let's get back into the draft here. Game number 4. Momentum swinging over to the side of the Raiders. Looking at our preliminary bans, if I may say so myself, there's an SS and a Franco. For sure, SS and Franco.
Yeah, so it's blue side Blacklist, potentially. We'll see once the draft is up on our screens.
I would say, too, I don't...
This is RSG's choice, by the way, now.
Yes. We'll know in just a second. But yeah, like you mentioned, there's SS ban, looks like a Faramis ban, Kaja, Franco.
Oh yeah, so it's blue side Blacklist.
Yeah.
With how the orders went.
So RSG chose to go red. They like the strength of that 2-swing pick.
Yeah.
There's
and
the 1-1.
This goes back to Coach Panda Mentos in Season 9 and Season 10. RSG loved the red side pick. They're really running it back. And this is a season where blue side is the one that shined in terms of the drafting and the orders of picks.
That's right. When the regular season closed up, if I'm not mistaken, the win rate for blue side was somewhere around 54, 55%.
Yeah.
That's unhealthy. That's way beyond 50% that we're expecting. But I wonder what the story is now.
I think we see something very similar in this draft anyway through what we've seen in the series where there's a lot of focus on, obviously the roam options, which is, again, what we got a glimpse of, right? And Joy is also going to be banned out here. So that's not on the table anymore. And so RSG is blue side.
Oh, okay, okay.
It is
Wait
blue
up.
side. We got Blacklist on the red.
All right. That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
So what's left?
First pick here.
Maybe they just go Fred. Yeah.
Fred, Val. They really don't want to give it to Yue. Exort was great on it. It's Fred.
You should.
I like Irad's Fred from Game 3. It was the right blend of, lethality and enough of a cushion for the times that he would be a little too deep.
Yeah. It was very Fredly. Glue on is going to be the pickup here for Edward. Thank you. As the XP lane, Valentina maybe, if they want to already. Or they can go ahead and pick up the Akai. They can run back the tanks a lot on Wise, honestly. But then, there's still a lot of picks on the side of RSG. The Kufra available to mess it up. Let's see what they'll go for. It's Eve.
Yeah, go ahead and lock that in. Might as well, right? I think this is the response. Do you just expect the Valentina to be picked up here to respond to the Eve?
Likely.
Or do we see the classic, possibly, maybe a Farsa Eve?
What's your command?
But I think it's a little too... Whoa.
Whoa, okay.
It's neither, right? It's going to be Fanny Kufra.
So, good news for RSG, bad news for Blacklist. Who's going to hold down the Fanny? This seems to be the answer. It's a Twitch response. Does this count? Will this work out? Is the Akai enough to keep this Fanny down?
it will delay the inevitable. But the thing about the Fanny is she can come from out of nowhere, surprise you, burst you down with a cable swing. We saw this earlier though from BREN Esports. If they're gonna make this work, they can't be overly cautious with it. They have to enjoy the fact that they have a Fanny, they have a Kufra. Earlier we saw a very calculated RSG. This RSG now with these two heroes has to be an RSG that reduces the calculation just a little bit and roll off of instinct.
So they have to pick up the tempo. They have to go with the momentum they picked up in Game 3.
That's the thing, though, man. Like I was saying earlier, RSG, they're momentum based like crazy. And it just, you know, that's what they want to build on. And that's exactly how they got that reverse sweep from yesterday. So this is a great starting first phase of the draft for them to hopefully replicate that and get them to a Game 5 for this series.
Now going into the bans, they're starting to choke down the gold laners. Wow, for the first time in this draft, I believe we're waiting for a gold lane in the second phase for both teams.
For both?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Oh, again, mentioned the Florin. Very good ban here, but then that would mean Blacklist. Oh, will RSG ban out the Lolita? That's my biggest question.
Because if they do, what's Mumshu going to pick up?
We're going to have to check.
Matilda?
Angela.
Matilda.
Angela again.
Angela again. Rafa. Not Rafa, maybe.
That deep? That far in?
That far, that deep. But, oh, man, that Rafa will struggle. Although it will help to get a bit of vision. Will they ban the Esme? No, they ban the Kaduta. Oh, interesting.
Valentina is yet to show her face. Are we seeing a No, not going to happen. Never mind. Why is Valentina not here yet? What's going on?
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right?
Yeah. They would rather ban out Kadita than Valentina? Are they? That's just, I guess, how potent Exhort is on the Kadita, huh?
Yeah, but Exhort as well earlier, his decision in the right times and the right moments to get the heavy spin of the Akai was just as disruptive as what the rest of RSG was doing to the playstyle of Blacklist International. So the Valentina later as a pickup for RSG looks very obvious. And they take away the Moskov though.
Are they forcing the carry?
Carry, Beatrix all still open. Brody, and Brody for Fanny. It's a great pickup. Seems like they just really didn't want to go up against that Moskov as a Fanny. So Farsa, is it that going to be the pickup?
Or Valentina?
Valentina, yeah. Valentina, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
True story. I bumped into him and saw him like across the hall here. Not a single word. He just looked at me and said, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when he passed by, like in front of the casting desk earlier, he nodded his head and I could see him mouth, yeah.
I think it's just built in, man.
That's how he says hello.
Just Raiders have a pretty strong beak and a herald of good news. Now, what's Coach Pan and Coach Theo thinking? What are they going to close up their draft with?
Melissa, maybe?
Time and tide wait for
No, they go for the Beatrix. And yeah, the Valentina, of course.
Weird that it showed up in the second phase, right? I mean,
these two specifically.
Yeah. But it also kind of makes sense because RSG clearly knows what they wanted to go here for, deciding to take this Fanny into the game where, again, we saw Fanny pop up earlier in the day in a different series and it didn't work out too well, you know?
Yeah.
So you really have to be willing to kind of risk that in a way because at the same time you got to worry about the invades are going to be happening. If that is the plan for Blacklist International to really kind of stall or make it a hard time, and there's the Lolita pick.
Okay, so
expected.
I'm sure the same can be said by Coach Panda and Coach Theo. Like they saw this coming. This has to have been what they were expecting Oh My Venus to pick.
Yeah, and that's why the Valentina pick was so great. Wow, what a draft by both of these two teams.
That's 3 big ticket ults.
Yes, that's what RSG has. What will they choose and how will they use it? I wouldn't be surprised if Exhort leans more into getting mainly just real world and heavy spin.
Oh wow, I was thinking
not even Numenon.
I was thinking the other way around, the heavy spin or the Numenon.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's gonna be up to him. What a draft. A potential game number 5, but this could be a long one.
It's either going to be long or like they snowball the heck out of this lineup.
Yeah. Because again, if it does go long, I'm asking the table here. If it goes long, who does that benefit?
A part of me leans towards Blacklist in terms of that. Having the Eve, the Brody, Lita for them, the glue will be a difficult target to take down for this lineup of RSG. But as team fights go on, weirdly enough, RSG, if Irad on the Emon can really time his entry, he'll be the counter punish, the counterweight to the Blacklist team fight success.
Well, right now they're putting themselves on. Oh, Edward goes in with a flicker.
Uh-oh.
Not sure if that was intentional or not, but also, oh my Venus here, waiting patiently. Naz, though, will get stunned. Checking out the bush, gonna have to slide on out of there. Will survive both of them, so no one going down to that first of blood just yet.
Huge presence by Blacklist in the XP lane in the opening minute of Game 4. What's the story down bottom, though? I guess it's the usual gold lane duel between two heroes that's not quite ready yet. So about a minute, about 45 seconds maybe, before this first turtle. Is Irad up to tempo here? Is this how fast you want the Fanny to go?
Well, right now, this early in the game, let's see if he'll go for a gank into a lane after getting that grammar. If he does try to go for Owl after this, then yes. But I think RSG already have a feeling that Oh My Venus is there.
Yeah, Light gonna jump in, get the flicker around from Owl. Oh My Venus here now for the backup. Here comes Irad looking for the kill. Goes for Owl. Secures the first blood. Exactly what they were looking for. RSG now on the board.
Exactly what Renmar said would come. I guess Death Ball is in motion.
Yeah, that's the start you want to have if you're RSG, if you're a team with Fanny specifically. Undisturbed in the jungle, able to contest the first turtle, but most importantly, before that, you got a kill on the opposing marksman. Now, this isn't a sure turtle for RSG because it seems like Blacklist will just rush this. Good call by Blacklist to rush this turtle.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be taking that for free.
Yeah.
They know that the Fanny needs the purple.
Yeah, and that's exactly one of the big trades that we see with a team that has a Fanny. If they're going to go for an early gank, because of the timers of the buffs and the rotations, most likely they give up the first turtle, and it becomes a trade kill.
Okay. Light once again gonna jump in. There's the real world manipulation, but it won't be enough to thwart them off. Another kill for RSG.
They barreled down on the Queen. At some point, I guess they were going for UA first.
Yes.
But in this early stage of the game, as much as you can get, if anything will get you forward, even maybe just an inch, you take it.
Yeah, great tempo start here by RSG Slate PH. Turtle 2, teams shouldn't overcommit there. Turtle 3 will be the big one, but Light finds Wise.
Like it to know Wise is there. Heavy spin comes out, pushing the bouncing ball out. Becomes a charge up with a new one blast, won't find a connection. And now multiple members here for Blacklist and RSG. No one following up.
Okay, good patience by these two teams. Safila now process there for Ira. That's what he has to watch out for. That sure stun coming from the Lolita.
Yep.
At the wrong time, it will mess up that Fanny.
Okay, he's going to jump in, but still not going to be able to find the kill there. Oh My Venus already quite durable here. All this leading into the next turtle.
Tis what I call affectionately the bonk. The signature bonk. It's one of the few ways that Blacklist actually have to keep down Irad's Fanny. That and Brody's stun. Everything else you kind of have to aim.
And that's why Irad's timing of entry here will be great. Wise, if he gets this, will be massive for Blacklist.
Yeah, already going to push him back. Light going to jump in. Who does secure it? It looks like Emon grabbed it. Now Wise going to be in trouble. Blocked down behind enemy territory. Will fall. Emon grabs the kill plus the buff. Keeps it on RSG. Still going to be going 3 versus 1. Edward going to get taunted as he flickered. Charge up with Noodle Blast. Will find a connection. But they don't have enough damage follow-up here. But enough to hold on a little bit longer. Oh My Venus going to get terrified. There's the set from Light. Flicker comes out. Another one in response. No follow-up, but Exort finally comes in and gets the one they were looking for. Oh My Venus will fall.
That was a slow rolling death ball. Eventually RSG does get it. There was some action down bottom. I guess that's why the rest of Blacklist couldn't respond.
Nas again pulling off one of the fast hands play of this. Look at Light stopping Wise. A free one for RSG Slate. That wasn't a flicker taunt by Nas. That was a taunt into a flicker. Fast hands to pull that off, securing that kill into Oh My Venus and RSG Slate. this is the momentum they want. They didn't get the purple buff for their Fanny earlier, but they punished Wise's deep rotation because I don't think Blacklist expected that Eman was there for that fight. Smart rotation there by Eman to get out of lane, not just play static in lane, go around. RSG's lane, they have to keep this up.
Yep, that's one thing that you're playing with if you have a lineup that has a Fanny. You're expecting more men to respond, but then again, you find these odd angles, and so far it's working out for RSG. Yeah, it's a small 1K gold lead, looking at about 4 kills ahead. Oh!
They want to try it again. Wise going to get locked down once again. Irad able to get the purple. Now Wise in a similar fashion. Deja vu falls in the same position, trying to do the same thing.
Back to the future again.
Yeah, Exort, Valentina up against an Akai. It puzzles me why Blacklist are willing to pick up an Akai against that Valentina. They use this very pick, the Valentina jungle, to turn off Echo from picking an Akai jungle, or even beat Echo picking an Akai jungle in last year's Grand Finals. And now they are getting punished by the decision-making of Exort.
Dexter Martinez, once hailed as a top global Kadita for about 6 months in the past. That's why they banned out the Kadira in the draft of this game. And now they're paying the price. He's also pretty damn good, Valentina.
Yeah, Light's pretty damn good. Kufra gonna find Oh My Venus. There's the kill from Exort. Now down a member. Turtle coming up here in 10 seconds. RSG getting in position.
Look at the bottom lane. They might be able to find out. Owl there.
Oh, lineup shot comes through. Light gonna charge up here. Goes in. Ooh, they get the flicker up, and here comes Irad. Can't get the kill though he's looking for. They do grab the turret. Owl gonna have to go back to base. Turtle now up here. RSG making the call. They want to go ahead and start this up.
They don't know Edward's there.
Do they know he's here?
Light once again finding the setup. There's the stun. They get the heavy spin out. Emon in position. Edward getting whittled down a little bit here. Turtle should just go in the hands for RSG.
Yep, they're going to keep it down here, wait for Irad after taking his purple to go ahead and secure it. Amazing play. The fact that Blacklist are currently outgunned didn't make much for that sneaky positioning that Abunjing had.
The Numenon Blast. Saving throw ultimate. Oh!
Light time and time again. Look at the damage. Edward, split. Here comes the flicker, and Emon picking up the kill. Light is just insane in this game.
We talk about flow. This flow that RSG is on right now, 7-0. They're getting their own version of the game that Blacklist dished upon them earlier. RSG, the story they've put themselves in for this series, could be potentially building up into one of the greatest comebacks of all time, but the series, and this game specifically, isn't over yet. You see their Dreadnought armors across the board for Blacklist, just to reduce the damage coming out from that Fanny and that Beatrix that was relatively undisturbed. 2-0-2 for Emma, BOD. Already built up for both marksmen. Owl, despite him losing the tower in this lane, first 2 towers in the bottom lane, still relatively close enough that this isn't as devastating as it could have been for Blacklist.
Look at what the code breakers are setting up. I wonder if Nats knows. There's got to be some idea here.
A tingle.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows.
They know. They get the turret. He's like, all right.
Yep.
Avoided that situation.
There's a lot of time that Blacklist invested in that rotation, and yeah, Nats wasn't even a worthy target.
Like how deep Light is right now in his positioning in the jungle. So this is info that there are probably members of Blacklist in the bottom lane.
They're deciding to go on Edward. Emon gonna force the split out here. Now Light taking a couple shots from the turret. Meanwhile in the mid lane, Blacklist International looking to respond. They go in for Naz. The flicker comes through. RWM also committed. There's the totem part memory, but Wise able to get the kill. Light gonna jump in, finds Wise here. Heavy spin comes down. The damage from Emon, though, going to force Wise back. Noodle Blast, the flicker comes in! It finds Emon! Will he be able to survive? Light's there to help out Owl! Exort goes in with his own copy, and now focuses on Yue, going to force him back. A trade for both teams.
I am you, more like I am Oh My Venus this time around. That was a clutch re-engage.
What a Numenon Blast by Exort. Irad in the mid, almost taking down Oh My Venus. The Lord will be up, and RSG have the advantage. They aren't at the healthiest state. Blacklist way healthier compared to RSG, but RSG will be committing this. Irad can just get some lifesteal in. It's going to be a bit risky here. Irad needs to be careful. RSG needs to be careful.
Oh. Dance can start up light, gonna go in. Gets the heavy spin out. Wise taking quite a bit of damage. The support of the team is there. Now they focus on light. He's cut off from the team here. Naz showing up. There's the immortality. They're gonna get the kill. Going over to Owl here. The rest of the team making their way. There now. Naz gonna be the focus. Emon getting in trouble here in a position. Double kill for Owl. It's a turnaround for Blacklist. They find a couple kills and now they decide to go ahead and pull out the Lord here with the numbers advantage.
Was that RSG hesitating twice in a row?
Yes.
That looked like a massive hesitation. Asking, oh, are we going to do this? Are we going to go forward? Oh, wait, no, but our roamer is gone. Our XP laner's gone. Frontliner's gone here. Can Irad pull something off here?
They want to contest here. Irad trying to go in. Blacklist International holding on here. Rexor with a heavy spin. Irad gets the flicker. He finds, oh my Venus, UA will fall as well. Lord, a sliver of health will go down to Wise. They secure the objective and they hold on for a little bit longer. There's light once again. The target will be made and Edward will fall.
They concede the Lord, take a few trades on the clapback. All that's so messy. Who came out the victor?
RSG, definitely. They can clear this Lord quickly. They might even be able to push down the turn down in the mid lane, but they don't. They back off. It's only 1 minion wave left. Because of the lead that they've sustained, although Blacklist International found a turnaround, this is good breathing room for them. It's still a stalemate, and hence why RSG will win that.
Man, I think the returns, yes, despite them winning the returns, the impact of that, the results, will come out much later. They have to actually convert long-term.
Exactly. It's a long-term investment win for Blacklist, but in the short term, that was still RSG. This purple buff contention should be big, but now RSG needs to be careful. They can't hesitate like what they did earlier.
Nope.
Wise. The definition of insanity. Gonna go in for it again. Heavy spin, gonna come down. Looking for the fight. He will fall. Who got the purple? The stun is out. Light goes in with the initiation. Irad unleashing the cables here. Quite low though. Has to get out of the fight. But Exort will follow it up. Emon charging up the Renner shot will not connect. But this time, 2 fall for Blacklist.
Is that a double Numenon blast responding to each other? Almost frame perfect?
Yeah. So many Numenon blasts. We should come up with a name for that. But as RSG are coming up with plans of victory here, Exort again, his timing, his commitment to go forward with Light to ensure they got the kill onto Owl, secured that victory for RSG, because if that marksman stayed alive, if the Brody stayed alive for Blacklist International, it would have been devastating. Blacklist could have turned it around there. But Exort is out of his mind right now alongside Light.
Numenonception. I like that.
Numenonception.
That's good.
I don't know. I mean, Numenonception.
Yep. That's what happened there. And again, if 2 equal forces bump into each other, the one with the lead comes out on top, and that's what RSG did.
Turn around here. So the RSG is done from 2 devastating losses for the first 2 games. Hunter Strike already built up there by Irad. Smart move to build up the anti-Karas. No, you don't need to go full damage if you're a Fanny. You need to build 1 sustain item. Other than the fact that you're the jungler, is because you're going to be going after the opposing marksman.
Once again, the pressure around the purple buff for Irad. They know how valuable this is. Wise also has a heavy spin. It's a heavy spin inception. There's the RWM. Numenon Blast going to find the target they're looking for. Exort will fall. There's the immortality going to be popped here. Irad out of here. Ooh. Happy with that. This time, again, Blacklist International continue to put pressure on the resources for RSG.
All right. I need to see Irad. Did he get his purple?
Yes, he did.
All right. So far, I'd say Wise having attempted this, what, 4 or 5 times? Oh!
Irad, it's 1 versus 3. He can't get bonked here.
Nope.
Gonna get out. The distraction, though. Now Wise with the rest of the group.
Wise is alone.
Against RSG.
The junglers going on solo missions.
Yeah. Because RSG know that Irad can just be the one to clear minion waves, push, and be able to get back for the Lord just in time. They're not rushing to take on the Lord as well. Waiting for him to get in good position. It's such a tense game. 1 moment, 1 mistake, 1 right call be the difference.
Like a charge up on my Venus. Still has that immortality. There's the real world manipulation coming down as well. Lord will reset. Both teams using quite a bit, but we'll just go ahead and reset for now.
Almost all of their greens, all of their ults were spent there. I can say the same for both teams.
And the trajectory of the ultimate of the Kufra pushed Oh My Venus into the wall. It was close enough to it though, but didn't have the exact angle he wanted. RSG Slate, what else can they do here? Because this is a very turnaround above position for Blacklist.
Tough situation being Irad has to decide. The Lord of the Purple Light goes in, finds the rage. Do they have the follow-up? Emon looking for the angle himself, gonna force them back. Exort with a heavy spin copy, gonna take quite a bit of damage, will fall. Emon gonna get cut off here. And now Irad in trouble, doesn't have the buff. So he will fall, and Wise secures the Lord. Emon trying to buy some time, will get a kill, but will fall as well.
Oh, this is bad. It's just Light left on the map.
Oh, this is looking grim. RSG Light, what can you do? It's you versus 4. Blacklist International looking to take the series. Heavy spin gonna come out. Light trying to buy some time. A couple seconds away for Exort and Nas to spawn. He's still going. Light's able to do it. The rest of the team now coming up here. Wise quite low. Lord still marching down the mid. Base is exposed. Top side holds on with 2 turrets. There you go. RSG on a full-on defense. Light the only one down here. Lord gonna have to be worked on, and it looks like they do it. Light does it.
Oh, Light. One of the greatest one-man defenses of all time. That looked like that was money, and that was it for Blacklist. They find out.
Owl's gonna be in trouble, has the wind of nature. There's the torn apart memory. Now the chase ensues. Irad gonna get out. That was spicy and dicey. But Blacklist International goes back to recall.
Light could write a book merely on that one moment. There's so much that went into that defense. 2 or 3, maybe 4 good decisions that led to what was almost considered impossible. That's 4 members of Blacklist he defended against.
The moment will live in my head rent-free.
As a Kufra!
He concealed, saved the Tyrant's Revenge just to interrupt the Numenon Blast. That allowed him to get that angle, and then the Tyrant's Rage, waiting for the minion. Blacklist members protecting the minion. Of course, he'd get knocked back by the Rage. Enough time and enough hold just to make sure RSG can live to fight another day. But we have to go back to how it got to that point. Blacklist finding the perfect angle. Again, we talked about it. It was turn around a bull, and they did exactly that.
Now we reset. Clearly now the Terrors have tabled.
Oh, Irad. Look at that half health. Torn apart memory, not going to find the connection. He's running out of energy. Yue comes in with the cleanup. RSG 40 seconds down their jungler. And now it's looking tough here for them to get back into it.
King of the jungle. Wise. What a play to find Irad. And Blacklist were just in the perfect position to chase Irad down.
10 seconds until this evolved Lord spawns. There's very little chance that RSG should contest this, especially with how things have been going for Irad's Fanny.
Unless RSG believe, unless RSG feel like they can, let's see what will happen.
See if Light and Nas can do this. Irad now spawning here. Again, Lord, a quarter of the health, going to be quickly worked on. Irad not going to be able to make it, looks like it. But Blacklist might be looking for a bait themselves. Irad going to fly in. Gets a glimpse of the situation. Exor going to charge up. Nuna Blast going to find a target, but not the right one. They force back. Irad going to go back to base. Lord does reset. Do they win the fight? UA comes through. Emon still alive. Trying to unleash. Gets Oh My Venus before being taken down himself. And it looks like they're going to get cleaned up here. Wise grabs the kill. Here comes Irad. Can he turn the situation around? It's a wipeout. Blacklist International shows the power of their fighting, and they take the game in the series.
Blacklist are gonna break the code in Cambodia. They are going straight to the grand finals, and they have punched their ticket to MSC.
A world-class performance by Blacklist International means that they will see the world, but they now see the opportunity to ensure that at the end of the season, they will still be the reigning and defending champions of the Philippines. They've secured the grand final slot.
Oh, Blacklist International qualifying for MSC 2023. Congratulations to them. And RSG knew that it was a risk with what they decided to go with in the draft. There's a lot of great moments of brilliance there, but unfortunately not enough.
For a majority of Game 4, RSG were in control.
Yep.
Dare I say 2/3 of this 20-something minute bout, it was RSG's game to lose. But Blacklist, they found that window. They opened that window, and slowly but surely, they made it through. And on the other side, they found that seat, that slot in the grand finals.
Take a bow, RSG. Road isn't over yet. They will face Echo in the lower bracket finals. But I'm pretty sure everyone, agents, fans of just our beautiful sport, believed for a moment that we were going to game number 5. They don't get it. But there's a lot of things to learn from that game, that series, and a lot of things to be proud of if you're RSG.
Man, I was saying a miracle and a half. We're almost to the miracle, and then we just needed the half.
Yes.
But unfortunately, it didn't happen.
We were short the half.
Yeah.
And again, props to RSG Slate Philippines. This is the farthest any team in the playoffs have taken Blacklist.
Yes. Yeah.
The way that they played tonight in this series, the 4 games that they played, have been the hardest Blacklist International have played all weekend long.
And I can't wait, man, to see tomorrow's matchup between Echo and RSG. And that is going to be, I'm hoping that is the 5-game series between those two powerhouse teams, because now Blacklist International, they kind of get to sit back, relax, and watch the show, you know, a little bit and learn from that, because obviously adjustments need to be made here for RSG with this matchup.
Gentlemen, it's come full circle. How about we throw it back to the future again? Last year, at Blue Leaf Cosmopolitan in Quezon City, the same situation, the same layout. Blacklist waiting in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Echo and RSG threatening to eliminate each other for that last slot in the next big international event. It's deja vu.
It's the same story with a few details here and there switched up. That sometimes you're looking at it and reading, is this even the same story? In the big picture, yes, but in the details, in the little things about it, it's a far more, dare I say, beautiful story than last season. Last season was fantastic, but there's something about this one that was just special.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor to call this matchup. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Mara Aquino on stage to hear from our teams.
Agents, give it up for Blacklist International! Great game! Okay, nakita natin yung game 4. Kitang-kita naman na lamang the entire time yung RSG. But from one play, ikaw yung nag-carry ng momentum, Owl. And ikaw yung nag-carry ng momentum. And how did you remain composed the entire time?
Yung comms namin, focus lang, wag isipin yung mga mali. Tapos isip ng play para manalo.
Eto, buong playoffs ha, in-eliminate mo yung gold standard, in-eliminate mo yung MVP nung season 10 and MSC Finals MVP. Sino ang next sa hit list mo?
Kung sino manalo sa Echo tsaka RSG.
Sino? Magpangalan tayo! Sino yung next?
Ayun nga, kung sino manalo kasi di ko pa alam eh.
Safe answer! Pumili tayo ng player.
Hindi ko alam.
Okay, we'll keep it interesting. Now, ito yung gusto ko rin malaman. Yue, this is your rookie year also. And you guys, saan sila pupunta? MSC! It's your first time with Blacklist and now you're going to MSC. How does it feel? Emil!
Siyempre po, nakakatawa kasi first time ko dito sa MPL. Nakapasok kami ng MSC. Tsaka dumaan kami sa hirap, sa downside. Tapos ngayon nasa grand finals na kami. Pero siyempre, hindi pa tapos yung laban namin. May grand finals pa kami paghahandaan.
Ikaw naman, Edward, MSC 2023, pupunta kang Cambodia.
Ayun, babawi din kami sa MSC kasi nung last MSC, first runner-up lang kami. Ay, second runner-up. Ayun.
Babawi once again. Sino pupunta sa MSC Blacklist? Congratulations once again, Blacklist International. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Another one for Blacklist International once again. They are heading to the grand finals. They have a chance to defend their crown, and they're going to be representing our country for the upcoming MSC 2023. We're going to be talking about that game even more, so we're going to go back to our casters. Pasok!
It's the rookies who are making a difference here for a Blacklist's back-to-back title run. Again, it's us at the desk, We Bear Bros. Gentlemen, let's wrap up this 4-game series. Naisu?
Phenomenal. And I can't wait to see what's more. Again, a lot of people were kind of doubting Blacklist International regular season up to this point. Well, look where they are now.
Yeah.
Grand Finals MSC slot.
Exactly. The defending champs. First team to secure the Grand Final slot, their MSC slot. Stats, their performance in the regular season showed that they were the underdogs, one of the underdogs going to this playoffs. And they proved the doubters wrong by making it back to the spot where they can keep and defend their throne.
For all the agents out there, this is your team's first time in MSC. Another run at greatness, immortality, and of course the chance to get that Grand Slam. I'm excited. This is going to be one hell of a day tomorrow. Can't wait. For now, let's throw it over to our analyst, Midnight. Talk to us.
Agents! MSC bound ang Blacklist International, and they are now in their 4th Grand Finals appearance for Blacklist International as they take down the defending champions of MSC RSG Slate Philippines. Paano nga ba nila ito ginawa? Well, ating i-discussin dito sa ating analyst stand. Ako nga pala si Midnight, and gusto ko lang i-quote dito ang ating Filipino analyst na si Wolf. Mechanics make a great player, but shot calling makes the champions. RSG Slate Philippines, they picked up very comfortable heroes here on their side. Valentina na exhort, yung Fanny ni Irad, and yung Kufra ni Light, backed up by very fundamental and sound heroes in the form of Beatrix and Fredrin. Pero ang Blacklist International naman, naipit sila dito sa last pick na Lolita ni The Queen. Punersa ito ng RSG. Although may mga sound heroes naman sila, nakuha nila yung Brody up against the Fanny, hindi natin nakita na parang nag-take into effect ng early game. Kasi si RSG Slate Philippines, yung kumontrol ng momentum from the start towards the mid-game. Pero ang difference dito kasi is, ang Blacklist International nagtitiis lang talaga. Alam nila magkakaroon sila ng timing, magkakaroon sila ng window. Kapag nakatapat na yung damage output ng Blacklist against RSG Slate Philippines, nandun na yung chance nila na makabawi. And the thing about this matchup is, yung damage output, hindi naman nagkukulang sa side ng Blacklist. Although, I would say na medyo ang pinanggagalingang channel ay isa lang, which is yung Brody. Nandun pa rin naman yung Eve to provide additional layer of support for Blacklist International. Gusto ko i-comment dito yung itemization ni Yue. Dobleng physical defense from the Warrior Boots and Brute Force Breastplate. What this allows the Eve to do is reposition during the clashes. Yung mobility na nakukuha niya from the Brute Force added from the passive. Tapos meron siyang Ice Queen Wand. Parang kinokontrol niya nito yung mobility ng RSG pagdating sa mga Lord Dances. And yung Glowing Wand na binili niya rito alongside the Divine Glaive, it allows him to shred through yung defensive capabilities ng RSG kasi yung mga Radiant Armor, yun lang naman yung magic defense na hawak ng RSG rito. And ang kailangan lang naman niya is hindi pagalawin yung mga static heroes, which is si Light, tsaka si Nats, yung Fredrin, tsaka yung Kufra, and i-make sure niya na nakokontrol nila yung team fight. Although, may team fight initiation prowess pa rin naman ng RSG with Light on the Kufra, problem is, ito ang glaring problem ng draft ng RSG Slate Philippines. Pagdating sa late game Lord fights, kapag nagkaroon na ng systematic Lord dances, walang natural frontliner ang RSG. You might say na andyan yung Fredrin. But then again, for the reasons that we've talked about, nahihirapan yung buhay ni Fredrin dahil nandyan si Yue. And kailangan hanapin ng RSG yung one initiation para manalo sila against Blacklist International. So, pinaka-importante rito, yung susi ng RSG is yung initiation ni Light. And most of it goes onto Wise, pero laging nandyan yung backup. And ang ganda rin ng itemization ni Wise. After ng mga chepi niyang defensive items, rumekta siya ng Immortality. Makikita nyo naman, ayan yung mga items niya. MVP of this game is none other than the one true king of Blacklist International, Molten Essence, and then konting chepi ng Guardian, tapos bumili siya ng Dreadnought Armor, Immortality Rush for Wise. Kasi alam niya rito, importante yung buhay niya. As long as ma-reset niya yung sarili niya, meron siyang heavy spin para magamit, para makalayo or makontrol yung heroes ng RSG Slate Philippines. Makikita natin yung takbo ng game dito sa ating highlights. Again, this was RSG's game to lose. Pero there is a set period of time na mag-e-expire yung lineup ng RSG. Albeit, yung damage output nila ay kaya namang sabayan yung Blacklist. You might even say na mas overwhelming yung damage output sa side ng Blacklist. Pero the beautiful thing about Brody is mas mataas yung scaling niya compared to other marksman. Not in terms of yung mga tulad nila Kari, nila Claude, pero every single item purchase kasi ni Brody, parang may additional layer of effect eh. Dahil nga sa kanyang passive, mas malaki yung nakukuha niyang physical damage compared to other marksman. Malefic Roar lang actually ang puhunan ni Owl dito and kayang-kaya niya na lumaban. Kaya naman nakikita natin, nag-shred through rin siya doon sa mga frontliners ng RSG. Now, RSG, whenever they try to fight for the Lords, nakikita natin si Blacklist International laging nagre-re-engage. Nag-hero lock yung Blacklist dito. Although pares pa rin naman ang ginagawa ng RSG na pinapalagan nila yung Blacklist, this time around it was different. Again, yung reset factor na nanggagaling kay Wise and also yung mga, I would say mga mishaps din ng RSG kasi si Extort for the longest time, yung early game to mid game, ang gaganda ng mga nakaw niya sa heavy spin, nasa setup niya si Wise, yung position lang ng Blacklist to re-engage against RSG, yung pwestuhan ng real world manipulation, nagiging awkward yung entry ng RSG. Look at that, ang ganda ng mga latag ng real world dito, talagang nagiging awkward yung position for RSG kasi parang, if you want to engage, papasukin mo pa talaga yung real world manipulation na nilalatag ni Yue. And after mag-decide yung RSG na hindi na sila lalaban, bigla nagpo-full commit ang Blacklist International. And ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, yung mga shot calls na kasama ng mechanics, naging awkward yung team fight for the late game ng RSG Slate Philippines kasi suddenly yung one condition nila to win fights, it's non-existent. It's because of the placements ng mga ultimates, mga konting mishaps din ng ilang players sa side ng RSG, but most importantly, yung macro factor ng lineup ng Blacklist International. Again, yung adjustment ni Wise dito was really crucial for securing the victory here for Blacklist International and entering the Grand Finals. The first team to get on that spot, and RSG and Echo naman ang maglalaban sa lower bracket finals. Yan yung match for tomorrow. And again, last team na. Isang team na lang ang hinihintay natin for MSC. And crazy thing about this is, pareha silang champions. World champions versus Southeast Asian champions. Kakaiba yung naging serye natin, labanan ng mga kampiyon. But Blacklist International gets to defend their title once again. Maraming salamat sa pakikinig dito sa aking segment. Ako nga pala si Midnight. And syempre, bago tayo magtapos sa ating show, ay babalik muna tayo sa ating host na si Mara Aquino for some ending notes.
After 3 days of action-packed matches, we're finally down to the final 3 teams of the season. Echo keeps their dream alive in being able to get the MPL and MSC titles thanks to the leadership of Benny Cutie with that unorthodox Minsatar gold lane. They sent BREN Esports home and they're going to the lower bracket finals. After that, we finally have the first team to secure the MSC 2023 as the Philippine representatives. Blacklist International defeats RSG Slate Philippines in a 4-game match. Now, bukas, malalaman natin kung sino pa ang isang koponan na pupunta sa Cambodia para sa hashtag See the World. And of course, finally, we're gonna be crowning the champion for the grand finals of MPL Philippines Season 11. It's gonna be so exciting, so I'm sure you wouldn't wanna miss that. Kaya kita-kits ulit bukas dito sa tahanan ng pinakamalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino na laging nagpapaalala sa harap ng pagsubok or tagumpay. Laging tandaan, itaas ang lakas! Keep it good vibes, everybody! See you tomorrow! Thanks to John Joseph Lida for this outfit.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.